Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は345日目です。Is day 345. Typically, this would be the lower volume of the day, but we got, let's see, 75 minus 243. Let's round that up to 80. We have about 160, so that's like 3 levels, right? 3 levels worth of stuff. Somewhere in there, 3 levels. Tomorrow is 26. I don't know if I'm gonna do a burnout tomorrow. It would be the buy day, so our 75 today is, right, day 4? Yeah, so it would take the following day on Thursday. It's kind of high volume on Thursday to get our new lessons, and then Friday won't be 0, right? We're kind of ironing out. It's really into the, I guess, the second half of the cadence of our review process. All right, let's hop in. I'm expecting it to be an hour, maybe a little less, hopefully. Find out. Wishing. Ware. Miburi. 身振り背が高い Okay. 貧乏人 ぬぐ or ぬぐ whichever. Yeah, Jiroshi. Oh. What? Oh, Yajirushi. Not Joro. Yajirushi. Yajirushi. I can confirm that my M doesn't work very well anymore. Just recently. My M is kaputting. Fudan. Kutsushita. Okay. Hello there, Procall. I'm doing pretty well. There's been some saucy developments lately, you know. How are you? Are you on break now? How'd you do? How was your semester? Are you gonna do the squeeze in some time to make money bit? How are you going about your holidays? I remember you said like there's like holidays, then your exam. So are you still like, did you take your exam yet, or are you still on holiday and then, you know, get the second holiday? How's that going? I remember the last time we talked about how it's like divided in half. Kosu. Whoops. Ah! My M! Omachigai. My M is not working all the time anymore. Feels bad. How often do I use M? Huh. I have 7 keys on my keyboard that either double actuates or don't actuate. It makes life fairly interesting. My TR double actuates. D W M apostrophe and my greater than arrow key, which is also the period.
Sanso.
Sanso. Oops.
Kibishi.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty great. You know, consistent as ever. We're going up. Teriyaki. Hopefully you are too. Oh, what developments, if you don't mind sharing? You're doing well, thanks. This is your final week of lectures. Nice. Then you go back this Friday. And then you do still plan to make money over the holidays? Solid. You found out that the week of lecture in the middle of your winter break is just for assignment help, so aren't mandatory. Nice! Which is annoying as you already booked the train, but at least you can get help if you're unsure on anything. Seize the moment, I would say. Like, it, you know, as a, like, maybe a piece of compassion. I suppose, I don't imagine you can refund the train ticket, so perhaps doing like a study ahead, a fun little challenge to study ahead and then cover up like any holes or something. That sounds like a great way to look at it. My developments, well, Neverwinter, the game Neverwinter Online, the new module started, and usually whenever I cover something like Duolingo, like Neverwinter is kind of a Duolingo situation of like live service MMORPGs, so you kind of get some saucy video comments. So if you're ever interested in how I engage with video comments, you can check out the week 3's video. I actually made my week 4 video addressing it by coincidence, but I haven't like separated it yet. It's part of that live stream yesterday. And all of that basically came true, which is interesting. Yeah, you should really check it out. It's and I got a new video comment today about my WaniKani thing, so I'm really on cloud 9 right now because it's fun to, much like how Twitch chat and YouTube works, it's only on occasion, you know. We try to be consistent and put in our all on interacting with people. So I hadn't had a video comment probably since the last time I did Neverwinter, which was like 3 months ago. So video comments tend to occur on controversial things, right? Things that either betrayed a lot of people or been around a long time. So Neverwinter has been around for 13 years. And then WaniKani was the other time when I had comments, because WaniKani has been around for around that much years. I think it's 12 years now. So typically things that I do that has been around for a while can create some developments, and those developments are exciting in my opinion. It presents new challenges, communication skills, and honestly engagement, I suppose, from me personally. And this time, yesterday, not within the last 24 hours, someone talked about like my WaniKani thing, like somehow I had an indirect impact on them continuing on their WaniKani journey. That's pretty awesome. They asked me something that I could answer, which was amazing. It's always, it feels a bit of like self-gratitude and self-affirmation when I'm able to answer a question. Like it's a technical question. So the technical question I have the answers for. The last couple months or two, I've been more addressing emotional and intellectual, like subjective things. And those things are difficult, and they're very nebulous and can be requiring a lot of patience and understanding. So it was very wonderful to hear that I could provide a technical answer. Like, Oh, this is what I used. Thank you for asking. I didn't go over this since day 100, so it was nice to be able to go over the stuff. And then other than that, we have 3 or 4 people who like to banter every once in a while. So we've been bantering quite a lot. Developments. How long that'll last would be interesting. Right now, Bree would be the most consistent person, and then Mika, I suppose. And then all the others that you might have seen on and off. Or actually, probably most of the people I might have to reintroduce you to some of them. But they are in the Discord, so you can probably pick out their name at some point. Interesting. And then lots of other developments are other people's developments. Kids finishing, younger people finishing their exams, school's out, vacation, or even prep for next year or next semester. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, what in my past history, I took holidays as a way to get ahead. Or not really ahead, but as a way to keep moving forward, because I felt like often I was behind most of the time. So it's interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can totally read it. It's a good read. It's a good read. And I have a... Oh man, my M really... Oh no. My M is really dying. There's a... In between those like messages, in between the last message and the second message, like that person's second response, I have a 3-hour like follow-up to that. And then next Monday, right, when it comes back around, I'll probably follow up with like a concluding remark or something. Kutsuya.
Kutsuya.
Kutsuya. How about you? What's going on? How's your thoughts? How are your feelings? What do you have for me? Any interesting developments that you find interesting, obviously? What is that? Oh,
Furu.
Furu. There's also this thing about I find this one a little bit funny. It's been a while since someone literally publicly calls me out for not having self-reflection. And the reason why I'm kind of like smirking right now is because I spend most of December self-reflecting. It's actually one of the reasons why it's one of the reasons how I manage my imposter syndrome and like meanings and whatnot. So it's pretty... How did they come to that conclusion? Oh, you should find out. No pressure, obviously. You said you'll definitely check it out, so I'll leave it to you to brainstorm how they came up with the idea that I lack self-reflection, and also how I like to maintain a egocentric social echo chamber, or actually, I think they said ecosystem bubble. How I spend most of my time in my own head because that's what I do. Oh, and also that I always sit around hoping for things to happen. Oh, where to find it? Oh, sorry. Let me I'll just provide you with a link. How do I do this actually? Hold on. You might hear my voice. I don't like my voice. Just kidding. Here we go. Hopefully, it's not like censored or anything. Sometimes, oh yeah, it's not censored. Sometimes, spam, like YouTube does this thing where you like get spam filters and stuff. Yeah, have a read. I'm humbled. Honestly, I'm quite humbled. I should do some more self-reflection. You're very excited for your assignment for machine learning as it really interests you? Dude, that's like the dream, right? Procall? Like earnestly being able to say like the thing you're doing and then you're finally finding like getting an application of the thing you're interested in. That's like extra points. It's not every day that you get assignments and foundation work that would eventually tie into some of the stuff you're genuinely interested in, because oftentimes foundation work allows you to get there, but you're getting closer and closer to that thing, and having an assignment like that is very, very invigorating, at least in my opinion, right? It's about cleaning, pre-processing a data set. Interesting. So like curating the stuff before like running it through a pipeline, how to curate, and then designing a machine learning workflow. Yeah. Then curating, doing all the like screening, confounding variables, random sampling, cleaning, and like curating a representative data set before you send it through a process. And then plan to choose a model that focuses on its predictive accuracy. Okay, then evaluating. Yeah, evaluating its accuracy, precision, and recall. Intriguing. This is I did this last time too. I forgot to, I don't know which one. I would have to dig into my comment section, but this one is as invigorating as the one where that kid used ChatGPT to pump out a H.P. Lovecraft inspired lamentation as a response to my overzealous and esoteric writing style in the response. This may sound like a weird leap, but my main hope for making a career out of machine learning is focusing on scavenging other planets for their resources. Interesting, as we have a pitiful amount of resources on Earth. Yeah, relatively speaking, I can understand what you mean by pitiful amount of resources. Like relative to the explosive and consumption, you know, the spiraling consumption of human escalating, you know, escalating consumption, with the lack of a better word. I was trying to think of a better word, but you know, I mean, I don't think it's a weird leap, largely because of how quickly technology has often maybe exceeded, both good and bad in unusual ways, human expectations. I think it's one of the really wonderful things about being alive. Despite having, you know, limited lifespans, it's wild how unpredictable human explosiveness is when it comes to really grasping for. And your idea of using machine learning to focus on scavenging on planets for their resources, that kind of embodies the human spirit when it comes to technological advances, right? Like, cue the science fiction about humans' ultimate spiral of self-destruction, but at the same time, the inevitable exponential consumption of all that touches human grasp. The idea is, it's very, that sounds like a very wonderful aspiration to keep in mind. I hope that I live long enough to see that a lot of these things that are laid now, the groundworks that are laid now, would lead to a future before, you know, die of old age, where that seemingly is incredibly possible. Like, I watched a short by, what's his name? The guy that, I forgot if he was German or British. The guy that sounds really eloquent when he's like answering questions, the physicist. I keep forgetting his name. Occasionally he comes up on the scroll wheel and someone asked him, is teleportation possible, right? And my first thought is, boy howdy, I know human, like materializing and rematerializing human is like out of the question, but you can still do it with photons. And the idea is like, boy howdy, what if you just drop a mechanical thing onto another like body, you know, extraterrestrial body, Brian Cox, yes, Brian Cox, and then you use that type of transposition technology to retrieve materials. So I think humans have this really wonderful way of reverse engineering the application. So as opposed to going to the place, there's an opportunity to make the thing come to us, right? Come to Earth. So that's pretty interesting. Sorry, that's what made me think about scavenging other planets or scavenging other planetary bodies as a potential way of circumventing time dilation, you know, the consequence of traveling quickly and stuff with the limited lifespan that humans have, right? So it's kind of an interesting concept. I pulled that out of my butt, by the way. I just happened to remember a short about Brian Cox, and I figured that could make a feasible application in which you can scavenge other planetary bodies without incurring humans having to sacrifice time dilation, lifespan issues, while traveling there and then traveling back. Because machine learning can kind of produce potential extensions of human, you know, like human controlled tools to do the extraction and retrieval. Very interesting. Not a foreign concept because drones, right? Drone technology and guided systems. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm talking science fiction. I have no background in this stuff, and I hope one day you could educate me and also share your enthusiasm with me in order to cursorily give me understanding. I think the thing, if you are to make a career out of that, it's probably gonna be like an NDA situation, but it would be fun for me to be the other person who asks you very trivialized and superficial questions, of which then you can provide an incredibly passionate and esoteric explanation, of which then I would reciprocate by being even more enthusiastic about it. But maybe not to cross I don't know, government NDA and get myself in trouble and get you in trouble. More on that in 10 years or so. Hopefully we have another solid 10 more years, right? Here's to the next 10 years. Yubin Bango.
郵便番号 飾り
Do you know much about machine learning, like MLPs, RF? I don't. It's a mysterious black box. It's like saying, do you know, if you're asking me how do I know the brain works, most of my experiences are anecdotal. They are end user. They are at the front end. Most of it is observational. So observational consequences with their tasks. So it's kind of like an engineer without understanding the concept behind it, the foundations behind it. And ultimately, I actually think that the vast majority, from an outside perspective, the vast majority of people are still trying to understand how machine learning works. As in, they're forming the foundations and testing, but the reliance is on observational retro building. So basically it's gone exceeded to a complexity in which even the position you are in might be similar to the position I am in, where we take our observational skills and retroactively make the machine learning more predictable. It's kind of like observing a biological system. Like a biological system, somehow this stuff all works, and now you're testing and refining by manipulating this emergent property. That's how I am interpreting machine learning, or maybe like AI models and whatnot. You're currently in the observational period where there are foundations for conceptual understanding, like physics, for example. However, it is not sufficient enough to recreate the emergent properties that are observed in the larger, like the higher emergent levels. And AI or machine learning and etc., and like RFs, MLPs, KNN, they have kind of exceeded the boundaries of being able to explain all the emergent properties. So now I start to wonder how far I am from also those people. For me, I only observe consequences and applications of those models. I don't actually even know the conceptual principles behind MLPs, RFs, and KNNs. In fact, I can't even tell you what they stand for other than the acronyms they are representing their context. It's kind of like this. Like this character, you can choose to look at this character as this character and know its function, but you would not be able to explain what makes up this character. And that's probably how much I know about machine learning. I know that was a really roundabout way of saying it. However, I wanted to like really give you the feeling of how roundabout it is that I know about things. When I see MLP, RF, and KNN, I can kind of point out what those things are based on what they do and their applications of what they do. But I can't explain to you like why or how or what's the conceptual foundation for why they do the things they do. Unfortunate. I don't know. I should. Maybe I'll look in the background so we can have deeper discussions. Like what I mean is, I could present you with an opportunity of explaining these things, because I genuinely am quite curious about what I do believe is part of future technological development. Machine learning is not simply the application, but the investigation and conceptual understanding of machine learning is a great practice for human cognition. Like understanding how to solve problems, creating solutions, right? Like machine learning is a great way to investigate and reflect on how humans engage in a similar process. You're breaking down parts and building up to an emergent level that I guess you could argue it sounds a little ethnocentric from a human standpoint, but the cognitive capacity of human consciousness or human critical thinking skills. Yeah, that's true. A common problem with creating higher dimensional models is that it can become very complex, which means it's pretty much a complete mystery, although there's still ways to produce decent predictability. Exactly. And here's where you and I can meet when it comes to decent predictability. In the field of science, we're going to go even more specific so I don't generalize and tackle other disciplines. In the field of, say, organic chemistry, the confidence interval of decent predictability is like 1 parts per thousand, like 99.99, right? And in biology, it's statistical significance, which can range from like 80%, it could range quite a bit, but it is still higher at the moment than the decent predictability of complex models or higher dimensional models right now in AI space. You see things as low as 8%. I worked in genetics, and it's like 1 parts per 10,000. So like the error reading rate, the tolerable reading rate is less than 1%. right? Otherwise, you might be looking at a dog, then a human, or a human and a pig, for example, or a monkey, but pig is one of the more interesting comparisons. A human and a pig DNA can vary in less than that decent predictability. So it's going to be interesting to see where the threshold is of understanding, both retroactively and constructively. Also, an obvious link is MLP or P's, multi-layered perceptrons, okay, are based off neurons. Yeah, neuronal networks. Yep. See, if you mentioned neuronal networks, like using neuronal networks as a primer for MLPs and RF, I would be able to identify that as the model that uses that. So what does KNN do? Yeah, I often use neuronal networks as a brain exercise. So the brain is still doing the machine learning thing, right? So the brain is still a mysterious brain black box. It's less mysterious with every passing year. However, much like the brain, it has a higher dimensional model that already pre-existed before being able to investigate it. So in a way, I could kind of see how neurobiology can interface with machine learning people to like create a consortium of comparative analyses between the neurobiology and machine learning. Maybe one day we can like look at the intersections between them. Oh, hello there, Drama and Sing Sing. Are you sure you two aren't the same person? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. How are you two showing up at the same time? Oh, I did share with Prokop. By the way, that person responded from our yesterday's talk, and it's a good one. It's a very good one. I'm choosing to end it though, because I'm a little worried for interacting with unstable people. So if you're ever curious, you can go read it. KNN. Oh, that's the nearest neighbor model. Okay, yes. Yeah, the classic model. It evaluates and classifies based on data points on nearest neighbor. Yeah, so like LLMs, lots of LLMs use the K is the designation for the nearest model. LLMs tend to use that, where they like when they think about how to generate sentences, they're talking about the closest neighbor that would generate the sequence of the words. One of the earliest, if not a lot of the current LLM models would use the nearest neighbor model in order to generate sentences, because they correlate based on like a vector. They're plotted on a vector, and how they output sentences is by correlating the distances and the probability between 2 points, and those two vectors then generate the sentences in the sequence that they can output. Yeah, that one, the KNN one is probably the one that I observe most in practice. And then the other ones are interesting. The other ones I encountered kind of a little bit early on in science, when it was used to like answer like computational questions like protein modeling and like synthetics, like in silico experiments, like calculating the molecular interactive like probabilities. And that's not my work. It was not in my area. I was in seminars that used a neuronal based method to predict like synthetic or simulated molecular interactions, like local molecular interactions. I don't know what those, like what it actually does. I know what the results are, like when they're trying to explain what is the predicted molecular interaction in the local environments. So that's a way to illustrate how I can kind of know what they do and what their applications are, but I have no idea how they actually work or the principles and fundamentals. It's kind of like electricity. I still don't really understand how electricity works. and what I mean by that is, if you ask me, how does plugging a charger from a USB-C device from the outlet to my smartphone and create the store and charge, I would not be able to give you a detailed explanation using physics, and like maybe metallurgy or something in order to explain that phenomenon from happening. I can tell you the outcome of doing those actions. Right? Is new comments deleted? Oh no, it's wait, what do you mean it's new content deleted? Is it this one? It's under this video. I haven't like cut out the yesterday's video that I was talking about, but that person responded to it. It's the chain underneath this video. Let me double check if that video has some censoring or something. Sometimes YouTube can be a bit of a butthead, and largely for safety reasons, which I do understand. Like, you have to keep in mind that that is a protective measure because of cyberbullying and toxicity. But I'm gonna check if it's actually visible. No, they're all there. Wait, you don't see it? Really? So does that mean Procall can't see it either? I see it here. Yeah, I do see it here. Interesting. Top is... You see 2 comments from the other guy. What? Oh. Did you... The main video and the first reply? You can't see the rest? Why can't... Can you go to sort and go like the next to the comments? Click on the sort by. Click on the sort by and click newest. Click newest, and then you have to click on show replies. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's what YouTube does to like reduce embedded responses, at least in my opinion. So you have to like click on sort and then do that. It's happened before. I'm aware of this. I'm aware this happens because my responses, even my own responses, can be flagged as like kind of spammy or something because I type whole sentences or like whole paragraphs and whatnot. But that person responded, so I'll let you guys enjoy. It's I haven't like edited out yesterday's like week 4 video that addressed a lot of these things already. So they responded after my video was recorded for the live stream. So now we have this weird situation where I guess I already sent my piece. Whether they know it or not, I don't really need to say much. Procall here, I told Procall, I'm gonna tell you guys what I told Procall. It's been a very long time since someone told me that I need to go and look and self-reflect. So I guess I'm going to spend the month of December self-reflecting, which is what I already do each year. So it's been quite some time when someone tells me exactly what I am not, and they are so confident about it. And hear me out. Hear me out. I hope this person in 10 years create a game, especially a Western MMO. Like, hear me out. If this person becomes the next Sandfall, and they make like in 10 years, and I live long enough, hopefully, I live long enough to see this person create a game that completely revolutionizes Western MMO, I'm there. I'm there for this person. Like, I want this person to change all that. Because to me, I already said my bit. I said I agree with their realities. The person made it personal by saying they're the same as me. Like, they know how I feel. And I keep telling them I don't feel the same way. I don't go about the same way. But hear me out. If that righteous indignation, self-importance, delusion of grandeur makes them in 10 years revolutionize Western MMO live service games because they made a game for themselves that only they want to play because they don't want to play other people's games because other people's games are coping and hoping and all that stuff, I want to play that game. Because not one time in my like last 30 hours of recording was I pitting myself with my inability to have action or self-reflection. I was actually rooting for the guy, honestly. Like, angry people, when channeled properly, can be proactive in changing the face of realities. To quote John Green, someone who I largely admire, he overcomes a lot of things. He's filling the holes in his body. Like, hear me out. That guy is pretty on point. I do have holes in my soul, but it's not holes in my identity. It's holes because I want to help people. That's the hole that I'm trying to fill. That sounded really lewd out of context. But I do have voids in my heart. It's called a bleeding heart. My heart is bleeding because there are holes that I need to fulfill, as in helping people. Oh yeah, Aeon 2. Oh, you played Aeon 2? I also mentioned Aeon. I forgot to mention Aeon. Like, I mentioned Aeon to another person in prior. I totally forgot about talking about Aeon and Terra Online. I used to play Terra Online as well. Terra Online came out 2 years before Neverwinter. And, you know, Terra Online was like the super hardcore combat RPG at the time, and it pretty much died by its hardcoreness. But here, before I go too far, John Green said this before. And that is... Oh no, I totally forgot what I was going to say about John Green. It'll probably come back to me, but it had something to do probably with the idea that the idea is to focus on things you can do through self-reflection, not the things you can't do. Man, I just don't remember anymore. But he posted... I just watched his recent vlog about being like John, like it was titled John Green's brother when he was referring to Hank Green. But we'll get back to it. Unfortunately, I lost myself in the... You played Aeon 1? I see. Mika asked me, how did I get into Neverwinter? Humans are interesting creatures, indeed. Can you play Aeon 2 in the West? I don't think so. It's a Korean... It's still Korean, right? They usually soft launch in the East, right? And then they hard international. Yeah, it's East. So most of these games now, like the live service models, they soft launch in the East, where... So it's Korea and Taiwan generally. If it's Korean, it's Korean and Taiwan. If it's Japanese, it's often like Japan and Taiwan. Like, it would be like a municipality that is in the East. Like Persona P5X was China and Taiwan. And then Japan and US were launched later, a year and a half later. So most of the stuff that's coming out of like Korea or China tends to be soft launched in the East. So we won't see it yet. I believe it's like last month, pretty sure. And so the global servers should launch a year after. Aeon 2 is scheduled to launch in the West during the second half of 2026. That sounds about right. It's about over half a year to a year from the soft launch, the testing of the soft launch in the East. And then the global servers typically go live. It's one of the common practices now. When you say things that you can't do you mean things out of your control? Yes, things out of my control. Like, for example, this person emphasized corporate greed, other people coping, other people's echo chamber, my personal self-pity, or what they think my personal self-pity is, the fact that I play Neverwinter, the fact that they're angry at me for playing Neverwinter because I'm trapped in my own space and I'm the person who's coping and lying to myself that I don't have any friends. But the moronic part about this, oxymoronic part about this, is if people like me are trapped in the same place, then I would have friends trapped in the same place. You know, you guys can probably sort it out yourself when it comes to the logical fallacies involved in an emotional response. Now, before we get too out of control about this or have any emotional things, if I have self-pity, I don't require other people to pity me, right? Like, if it is true that I self-pity myself, it's sufficient to make myself happy. So I want to keep in mind that even if this person is true, like even if the person speaks truth and the gospel is all true, I cope well. I'm great at managing my cope. So if I have copium, and self-pity, I want to make it clear that I don't require white knights or witch hunts to make me feel better. I don't require affirmation. So despite that, despite this person making self-pity a negative source of stigma, and that somehow makes someone a man-child, for the record, when you get older, pity happens more often. So not only is it ironic to call someone a man-child because they understand the nature and use of self-pity and projection, actually, all of these things are huge, like adult concepts. Even then, I would say that the reason why I'm happy is because I can do all of those things. I can self-reflect, understand my self-pity, understand when I'm projecting. Someone else doesn't in this discussion. Someone else is escalating this process. So, as a full disclaimer, I'm putting an end to it and wishing this person the best of luck. Because in my opinion, someone who has that strong of a conviction to fulfill all of my concerns from yesterday when I was talking like for 3 hours, I'm worried and I don't want to be associated. In fact, the whole time in my line of thinking is to unassociate myself, like to separate myself from being associated with this person, because I don't know where that will lead. I did try to reach out a little bit, but I did not have any intention to reach out. I literally said I do not empathize with the person. And they became a self-fulfilling prophecy. I recorded a video that predicted that person's response in every way possible. So, how do I do that? I don't stick in my own echo chamber. When you are trying to preserve your own ecosystem and your own bubble, you become more and more off the mark. The only reason I can associate with that person is because I've encountered people and talked to people like that person. Not stay in my bubble and accuse people and try to gaslight them into believing what they are. He literally the next step this person did was try to gaslight me. That is exactly my concern about individuals these days. I can quote my entire video that preceded his response. So, no need. I have enough confirmation, and I wish that person the best. In 10 years' time, if they prove me incorrect, I'm more than happy. I really do hope that they either understand me or like prove me wrong so I can be educated. Because I don't want to get involved in someone who can possibly like become volatile. Pushing someone to the limit when they are already emotionally compromised, at least from my perspective, this person is emotionally compromised, creates a lose-lose situation. So we will not do that, or we will try our best not to do that. And I don't, since I can't empathize with this person, they can't possibly hurt my feelings. I don't share that toxicity. Like, honestly, somewhere in the back of my head when I went to bed yesterday, I really thought they were gonna be like, oh, you got me all wrong. And then they explain their point of view. And they say like, oh yeah, you know, I spend a lot of time encouraging people. I'm making my own game. I'm streaming it, showing people how games could be made. And then like how the corporate entities are, you know, passionless, and then I'm sharing my passion with other people and showing how my game can do this. I was ready for that. I was ready, right? I have a whole thing prepared, by the way. Yesterday, in order for me to get to sleep, I had to write out my responses, right? I have a whole conversation for next week prepared when I am incorrect. As in, when the person comes back and responds and they demonstrated that, oh yeah, you know what? They spent a lot of time on this video game. They've been making video games for 7 years. They're about to release their passion project. This is how they think that corporate greed is incorrect, and I did it without it. And I would be like, yo, can I play your game? And then can you tell me your life story about your game? It didn't happen, obviously. The response basically verified and affirmed nearly everything I said yesterday. And that's kind of disappointing. But it's all part of the learning process and life lessons. I do truly hope that this person becomes happier and find their calling in life. It kind of sounds like they did. And so that I would not become a victim of this person's emotional instability. I think the worst case scenario for people who are upset or in arguments is wish the worst for the other person in order to prove yourself right. Because oftentimes in this day and age, it comes back to scorched earth. Like, it often results in scorched earth, where like, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, and I don't want to be part of that. So let's just chalk it up to, we have our disagreements, and I wish that person the best. And one day they will blow the world up, in figuratively. They will what a poor choice of words. They will like revolutionize. I hope they revolutionize the Western MMO, and I'll be there for it. Like, if they can prove everything that they're against, I'm there for it. Like, I want to see a Western MMO. Hopefully that's what they're implying they're doing. A Western MMO that will dwarf North Korean Revolution. I hope they'll make a Western MMO within my lifetime to prove me wrong, because tell me if this is self-pity. I love being wrong about things because it means I have more things to learn. And there is one thing that I would love to be wrong about, and that is someone's emotional instability. So if you're pushing back on me and saying, no, I'm not projecting, I'm not angry at all, I'm I'm the happiest person in the world, but I just want to tell you, you're self-pity, you're a mean person, you're sad, and you think you're the main character of the universe. Prove me wrong. When you prove me wrong, I gladly support you. Because you would be the future. You're the future that I want to see in people. I want to see compassionate people who don't use other people as martyrs for their own convenience. Like, that's like stepping on people in order to get ahead. Right? So, if you're willing to step on me to prove me incorrect, I'm all for it. Don't use other people who don't have those choices. Right? Like, good luck. If knowing that I spend most of my time self-pitying myself, wishing and hoping that lucky things happen to me, I could honestly tell you that is a big miscommunication. The last thing I would tell someone is to sit in the corner and mope and complain. Which is ironically what this person did. And that's what I was trying to insist. It's interesting. But you know, I don't gain anything from blaming the victim. I don't know who's the victim here. It's the more this person accused me of something, the more empowered I feel about what I know. Like, have I played the new Hearthstone season? I did, pro call, and I got my butt whooped because the time warp things, man, are they bombers. Like, you can, wow, dude. You steamroll or get steamrolled by the time warped taverns. I don't know if you guys play Hearthstone, but me and Procall, it's so fast paced. Like, if you land on your time warp, you're just gonna get blown out of the water. But if you land the time warp, you just like steamroll. So it kind of feels like a game of Overwatch. Or to relate to these guys, it feels like League of Legends when one person is feeding, and they're not on your team. You played the TFT thing? Yeah, okay. In Hearthstone? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, by the way, drama. We're talking about, yeah, Battlegrounds. Yeah, the TFT thing. The new season, they have a mechanic where I think it's turn 7 or something. And then there's a turn, what was it? Like a turn 13 or something like that. And you get to choose something. And those things are so weighted. Oh, it's turn 6 and 9, sorry. Wait, are you making a joke or are they really turn 6 and 9? Did you just make a 69 joke or is that intentional? Did they really pick turn 6 and 9? Okay, anyways, sorry. Turn 6 or 7. It really is. No pun intended. Okay. Alright. So, 6 and 9. Apparently when you pick, it's so weighted. Like, it's so heavy weighted. What happens is, like, if you get a 6 and if you get a weighted choice, you're ahead. You're like super ahead. And then you hope, like, the people who are behind you hope that this will change everything. So most of the time you're like playing along. 69 is outdated. Listen, that doesn't stop someone whose name is like Hook or like hook up 69. Oh, don't forget the XX hookup 69 420 _ 67. That doesn't stop this. Listen here, how do you reverse this? Oh, listen here, Zoomer. 69 is coming back with a vengeance, okay? 67 is still playing second fiddle to 69. I'm kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm overcompensating as a cringy unk now. Alright, anyways. That got moderated. That message got moderated. Way to go. Do I know the origins of 67? I know the original 67, not the origins of 67 like the music thing, the music related thing, like the current 67, but the original origin of 67. Like the 6 and 7 non-gen alpha thing. But I know that I know the musical origin one. Also not and that it's like relates to the song, the basketball song thing. Other than that, no. It was named Word of the Year, by the way, guys. How do you guys feel about this? From dictionary.com, it was awarded the Word of the Year. This might be fake news because a lot of things are AI generated. So, someone could have said 67, like a bunch of influencers could have said 67 should get Word of the Year. And then if you say it enough and propagate it enough, Gemini might think it's actually Word of the Year. So take it with a grain of salt. But somewhere along the line, someone said 67 was word of 2025. How true that is, yeah, you know. It's funny though that something like that exists. Anyways, I do know the origin because of the music thing. And that's about it. Pro call, I'm not sure how cultured you are. I'm not that cultured. Yeah, it comes from a song, and the first time it gained popularity was from Basketball Edit. Yeah, how tall is it? Yeah, it's 6'7". Yep, that's the one that I heard. He's about 6'7", and it synced the player saying 67 with the lyric 67. I see. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for culturing me. Anyways, Hearthstone. Oh, by the way, Xing Xing, you and I, when we talked about Crimson Desert yesterday, or Control, that guy is talking about us. So it's a shame that we have to wallow in our self-pity and hope for better tomorrows, and then like sit there and never do anything about our hope. Sit there and not learning. Calling myself Unk. Oh no, I'm not calling myself Unk. I'm talking to Drama here. Drama's calling me an Unk. I actually don't mind it. I'm gonna be that Unk that one day, if someone calls me an Unk, I'm gonna start doing some very cringy intentional things in Gen Alpha. There's no self-pity here. Only shameless, unapologetic attempts to empathize. That should be my new slogan. Like, I just... Maybe I need a reality check. I don't know. I really need to ask. I'm gonna go around and ask people, like... I think I have the opposite problem. If there's any problem I have, is maybe I do lack self-pity. Right? Guys? Am I crazy? Like, or am I crazy? Like, I think probably the most annoying aspect of my personality to some people is probably because I lack self-pity. No? Like, I try to not show, like, I try to discourage people to an annoyingly degree, possibly, to not rely on self-pity. Like, I'm the cheerleader. So that's probably even more annoying to someone who thinks everyone has self-pity problems. But weirdly, there was a clip of a person sitting courtside, and when the camera panned to them, they did the hand gesture and shouted 6'7". Oh, dang. Now it's getting too deep. And a lot of people think that the video was the origin. Okay, it's interesting how a second resurgence of something can lead to a new exposure base that changes what that something is. Yeah, even though it's the use of the same thing. You mean this is this? You mean this in the least offensive way? If that makes it better, but as the saying goes, Asians are inscrutable folk. Is that what they say? I don't know if I've heard that one. Is that from a stand-up or something? Yeah, like honestly, it's inscrutable. Inscrutable? Yeah, is that like a stand-up comedian situation? I couldn't say where you heard that quote from. Okay. Because I feel like I want to watch that. Like whoever said that, or read about whoever said that. Yeah, there's something that I'm very self-aware of, guys. Like, if you want me to self-reflect, there's one thing I can tell you that can drive people away. And it's literally the opposite of what this guy says. This guy said that I'm sitting in the corner, wallowing in my boat of despair and self-pitying myself and feeling like wishing luck happens to me and hoping for the next big thing. That is probably... I said quite the contrary at the end, is because I would say that the most annoying quality about me is when you are that person, which is this person, by the way. They are talking about themselves, in my opinion, projecting. They're talking about themselves, wallowing in the corner, making their game that only they like and they want to know it's true and no one else can understand them. They are wallowing in that corner. And I am the annoying guy that is trying to tell them, get closer to people. Because people will make you feel good. It will give you a sense of belonging. That is my annoying quality. I am a person who self-reflect most of the time and leave my bubble because I'm all in other people's bubbles when they are hurt and they are concerning. I have a bleeding heart filled with holes that needs to be filled, not an identity heart that is leaking in the corner on my own. I have an annoying habit of getting in people's business because I think I can help them. It's the opposite. Quite literally the opposite. The reason this person is mad at me and like feeling like I'm personally attacking them, or they feel like they're personally attacking me, is because I am genuinely concerned about their toxicity, especially if they're going to become a game designer, like a game developer. So I understand my weaknesses and my strengths. There's someone that's self-reflecting all the time, and there's someone who talks like they don't self-reflect at all and tell other people what they are. To be very clear, I know what makes me annoying. It's not that. Hypothetical stereotypical Oriental Asian would be great at poker, which I forgot to mention. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I'm really terrible at poker. Oh wait, no, you know what? Honestly, I haven't really tested that, huh? I can think of a way that I would make myself useful in poker, but it would be like the opposite. It would be like some other reason though. Maybe a topic for another time. Today, you and your housemate made a Christmas dinner. Aw, that's cute. And then played poker afterwards, and you enjoyed it so much, especially as I haven't interacted with your housemates that much recently. That's so cute. Do you metaphorically inflict the holes in your heart as a worthy sacrifice? Wow, we're getting really deep with this, huh? Yes. That is, I haven't ever heard someone phrase it that way before. Yes. In the context of the metaphor you said? Yes. Wow. This is why Procall, you and I chat so well. So, technically, I'm gonna try to contextualize why I said yes. So my whole sorry, I meant to say my heart. If I continued that sentence, it would have went down a very inappropriate, unintentional road. So my heart, right? The thing, no. Let's calm down here. My heart, right? This is what I believe. So I'll share some of my opinions. When someone's heart is being developed, and we're talking about the figurative heart here, figurative, not your literal heart. Your literal heart is developed when you're born. What you call it? My figurative heart, in order to demonstrate empathy, like pure empathy, like wanting to care about other people, you must build your identity up. So this is adolescence. In my opinion, it's one of the processes of adolescence. You build your identity up so it becomes filled. You have an identity, you're strong, you have solidarity, you have righteous indignation, you have people who can't push you down, your motivations, your grit, your discipline. You build that up in discipline. And then during developing empathy and care, adulthood comes by and it allows you to reach and companion. Like you can then develop companionship with other people. So, you know, then you can have two hearts. And sometimes during adulthood, it's, you know, sometimes there's a little space, right? Like there are other spaces. And then what happens is you try to collectively form a larger heart together, right? So, if you're asking me, do I metaphorically inflict the holes in my heart as a worthy sacrifice? I do. Because a bleeding heart is someone who believes they have a full heart and they have something to give. So these holes could be metaphorically used to try to provide some solidarity for someone else. It is only when someone has solidarity in themselves and their identity that they can truly commit to caring and empathy. Varying degrees, obviously. Like you can still care about someone when you're coping with things and managing things. If you're really upset and you're toxic about things, I don't know if you can map this to the metaphor, but blood is also very nutritious if consumed. Exactly. So like, you know, the exchanging of blood, right? Blood bonds, for example. We can add to the metaphor, blood bonds. So you bleed for someone. You bleed for someone you care for. And it is only if you have that much, you know, nutrition in your blood that you can offer it. Again, you can still be like a partial heart, right? There's some toxicity or missing things in you. You can still reach out to people and help them. For sure. My thing is, it's on a spectrum. It's on a spectrum. How helpful you are is proportional or related to how healthy you are. So if you're around and you're saying like, I'm soapboxing, I hate the world, like I hate this game, I hate the industry, and I want to make a game to prove them all wrong. If your platform is that, then you are not having a bleeding heart for other people. You are having a bleeding heart for yourself. Like you are coping with yourself by soapboxing to a stranger. And then when you become defensive, you attack the stranger, hoping that they are going to be like you. And I'm not. Yeah, soapboxing. Here's a soapbox. This is the soapbox. And then the person stands on it. So then all the people around can see them self-pity. That's soapboxing. A soapbox is kind of like a soap drama, soap opera. And then boxing is the literal box. So you stand on a soapbox. So like, look at me, I'm suffering and the world is bad and people are corrupt and I can't trust anyone. That's soapboxing. I rarely ever soapboxed in my response. Like, my responses were proactive. They were discerning confusion. I didn't share any form of negativity. I told them there's a misunderstanding, and I suspected certain things about the person. I didn't completely... yeah, that's understandable, drama. I'll get to that in a bit. And this is what I believe. That really is quite a good metaphor. Yeah. So if your heart is not filled, it can affect your capacity to care about people. Because think about it. If I help you and I want something in return, my heart is empty of that thing. I'm ever grateful for all the things I have. I'm grateful that Neverwinter Online exists, because it helped me realize all the things this person say may be true. Like, without that experience, I wouldn't know. Without overcoming that experience, I wouldn't be able to tell that person I'm not coping with FOMO and nostalgia. I was able to confirm those things. My heart is pretty filled, my friends. And in order to care and empathize with other people without your own heart getting in the way, you have to be a very secure and happy person. So did I go around and say, oh yeah, you're the worst. You're even worse than those people. You're the kind of guy that brings other... Did I say that? I didn't. I worried about the person's well-being and how we may have a misunderstanding. I wanted to make it clear that that person and we don't belong in the same conversation, because I'm happy. They're not. At least that's what is pretty clear about it. So I didn't soapbox and say, oh, woe is me, this person is bullying me because I feel so sad and really upset. I hate Neverwinter because it doesn't cater to my taste in solo content. I didn't say that. I didn't say that I was going to make a video game because I'm so upset about the current landscape that only I can make a video game that people can understand and everyone else don't understand because they're a slave to the overlords of corporate greed. Those are very different contexts. One person is swimming in a flood and a deluge of negativity. I'm not. I think that person needs to identify what self-pity is. A pitiful person is someone who's wallowing in negativity. Again, if there's any flaw that I have, is that I'm that annoying person that's going to tell you to stop pitying yourself and go do something about it. If you want someone to do it with you, I'm there for you. Like, if you want to solve a problem together, let's go solve a problem together. Because sitting there wallowing in your self-pity is the last thing I would tell you to do. You take action. You wait for luck to happen, but you also take action while waiting for it to happen. Don't sit there and don't sit there and cut yourself short. And that's the silver lining in all of this. I think the person is taking action. Awesome. And if that person takes action, one day we could see eye to eye when that action leads to the realization that all of that stuff is true. I took an action. I tried to respond in the most cogent way possible. And I didn't sit there wallowing like, oh man, this person doesn't understand me. They only talk about Black Desert Online because I'm talking about Neverwinter. Gee, that must be really sad that no one can understand me. That's self-pity. Alright, so let's catch up. You did the Blood Brothers pact with your old friend as we shared the same birthday. Nice. Nice. I do the auntie uncle thing, or 大哥, 大哥, you know, big bro, or I forgot what junior is. I do like the kun senpai thing because of Eastern culture. So like, usually I just call everyone big bro because I often feel like I'm the younger mentally person. That's a little ethnocentric, but usually I call them colleagues. The word that I use is colleagues. I refer to anyone who has the empathetic capacity and the intellectual capacity to interact with me and share and talk on an equal playing field as brothers, but more so colleagues. I refer to them as colleagues. You're setting up Aeon 2 and playing on the Taiwan server. Alright, Jama. Let me know how Aeon 2 turns out. We could play Aeon 2 together. Xing Xing and I could play something else together, possibly, you know? Do you interact with someone who's sad from a standpoint of feeling pity for them? Do I interact with someone who's sad from a standpoint of feeling pity from them? No, I don't. I do the thing. Mika dislikes this thing that we talked about in public, by the way. I overestimate people. I rarely ever pity people. If I'm here to interact with someone, I don't pity them. I expect more. And a lot of times people say, but doesn't that lead to a lot of disappointment? The answer is yes, it does. But again, the metaphor. My heart is filled. I'm willing to overestimate people and expect more of them. Because disappointment doesn't hurt my will to believe in people to do more. So the last pity is when I'm hopeless. I pity a person when I can't do anything. And that pity is self-inflicted. So if I start pitying you, like, oh, I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, I just don't know what to say. I hope you find something that will help you one day. This is way outside of my depth, so I can't really. I just don't know what to say. Like, it sucks. Like, and I don't really know what to do. Pity. If I sound like that, what it's saying is I can't do anything about it. And what does pity lead to? Hopelessness. I don't pity people. I expect them to do more. Like, I expect them, I try to encourage them, and I try to, like, do anything I can to make them stop pitying themselves by me not pitying them. We focus on the things they can do, what they are able to do at the moment or see themselves doing. So you're not getting pity from me, you're getting encouragement from me. Have I played Arc Raiders? I have not. Wait, are you asking me? I have not, but I heard good things about Arc Raiders. I haven't played an extraction shooter in a while. Actually, I don't think I've ever played an extraction shooter. Usually I like to play extraction shooters with other people. And I haven't really cultivated that yet. Everyone should come play Aeon 2. I'll wait for the Western one. You can tell me all the the tips and tricks when it launches in the Western world. I'm not even sure if my PC can run it. In your mind, is there a difference between pitying someone and feeling sorrowful for someone? That's a really good question. I haven't really thought about it. I think pity is feeling sorry for someone, but I don't feel it. Sorrowful, if I feel sorrowful for someone, I feel the same. And we are sharing sorrow together. We're sharing the feeling. Yeah, pity is more of a dead end. This is a dead end. This can lead to bonds. So like, it's been a while that I feel true sorrow for someone. Like if you lost a grandparent and then you express of all the opportunities that you missed trying to bond with your grandfather, that's sorrowful. I can't do anything about it, but I can certainly feel sorrowful for you because I share the same feelings. When I pity someone, I'm expecting more from them, so I'm not actually having the same feeling. I actually think you can do more. So I feel more positive about you than not. So I try to avoid pitying a lot of times. Like what I mean is it's countered by pity. I don't want pity to be like, oh, I'm sorry, like I'm apathetic, like I'm sorry for your loss. You have my kind of sympathies / pity, right? I don't like that. I don't want to do that. So usually I stick to encouragement. Okay, is sorrowful for when you still can do something about it? Oh no. Oftentimes sorrowful, I can't do anything about it. So, but the thing is, it can lead to something if I share the same feelings. We can grieve together. We can like find emotional solidarity in sorrow. In pity is often one directional to me, because the one person is not feeling that bad. They're pitying another person because you pity someone because you don't feel that for yourself. You think it's bad. You understand the concept that it's bad, but you're not in that situation at the moment. So that pity is tangential. And that person basically is pitying me that I self-pity, right? So the person that's talking is assuming that I'm struggling and feeling sad, of which they're not. Remember their words. Their words were saying that I'm like everyone else. They were like me somehow, and they got in a boat and they got out of that self-pitying thing. And so that person is simultaneously pitying me and then saying that I'm self-pitying because I hate myself, or like I don't understand myself. That's where the pity comes from. You can not understand yourself and then be self-pitying because you don't relate. You're doing something, but the things you're doing is not related to the reasons why you are sad, for example. So that's how I define self-pity. That's when you feel sad for yourself, but you continue to do the things that make you sadder. And that's a disconnect. It's a disconnect between what you think you're doing and how you're feeling. And if I were to pity someone else, it's a very similar thing. I'm pitying someone because I have no idea what to do. Like, I'm sorry for your loss, right? Like I try to embody it. I'm not a great actor. Like, I think I'm fairly decent at acting when it comes to trying to think about the social cues, but my impression that I did earlier is what I was talking about. Like, you share with me, oh, you failed an exam. Man, that really sucks, man. I'm sorry I don't know anything about quantum physics and how it feels to be spending 15 years of your life dedicated to a project and it turned out to be a dead end. I hope you find some solace in the 15 years that you spent. Maybe repurpose it to some thing that is beyond my understanding. I really do hope that you come out of this pit stronger and better. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say. It really does suck to feel like 15 years have gone off in a puff of smoke. That's pity. That's what I would sound like if I'm a pitiful person. Like, to myself. Like, if you're saying that to yourself, that's self-pity. When I fail to reach someone, I don't sit in the corner and say, no one really cares about what I do. Like, every day I stream for 7 years and I just don't understand. Like, no one ever watches these videos. Like, I'm kind of upset about why I want to play Neverwinter and just doesn't get anywhere. Like, the developers never listen to me. They're just corporate greed people who don't understand this stuff. And every time I write a video, some person just comments on it and contradicts me and makes me feel worthless. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. The world is a rotten place. People are just incredibly toxic and they say mean things even though they don't know anything about me. Like, it's pretty unfortunate that the internet is such a cruel place where people can't even spend 3 hours. That's self-pity. That's what a self-pitying person sounds like. And what do self-pity people do? They sit in the corner and you wouldn't even hear about them. It's oxymoronic to go up to a content creator who has been streaming for over 7 years and then started recording everything they do to share with other people that you can do things and still be happy about it in your own way as a person who's self-pitying. That is asinine, and the person who's suffering, in my opinion, that's concerning is the person who's trying to gaslight another person. It's an incredibly reliable defense mechanism for someone who's wallowing in pain. And you know what? There is a part of me that pities the person. I'm wishing the person good luck because I can't see myself being able to do anything for the person. They are so caught up in their own bubble that you can't reach them yet. And I hope they have good family, friends, supportive people in their bubble. Like, I really do hope they have someone that keeps encouraging themselves. They're not in this alone. Like, they said, like, they're making a game that they want to play. It's like, you don't have to do it alone. There are other people who might like the game you like or want to make. Go share it with the world. You're not hurting my feelings if you think that I am egocentric and self-pity. I don't need your pity. In fact, that was the whole point of my first response. You were taking pity on me by saying that BDO is worse than Neverwinter. Like, I don't care if it's worse, honestly. That's why I said I didn't empathize with you. Like, corporate greed doesn't hurt my feelings. I work around it. Clair Obscur is an awesome game. That's what I said yesterday the whole time. Sandfall Entertainment is amazing. I love Supergiant games. I'm talking about Hades now, for the record, because I'm thinking of the game of the year. This 2025 was the champion of these types of people who don't self-pity. They do something about it, and I tried to do something about it. This person was not receptive, so that's perfectly fine. Being sorrowful could be the start. Yeah, the start point. Yep. Which you then, from that feeling of sorrow, coming up with a potential method to help. Yes, solidarity. That's where the blood bond comes in. And here, I don't want to start with that, obviously. It's a default. Misery deserves company is a default, like a bottom line. So if that person's attempt was, oh yeah, BDO sucks too, let's all suck together. Like, let's all go into an echo chamber and say, corporate greed is always going to exist. We can't do anything about it. But then we like get out of it and then try to do something about it. It's like, yeah, I know. That's probably the part that I understand about you. Everything else you accuse of me of doing is wrong, in my opinion. Strictly wrong. The part where like the person described that they got into a boat and they pedaled out and started doing something about it, that was the closest point in which this person and I, the stranger and I, meet eye to eye. Because I didn't just... Let's go further. I didn't just get in a boat to like pedal out of a river. I circumnavigated the world, my friend. If you want to hear an egotistical and humble brag, I circumnavigated the world. Did you grow up with racism? Did you grow up with discrimination? I'm not sure. Maybe you did. We can bond with that. What did you do about racism and discrimination? What do you do about talking to yourself, making a comment about someone self-pitying and trying to gaslight them? I do that on a daily basis. Do you? Or do you sit in the corner telling yourself that you make your own game in the corner where no one ever sees it and you never share it, only when you conveniently show up and say, oh, I'm doing all of this. Like, good for you. I have room in my heart for other people. You don't. That's probably as direct as one can get. Okay, in your mind, pity seems to be a dead end. I agree with that. Actually, I empathize with pity as a dead end. Hence, I try not to pity people. I try to empower them. At most. The least I can do is pity a person that I can't help. It's like the less of things, right? If we're talking about reaching the bottom, I don't usually like to have a competition for bottom. Pity is easy. Sorrow is less easy because there's convenience involved. Like, you actually have to have the experience. And then there's helping. Helping is much, much harder. And then willing to sacrifice your time to help because you're really happy and content, that's even harder. I start with the hardest thing that I can do. I don't settle on the easy thing. When you pity someone, it's the weakest thing you can do, in my opinion. Like, one of the weakest things. You can ignore them. Even weaker is to ignore the person. And hear me out. You might be thinking, ignoring, wow, that's kind of cold. Like, but remember that when you get involved with someone, you can make things worse. That's why it's a sacrifice. It's a risk you take. It's hard because even if you sacrifice or trade off, that doesn't mean you're not going to make it worse for that other person. So I can think negative too. The thing is, I choose to take that risk. And if it makes it worse, it is on me. I failed. I can handle the failure. I really do hope that the risk I take means that that person has a better shot at not being miserable. You help people because you're willing to take on the risk as well. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. That's why I comment on people who say, oh, it's the thought that counts. Like, oh, I'm just being, like, I can't be a jerk if I'm acting out of kindness. Yes, you can. You can be a jerk while acting out of kindness. It's a risk you take. You're getting involved with someone else's life. So when you're typing up that keyboard warrior, when someone is saying like, oh, it's you, you're the worst person, you're a man-child, that's not someone who is offering generosity or caring about people. That is someone who's defending themselves because they have something that they need to defend and get out of the exchange. I'm not gaining anything by convincing them that they're wrong. or like I'm not the pig. Like they can assume anything they want about me. I wanted to reach out and say, I don't feel the same way as you, man. I'm sorry. And that's not pity, because I actually think like I wasn't trying to pity them. I'm just literally telling them that I think you make good points, or maybe points we can agree on, but I don't feel the same way you do. If I was pitying them, I would say, sorry, man. It sucks. Yeah, I know. Corporate greed sucks, man. Okay, and then let's go. What else we got? Okay, that's interesting. It seems like a copy of the difference between sympathy and empathy in a way. Yes, exactly. They parallel sympathy and empathy. You sometimes fear you have attributes of narcissism as though it's not nice to admit, but sometimes notice yourself acting as I'm above others, while also in other times feeling so far beneath others. That's understandable. That's someone who's compassionate. I want to clarify, when you feel you're above and below someone and constantly wavering, that's an attempt to be compassionate. When you're always feeling like you're above someone, narcissism. Having a fear of narcissism is a validation, in my opinion, that one has compassion. If you're constantly apprehensive about trying to reach out and communicate with someone, that is unfortunately, that's the bleeding heart scenario that I'm talking about. You have a bleeding heart due to compassion. How you choose to respond to that bleeding heart is very different among people. Some people try it once and they don't want their heart to bleed anymore, right? Like they close up the bleeding heart, they shackle it, and they put it behind an iron-clad defense mechanism. That's perfectly fine. That's how I interpret that person who's so upset about corporate greed that they go out and lash out at me for being content. Like, in fact, I think it's probably infuriating to that person to see other people enjoy things that they are guarding themselves against. So they would go out of their way, which is claimed in their response, they would go out of their way to bomb other people's game reviews to spread the gospel of their bleeding heart, or their aged heart, I suppose. And that's what they're looking for. So I really stand by my comment. I hope that person finds someone who empathizes with them. Like, go find a content creator who empathizes with them so that they can stop being cagey about their projecting their defense. Because you can find sorrow, you can find company in misery, and that could be a source of healing. It can also be a source of self-feeding, propagating echo chamber of despair. It's a mixed bag. When you have unstable emotional responses and you're unable to manage them, it can go anywhere. So who am I to say what is the best way to go about it? Is a suggestion. Often empathy and a source of empathy can calm unstable emotions, and that can help. To me, is a last resort. It's truly a last resort because you aren't demonstrating how it could be sunnier. You aren't demonstrating how it could be less toxic. You're not demonstrating different opinions. You're stuck in an echo chamber. So sometimes misery deserves company can backfire. The two people can be even more miserable together than they are apart. You can use it though as a last resort. It can be defaulted. Usually those situations lead to inaction. It creates a cycle of feedback. You're sad, I'm sad, let's complain together, and it led to nothing. That can happen. It can happen just as likely as I'm sad, you're sad, let's do something about it. When someone says, let's do something about it, and one person is sad, they are more likely to do something than the other scenario. You can do both. You can try to do both. Generally speaking, it's an order of operations that I take on. I don't pity people if they're already self-pitying themselves. Leaning on, so this person basically did that. If they think I'm self-pitying, they're pitying me now. That is not proactive. That's not the indicator of someone who's proactive, who understands empathy and compassion. You literally try to tell me what I am and to stay put. Stay put where I am by telling me to stay put. Like, good for you, man. Good for you. Do I have friends that do that? No. And if you think I don't have friends in these games because of that, it's like, stop projecting. You think I need friends in these games in order to help with my self-pity? Like, stop telling me what I think is important without understanding what's important. Pretty much all the arguments against me is from their perspective. They think you need friends to play online. They think you need friends to play an MMO. I welcome friends, for sure. I absolutely love the idea of starting another MMO together at some point. I haven't done that in a long while. But whoever's in the MMO, that's good enough for me. Like, I don't need to be your like closest friends to play a video game. Like, hey, let's go get a party together. Let's do that. If they exist. In Neverwinter, during that time slot, it doesn't exist. There are actually no players on to interact with. And if there's anything I would do, is I would run to a stranger and say, let's tackle this problem together. Right? And then you fear narcissism from that as the contradiction between looking down on others while also having massive insecurities. Yeah, imposter syndrome's a really evidence of a contrast to narcissism as well. You mentioned that as you feel that self-pity to an extreme extent could cause your brain to cope by instilling the complete opposite of those thoughts. Exactly. Yep. And it's worth mentioning, you know, as you covered my comment just after you typed it, having another person is absolutely wonderful. Both one that is incredibly empathetic and one that may not be, like a colleague, an office worker. Having different types of people around you can give you that nice exposure to all the cases, right? And if you're in an echo chamber, you don't get a variety of people to interact with. You only get the things that would confirm all your suspicions. In my opinion, you are more likely, unless you're the person who doesn't have the problem. Like, if you're shaping your echo chamber, you are... Here's one last thing about that guy's comment about maintaining my own echo chamber, like my own ecosystem. The person who is maintaining their own ecosystem is less likely to feel self-pity than someone who is in a bubble that has no control over it. There's so many leaps of logic in this person's projections of how, in my opinion, human behavior works. If you created a bubble that you have no control over, your misery, your depression, your tedium, your inability to like things, that's the bubble that person is talking about. If that person is insinuating I have control over my bubble, like I'm maintaining my own bubble, I'm less and less likely to be self-pity. Who am I talking about right now? I'm talking about the person who's accusing me of maintaining my own bubble. I actually do have insecurities that I manage each day. I take on insecurities of other people as well, every single day. Rarely do I ever contend with my own self-pity and my own sorrow and tedium and boredom. I spend more time sharing it and talking with other people about these things because I have room for that. This person likes to shape everything around them, so it makes it easier to maintain their own social bubble. I actually agree with them that they're not self-pitying themselves most of the time. It's kind of disappointing that that channel and that motivation and diligence is also bleeding into being something deleterious with a random stranger who probably could empathize with them about their frustrations. Sorry for the tangent, but Epic Games free. Yes, I already picked up Harry Potter Legacy, actually, or Hogwarts Legacy, not Harry Potter Legacy, Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah. So in case anyone is interested in things, by the way, I don't know if you guys like Epic Store or not, but Epic Store each year does a Christmas, like kind of like the 12 days of Christmas, a giveaway. So check back on a daily basis. Not sponsored, by the way. Sorry. I really need to say that. Not sponsored, but there's lots of places where you can get free games during this time of holiday. So definitely go and pick up those games. Like I'll give you a quick breakdown. I started a bunch of accounts, and one account has 180 games. My Steam account, to compare my Steam account, my Steam catalog is like 2,000, but most of them I curate and purchased. But there's one account that has 180. There's another account that has 120. There's another account that is 76, and then there's a new account that is 10. They're starting their services. So if you're very diligent and you can collect things, a lot of these things have less than like a 30% overlap. Obviously, all of these largely overlap with Steam. I still buy a game a lot of times, largely because it's my way of funding Steam, as well as trickling something to the developer slash publisher. Like, because I do believe Steam does do a lot for the appearance of that stuff. So hopefully you guys are doing that. If you're wanting to play video games, you know, despite the corporate greed and all that stuff, let your experience decide. We live in an unprecedented time where pandering to the player, no matter how difficult it is financially, and even sacrificing maybe personal philosophies and preferences and whatnot, there are lots of games you can go and try to find some value in. Despite my conversation with someone who suggests otherwise. You're certainly one of the people that most frequently disappointed me, although you probably aren't surprised. I'm not surprised, Mika. And I'm not going to hold that against you. In fact, whenever someone disappoints me, I work harder on it. Because that disappointment is also part of me, too. Like, you want to hear self-pity? If someone disappoints me, and I was involved, it's also my fault. Like, I failed too. We share the disappointment. When you help someone and that person fails, the one coping mechanism the helper has to understand is that we failed. That's the thing that takes a toll on psychologists. Oh, well, you know, particular psychologists. That's the toll that it takes on teachers. Specific types of teachers. That takes a toll on coaches. It's our failure now. And why do I think it's important to understand that? It's because then I do something about it. It's my responsibility too. When someone asks me for help and I say, "Oh yeah, I can try to help," I don't give up because I think we failed. That's called shared responsibility. The people who are ethnocentric, who has barely filled hearts, What they are doing is they helped and you should succeed. If you fail, it's not my fault. It's the victim's fault. It's the person you're trying to help's fault. That's their problem. I'm successful. If they fail and I tried to help them, it's not my problem anymore. We'll just push them off to another person. That is someone who is half full or less. Someone who's not very happy with their life because they don't have enough to share. They don't share the burden in trying to be successful. So when you read these red flags, you will see them. You will see in the conversation. The person will withdraw or not try to find someone else who's better qualified. You know, introduce them to a friend or someone they met, have their thoughts in mind so that they can find a path to recovery, even if it's not with them. Right? It's like, oh, hey, the specific problem you have, I don't quite have the experience. However, wait for this. Last week, I met someone who described something that is very similar and they overcame it. Let's put you and that person in contact. I know this might be a bittersweet moment that I can't be the person responsible like for your recovery, but I really do think that I'm trying to understand your problem, and this person is a lot more qualified than I am. That's compassion. That's bittersweet. When someone tells you, yeah, chief, I don't know, go stick in your own echo chamber and like go wallow in the corner. Not my problem, man. That's not compassion. That's pity. Let's see. A personal example surrounding this topic was the fact that at the poker game today with your housemates, even though you have focus on not self-pitying about me behaving in a way that others react to with awkwardness and cringe due to your behavior being abnormal given the circumstances, it still does feel rough. Like tonight where you said some things and the others just gave me that look to each other and then mockingly laughed about it. I'm sorry to hear that. But the great thing about that is that it's so valuable for learning how to act smoothly in social interactions. Fair enough. That's a great way to look. Yeah, that's a really proactive way to look at it. I test the waters. That's testing the waters in my opinion. If you intentionally, in my opinion, hear me out. If you intentionally do it, and you know what possible outcomes, or like you try to prepare yourself for as many possible outcomes, the result can be incredibly valuable too, without necessarily feeling that elongated mockery or like elongated uncomfortableness. And the next time it happens, you got a solid alternative way of going about it. Sorry for the constant me comments. No, that's what we're here for. It just is quite relieving to say some of these things for an unknown reason. That's the point. At least I'm here for that. Obviously, discreetly, like exercise discretion. But that's what I do, right? Like that's what I'm here for. So you don't ever have to be apologetic about that. The very nature of our interaction today is for the sole purpose of what you're saying. It is the unknown reason, in my opinion. The very reason of being able to say that. I still remember, I'll give you an anecdote. What was the first time I realized, like I can pinpoint the first time I told myself, I'm going for it. For the record, when I was a teenager, I did have a lot of self-pity. There was lots of self-pitying going on. And what did I do as a teenager? I suppressed it. Because Chinese culture. Oh, I suppressed that so hard, I couldn't even tell that I had self-pity. As a teenager, you know, like younger than 18. Oh yeah, you just You just push that down and bury it like nobody's business, right? I talk about my youth so often because I no longer am that person. Now, the moment I left the nest, right, I say go for it. And that poker game that you're describing, I can tell you what I did. It happened on I think it's the 3rd day of orientation. So oftentimes if you go off to live at a uni, right, Procar, you probably have this as a common ritual, orientation, quote unquote, week. This is where like all the clubs, upperclassmen, like welcome the freshmen, right? The freshmen. And then we would go and like form meet and greets, like circles among all the freshmen to introduce each other. Like, hey, how are you? My name is this. Tell me something about, you know, you have to tell like introduce yourself, what your major is, an interesting fact about you in a circle, you know, the kind of the Philly, lovey-dovey Philly, what choose your own adventure type. When I said I go for it, the first line I said after this, it was like, hi, my name is and I am majoring in biochemistry and molecular biology. And I said the next few words. Or I said the next sentence. If you haven't noticed, I'm Asian. And everyone laughed. And then I went further. Like, yep. And if you're wondering what I mean by Asian, I didn't talk like this when I was a teenager. It was more like oh, and by Asian I mean I play a violin. I don't know martial arts yet, but I'm interested in martial arts. I do watch a lot of anime, and I'm good at math and science. I mean, I major in that's what I said. Like, that's how I sounded. Nowadays, it would be like, hey guys, I'm taking a look around the room here, and I see something that's really lacking here. Do you know what I mean? Do you feel me? I feel like there's not an Asian vibe here. That's okay though. That's okay. I don't know if you guys notice, but I'm Asian. And I feel like my personality is a little bit egotistical here, but I think there's enough Asian of me to go around to fill this. Let's talk about what I mean by being Asian. I did practice martial arts now. I was a violinist. I thought I was good at math. Ooh-wee, I was not right about that one. I did. Oh yeah, for sure. You know it. I have parents that thought I was a doctor when I was born. Yeah. You know, they were like, all right, we have a son, the oldest son. And yeah, that guy, that little kid is gonna be a doctor, making 6 figures. That didn't happen. But I'm still Asian though. It's okay. I settled for the Asian F version. I got a PhD, so it's an Asian F. Story of my life. I know. You know, if you wanted to see something different, if there were more Chinese people in this circle, I would introduce myself as an American. Because that's what life taught me. And the difference here is, like, one of the biggest differences, like the underlying differences, is I'm committing to something. I'm intentionally committing to something, and I want to learn. I want to learn how people interact and respond to that. I'm breaking the ice. So whenever someone says like, oh, it could be a little awkward, it can be a little cringy, it's unpredictable whether if you do it with intent and confidence that someone else have just gotten their ice broken. That's the weird way of saying it. So you're making some people more uncomfortable, but you might also be making the uncomfortable ones be more willing to, it's a mixed bag. And being able to read people because you're intending to speak that way, like you are looking around, and when you're speaking and you're seeing the people's reactions, you can know which ones you're resonating with and which ones you're not, and you can work on those things. So back in the day, like, hear me out, this is my body language when I was in this period of time. I looked down, by the way. I looked down on the grass. We sat around, like, so it's like, so here's grass, right? And then we basically like sat around, like cross-legged around a circle like this. And we kind of like just talked across each other, right? In like a circle. It wasn't this big. I think there were like 10 of us, maybe 10 or 11 of us, in a circle. And I would be like looking at the grass, and I would be like brushing the grass with my hands, right? Not making eye contact, because I was a teenager and I was emotionally suppressed. Like, the way I grew up is to not draw attention to myself, because I thought I was raised to be like on Chinese values as opposed to like American values, right? But I'm surrounded by Americans, like at least most of them were multi-generational Americans, and they kind of value individuality. And it was the first time that I was tackling individuality. And without a strong identity and intent and commitment, people will think I'm socially awkward, right? And whatnot. So there's the body language would be like, yeah, so my eyes would dart somewhere else, and I would try to like find someone, maybe find one person who's like, I think this person seems like I can empathize. So I would be like talking specifically kinda to one person, even though despite I'm around and surrounded by multiple people. Nowadays, if I'm in a circle, I look around, I say something, and I pause a little bit, and I look around to see, what do you think about this? Let's bring all the people into the circle. Like, if someone's left out, I failed my attempt to communicate with a group. So it's been, I can't even tell you how interesting it is to look back on people doing this now. Like, what I mean is, whenever you see a YouTube video with a bunch of people in a circle, and then there's two people like having a conversation, like each person is taking a turn having conversation, how much I see myself when I was back in my teenager years. And now, to me, that's the default for like 20 plus material, like how people talk to each other in a group or in a seminar or something. The communication skills are kind of really lacking at the moment. And by lacking, I'm not talking about like you need to be proficient in order to succeed. I think you can succeed with the current level of communication skills, largely because like machine learning and technology can compensate for that. What I mean by lacking is it also limits potential opportunity to find companionship, empathy, and those other things that may or may not come into play. If somehow your life is so lucky that you don't need those skills, keep going. Go until you can, and hopefully that when you hit that wall or never hit that wall, you can recover from it. But generally speaking, if you have this ability to look around the room and say whatever you can or want to, and you know at least to some extent how you can respond to a group of different people, there are very few things that can stop you from trying and learning and becoming more confident. Not confident in that you can predict the future. That's a weak confidence, by the way. One of the weakest form of confidence is to try to predict everything that's going to happen in the future. Like, oh, you can study things so hard, you can calculate everything so hard that when you go to do it, you only do the things that is set in stone. That's absolutely set in stone. That to me, it's the most tenuous form of confidence. I have my confidence because I know I'll make it work. No, it's not going to be perfect. It's not ideal. It's not optimal. I can make it work. That's a different type of confidence. That's the confidence that is required to help other people, in my opinion. When you are a person who is built on ideals, helping people is not one of your tasks. It's not your calling, in my opinion. And you can be perfectly happy without engaging in that. If you want to, becoming more and more flexible, knowing that most things are not ideal, is probably where you want to start. So whenever I am surrounded by people who want to help other people, typically that's the first property that comes out. You're going to hear them say, you're going to hear apprehension. You're going to hear compromises, agreeability. Like, oh, sorry, like, I'm not sure if you're going to find this offensive. However, may I contextualize it so that it is less offensive before I proceed? Those type of things, they're laborious, inefficient, because things are not predictable. So when you're in a group and people spend more time being agreeable most of the time and they're perfectly happy, not like someone who hates helping other people because it's their job, for instance, you're probably around company that far prefers to waste, quote unquote, waste their time trying to help people than helping themselves because they have enough in their life. And I'm definitely one of those at the moment. I have enough things in my life to be grateful and happy, even despite someone calling me someone who's like coping and looking for, like, I have to fill a void in my heart and stuff. It's pretty disappointing to find that that is what the impression I gave. Like, it's on me, right? It's also on me. Somehow, even despite my intentional efforts, you will inevitably be able to find individuals who can see something that you may or may not see in yourself, or interpret something that is not what you intended. And that's how you deal with it. No apprehensions, really. Also, even though your housemates do that, you find it understandable. Yep. And that's great. And to give them props. You have noticed them being softer on you when you say something they could make a joke of, as you think they've noticed you're not as innately connected with all the social rules. That's fantastic. Those are friends for life. Friends are adapting to your social behavior. But obviously that's no excuse not to try to improve your social skills. That's great. A habit you really need to work on is when you're not feeling very confident or secure in yourself, you go on TikTok and listen to your liked videos. Oh, really? I haven't really considered. That's kind of eye-opening. I haven't really considered that as a reflex. I'll need some time to process that idea. Your like videos are videos that have an audio that uses as a soundtrack to immerse yourself in imagining a scenario in which you are far more than you are. Okay, so encouragement TikToks. Or like an encouraging environment. Okay. That's kind of a really clever way to use TikTok, honestly, functionally. Probably my initial concerns about that is ending up having a dependency on it. But I think that's a much more wonderful function than doom scrolling. So it's like a triggered response as opposed, like, from doing something else, as opposed to having TikTok trigger that response to itself. For example, you're listening to a song with the beat drop and imagine yourself as a king, and when the beat drops, it's me doing something like winning a. That works. That doesn't help the stereotypes. Winning a one versus fight against a tyrannical leader. Yeah, no, not so much. You feel that I'm being humble when you say I'm not good at math? I do have a weakness, and I don't take accountability for this. there are things I don't take accountable for, and that's probably imposter syndrome. One of the things I typically do when I introduce myself is that I introduce a fact about me that could be distinctive, and then I immediately ground myself by level the playing field, so that I don't exclude myself either. And that can come off as being humble, or sometimes people can see it as misleading. So for example, when I talk about this quite a bit, where when someone says they assume something about me, sometimes I just don't say anything. And I'm trusting that the person who's curious would ask me at some point. And this can give mixed results. I have to determine if the person who's assuming has any form of insecurities when it comes to relative proficiency and performance. So like if you keep something from someone and, you know, ground your realities, like downplay something, and it's revealed later that creates a point of embarrassment for the other person, that's something that I would make an exception for. But typically I would refrain from doing things. I tend to try to level the playing field. To feel grounded, you may be able to share something distinctive about yourself. Like for example, I rarely ever start with, I have a PhD in microbiology. Or like someone would tell me something like, hey, did you know that the Maillard reaction from a scalding hot pan to sear your steak creates this wonderful contrast in slight bitterness from the char and the proteins that... It's like, yeah, I do. Tell me more about it. Why are you so interested in the Maillard reaction? Now, this person was very passionate. I'm trying to act out a person who's incredibly passionate about that, right? So if the person was like, hey, I just discovered this really new thing, and I thought maybe I could help people understand it, and then, you know, and then you keep it from them that say like, oh, like they got a lot of things wrong, right? Like they misinterpret a lot of things, and you refrain from correcting them in a like a subtle way, in a soft way. Like, I'm not sure if you've got that correct or not. May I ask you, where did you get the information? Because my understanding is that the Maillard reaction is X, Y, and Z, right? Something that's contrasting with them. If I don't volunteer that to someone who is very apprehensive about their confidence in a knowledge, it can come back as betrayal. Because later on, it could be like, so it can very well end up being the situation where someone's like, you already knew this. Why didn't you help me? Why didn't you correct me? And you just made me you made me embarrass myself. There is a way to try to offset that, like a contingency plan to try to like save the person's face. Like I could react by saying, but I think you were on the path to better understanding the topic. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to see if you are able to correct it on your own. I believe in the value of learning from your mistakes. I hope you can appreciate that or understand that. I understand that it can be a little bit embarrassing, but I'm sorry I didn't have the foresight to anticipate that you wanted to be informed about this. But let's make it a learning experience. What have you learned since finding out that, you know, the facts were incorrect? I'm gonna try to sympathize with you. Sometimes I'm not too confident about these facts myself. So maybe the reason I chose not to speak at the time was because I myself was not certain about the facts you were talking about. But I trusted you that you would be able to learn from those things, knowing that you were aiming to learn something about the Maillard reaction, right? So there are different ways to go and try to save face between the two people versus like not doing anything about it, right? That's a interesting, like a hypothetical example. I'm trying to come up with these examples on the spot, so some of them are like not very detailed. Some of the examples of you saying something abnormal at poker tonight was frustrating as you meant what you said in an ironic way. Oh, okay. I do that quite a lot. But your housemates took it as if it was being serious and then laughed. Ah, I see. For example, you said to your housemate, "Have you heard this absolute banger song?" sarcastically. And then played it, and they just looked at each other thinking I'm being serious, which then they use it as a point of humor. Oh, okay. Did you play the Skippity Toilet song? Is that what you did? I would have started with. I feel like I could start with that, and then like look for their reactions. Like, and guys, really, you actually don't think this is ironic? Come on, it's the Skippity Toilet song. Like, nah, that's a banger. Really? Tell me about it. I want you to. Can you describe something? Like, can you break down the metrics or the measures for me? No, I'm really invested. Like, let's go. Let's commit to this. Maku PhD says he doesn't start conversations. Tell me. Yeah. For the record, did I already explain why I put the PhD at the end of my handle? It's because Maku was taken. So I waited each and every... So Twitch doesn't recycle names. And I know how old this account was, but they don't throw it back, so I can't have Maku. So when I added the PhD, it made... the reason why I did that was because now in video games, I can use this and not have to put like XXX 67 420, you know that type of thing. So that's what I did. And now hear me out. Here's a fun little statistic or anecdotal statistic. How many times do you think out of 100 that people notice the PhD? Out of 100, we'll give it a percentage. If 100 people saw me, like 100 unique people, that's kind of the yearly average that speak, how many times do you think someone noticed the PhD in my name? I often wonder how, if anyone find this stuff interesting. You feel so wrong doing that intro as the majority race in a country. I can give you an example of how to do that. I'm Asian, or I'm plain American in a majority race. In the reverse. 50-50? 10. So 10%. 10% of people notice the PhD in my username. So they don't even look at my username, right? They don't read to the end, okay? And it's written in a way that it's separated. So, like, it's not like it's written in a way, like the display of the name, it's not written in a way that doesn't make it seem, or like they don't try to pronounce this, basically. Right? They don't try to say Makuped or something like that. That's not it. Now, I got something even more interesting. Of this 10%, so of the 10 people, what do you think they ask about? What type of question? Like, what do you think is the most common question? It's kind of scattered. Like, two of them Like, the 3 of them would say something, maybe 2 of them would say something, and then 1 of them would say something. I know this doesn't add up to 10, but we're talking about more. There are a lot of ones, but there are 3 examples I have off the top of my head. One is definitely more common. The first question: what does that stand for? Because we have to, you guys have to think about how often this stuff happens. Like, I might raise this to like 5, probably. The most common question I have is, what does the PhD stand for? Legitimately, they type out, what does the PhD stand for? And didn't expect that to be the most common. The second one is what kind of PhD? What type of PhD? That's the second type. And I think it's graduated to about 4. Right, the rest are pretty negligible. There's not enough sample size. Some weird ones would be some more specific. It gets more specific as it goes down. So the specific ones tend to be the rarer ones, like what was your experience like? What was your experience like on your PhD? Or like what was the topic of your PhD? It gets more specific as you go down. But the most common ones are the most general ones. Nowadays, the vast majority of people who frequent Twitch and YouTube are people who don't know what a PhD stands for. Like, the abbreviation for PhD. So, however, the most common is that 90% of people don't bother with the name. The name is not important. Like, if you want to know if this is true and it's happening to you, today I already admitted that I couldn't remember Brian Cox's name. Even though I've made a couple references to Brian Cox already from YouTube Shorts, I still could not remember Brian Cox's name. And why am I saying Brian Cox a bunch of times? It's a way to help me form more associations to reinforce not forgetting Brian Cox's name again. Like, this is something that happens on the internet 90% of the time. You consume content and you don't even know who made it, who created it, and if you're wondering, okay, it's obviously it's just an internet problem, right? No, it's a human problem. Do you remember the actors in the movies you watched? Do you remember the director, the screenplay writer, the music composer in the movies you watch? You might be saying, oh yeah, I remember the special ones, the ones that you really love. And so it's like, yeah, that's exactly my point. So, how often would you expect someone to remember your name? As impressionable as you are to them. So if you want someone, if you think that you're an impressionable person who speaks and you impress a lot of people, the reality is, how many people remember your name? Because one of the lowest effort ways of remembering someone is attaching them to their name. We've been staring at this character for a very long time now. You're attaching a meaning to this, through the context and through the exposure. How memorable is it? Well, my name is as memorable as I know my reality is. I'm not a clout chaser. I don't have really strong first impressions. It takes hours for people to understand what my intent is behind the things I do. And it's intentional. Intent. I'm intentionally doing that. So How often do people actually notice my name? Not very often. You make an impression, then they'll know your name. Right? They have to come back and find you somehow. In fact, those people who find you again, they typically find you by a means of not looking for your name. They remember the context. So when we go, I'm going to tie it all the way back to language learning, guys. What is the most wonderful trained skill that a person on the internet does really well that makes them not so great at reading another language? They learn by contextual, procedural execution. So how do you get them to learn and use that? You have to tie the actual character and representation to that procedural memory. So yes, it's going to be very difficult to remember what the actual characters are and what they actually look, because most of the time what you're doing is you're procedurally replaying the thing, and that's how you remember things. And yes, that's how I remember things too. So the hard part is actually remembering the literal thing. The easy part is all the associations that are involved in recalling this. And that's one of the reasons why, in my opinion, names and details are difficult. And I'm not saying that it's any less difficult for me. I practice and work on how to make it feasible. Like, it's still really difficult. Remembering specific details is not efficient to the human brain. Association is. So you can kind of like say, oh yeah, remember that time? Yeah, you know, that time we talked about a coffee? Remember the first conversation we had, Mika? It was about water, and then we kind of talked about metallic bottles, right? And then that kind of led into the day a couple of weeks later about the bubble tea. This is how we recall memory. Like, and what I mean by this is when you spend a lot of time on the internet and you're glancing at things and you're creating context, immersion only context, you have a vague idea of things. You're connecting through associating vague ideas. That was a very memorable conversation about liquids. Yeah, you're reinforcing it. We're reinforcing it with more details. That's how we get to the exact answer. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of different contexts. So if someone asks me, am I surprised that this is a continuing conversation about immersion only and the efficiency of immersion only versus like SRS and diligence and stuff? I'm not surprised. The internet makes you very good at something and not so much well practiced in some other things. And the goal is to do all of it. You need to end up doing all of it. You have to be decent enough for the whole shebang. Like, you could be 90% really awesome in A, but the process needs B, right? You get stopped. So 10%, so your success rate is 10%. This is a bottleneck. If you're okay with that and say all I need is column A, or even like you could say C is in this column, if that's all you need, awesome. If you want the whole process, you have to address your bottleneck. And one of the biggest bottlenecks for language learning is time. Time management, consistency. So oftentimes when I see people like, oh, they're worried about remembering like remembering how to do this, remembering how to do that, remembering how to do this, and integrating all these fancy tools and stuff. And the first thing I notice is, man, they have a bottleneck with being consistent. So no matter what they do, they can never be consistent enough to realize how good they are. Like, obviously the worst case scenario is they really suck already still at that too. I usually don't think so. I actually think most people on the internet, they're really good at collecting information. There's a lot of information, picking up new picking up new fads and new trends. That's quick, fast, instant, all the time. It's very fun. It's quite great. And then my only thought is, dang, it's gonna suck when they realize that regardless of how high their aptitude is for this, it's gonna feel like they've only successful like 1/10 of the time, because it requires the entirety of the process. You actually have to complete the entire process. So most of the time, then what I ended up doing is, when someone asks me, oh, what can we work on? Work on the things that take less effort, and work on the things that take more effort, more. For now. It's not always going to be forever. The thing is, if you can't see your weaknesses, there's often a chance, not all the time obviously, there's often a chance that your strengths are limited by your weaknesses. And we talk about bottlenecks. And that's where you can offer some clarity. You point out bottlenecks and not offer advice. That's a different story. Like, when I get a chance to observe someone doing something, I try to point out potential bottlenecks. And you ask the person, how are you going to address this bottleneck? Priming them to do something is not necessarily going to get them to notice and look at the bottleneck they didn't notice in the first place. And then when you prime them, they're going back to this. They're going back to the idea that they don't have to address the bottleneck because you're addressing the bottleneck. So before you provide advice, learn the nature of their bottleneck, right? Like, you have to let them express and describe to their greatest ability what it is. We're gonna have a long stream today. It's okay. We don't have like Neverwinter. That's fine. It's fine. I still got like 2 hours and 14 minutes of digression time that I set aside. No, we're not gonna spend all of that time. But yeah. Anyways, again, it's always a pleasure to hear different people's scenarios, and then I love yapping about potential things to talk about. Commentary awareness is the catchphrase that I'm working on. Thanks to the guy that I was talking to, or talking at, or they were talking at me, the attempts, I've decided that I've used this phrase, and I actually think this phrase is pretty nice to describe something that I do. Commentary awareness. And that is, I make commentary specifically to address awareness issues, or like raise awareness. And it's not advice. There's a difference between advice, which most people default to. Like, when they're offering commentary, they're talking about advice or opinions. And I like the idea of it's commentary. I'm making observations about things, and then I'm making commentary on hypothetical situations. And hopefully that talking about these things is sufficient to allow people like Procall, for my personally, to want to also provide commentary awareness of themselves, of other people. And that collectively can be both self-healing or self-improving, as well as others. And I hope that the future of the internet continue. This is a big hope, that this becomes more of a regular thing. You can find commentary awareness in a very popular format, a podcast, right? Specifically, if the two people involved are curious about each other. That's a very specific condition, because if you have a podcast where two people are not curious about each other, they are echoing. That means they already planned and intentionally created a narrative that they are already planning to do. A podcast between two people who are naturally curious with each other, there are wonderful examples, by the way, and they aren't even podcasts, they're interviews oftentimes, like Hot Ones, for example, right? Sean, oh no, what's his name? What's his last name? Sean, I'm so sorry. Hold up. I only remember him as Sean because everyone keeps... Sean Evans. Yes. Sean Evans, or like, oh man, Josh, what's Josh's name? Hold up. Josh Shore from Mythical Kitchen, for example. They do, Josh Shore do The Last Meal, and and Sean Evans obviously does Hot Ones, right? And that type of thing is where genuine curiosity happens. So oftentimes it creates commentary awareness. Basically, the things that they say can raise awareness on things, but they're making commentary on their experiences, and then they're talking about it from a mutual curiosity standpoint. That's where I feel like some podcasts, not all podcasts, are treated equal in terms of curiosity. Oftentimes nowadays, podcasts can be commercialized. So they are commercialized in a nature that involves a predetermined, not curious, but more like synthesis, like a propagation, and more like an echo chamber situation where, like, oh, I like books, I like this specific book, let's go and talk about this specific book with another person who likes this specific book, and then they both talk about the specific book, but they're not necessarily curious about each other, about why they like the specific book. They specifically talk about why they both share the same things about the specific book. There's no like curiosity about how they differ, or make commentary about the awareness of each other's likeness to it, right? So there's quite a different form. I'm typically quite interested and enamored by individuals who are more of an interview process podcast. Talk shows actually kind of do that already. Talk shows in the United States are kind of timeless in that nature, for the idea that the intent is to produce commentary awareness. Like, they're making commentary about their experiences in life and sharing and catching up, and there is often a genuine curiosity about catching up with people, despite having tenuous, like, vicarious experiences most of the time, right? Anyways, the content creators are doing that now, and it's kind of also exciting. If only you didn't have to discuss the interesting stuff at 3 a.m. We can discuss interesting stuff any time of the day, Mika. Any time of the day. And you know where to find it. One day, machine learning, a model will be able to pick out those interesting things, and then we'll auto-cut it into a video. Actually, something already does that, but not integrated into YouTube. And then one day I'll continue that section that died in obscurity. It's called the deep digression section. I used to manually, and it took me a very long, like, it took an unnecessary amount of time, so I couldn't do that at the frequency that I was streaming. Back then I streamed, like there was a period that I didn't stream every day, so I would take time to like cut out the deep digression periods. No, there's like a 20% chance you reply to a given group of your DMs. Yeah, that's usually how that works, because time is tough. Today I spent answering someone's WaniKani question. So I typed up a response. The person was asking about what scripts I was using to like get the experience I had. So it took me like an hour to type up the response. So that's like pretty much all the time I had today before stream to prepare for things. So it dealt with like the dark mode and whatnot. Video comments. It happens. And also nonchalantly, there's a reason why I'm replying to you less frequently, because you need time to pass. Like, my inclination is that you would perhaps it's implied that you understand that you have to do something consistently. So if I'm constantly responding and like adding new information, you are more likely to less likely stay consistent with what you're currently doing. You're already doing that without me, so like adding on more information doesn't. Tactical ghosting. Tactical. So it is implied, but you still dislike having to wait. Yes, tactical. So when you understand that, then that's also one of the trust exercises, right? When you specifically say you have to trust the process and you go, you're not trusting the process. That's why tactical ghosting is a thing. And I mean, if there was a way to say I read it, I would give you thumbs up and stuff, but a lot of times you need space, time to process and be consistent. And hear me out. The tactical ghosting only comes about because I like that tactical ghosting. Comes about because you already answered the questions yourself. As in, the information that we have spoken about has already occurred. So that's growth. I don't need to iterate to you what you already know. I'm trusting you, right? It's that whole point of like expecting more from the other person. Like, you don't need to be told time and time again and nagged time and time again when you already tell that to yourself. So anytime, the 20%, you got to check back on your replies, because every time you do something and you reflect on it and you wrote something that you're going to do, I actually respond to you. There, Anki discussion earlier, for example. Yes, that's a good example. It's a very good example. If I add more, you're going to change the thing more, but you're also adding more and you're doing something about it. So that's kind of nice. I wouldn't be able to tell you more about what you can do until you do it, and then I can see how it worked out. So overpromising is a danger too. So you I'm trying to balance it out. Overstepping, over coddling, that's something that I know I have a weakness. Like, over coddling someone doesn't necessarily make them independent. Also, by the way, there is this one thing, I don't know how common this is, but a dual role. This is I forgot what it's called. Let me see if I can find it. Dual relation. Like, dual relations is a thing. I'll just leave it as dual role. Basically, sometimes if you don't give someone their space, like even in a like a stranger or helpful colleague person situation, when you create a dual role, then what happens is it's going to be difficult to know if there are problems. Like, whose problem is it? Because the problem could be us, since the dual role is one that is trying to help and one that is enabling. So we share too many things consistently together, it can end up being enabling as opposed to helpful. That's one of the dual role situations. It's easier to reject someone if you blur the lines. So it can be difficult to know what's a problem and what's not a problem, and things can be trivialized because of that. It's kind of one of the reasons why it's nice to have friends and family as well as a outside person. An outside person, friends and family, those are different roles with respect to the person that's having the problem. So oftentimes it's a very important thing to emphasize when you're trying to help someone, especially a stranger that you don't share space with, that do you have a friend? You should hang out with your friend every once in a while, see what they feel and feedback from how they interact with you. Go hang out with your mother or your father if they're around and try to do some of that. Siblings, maybe. And then your teachers, your classmates. That's a way to not link all the roles together. It's kind of like having your teacher as your friend at the same time. That can be very sketch. It can get, there's a conflict of interest when your teacher ends up being your best friend at the same time that they're teaching you. Or like your therapist is your best friend at the same time you're their patient. That's those are situations, and it happens with friends. Like for example, a real example would be someone who thinks they're best friends, but the other person likes the other person, like the other person. That's a dual role. A friend is not the same as a lover, and they have conflicts of interest. So that's kind of one of those things to consider here. And are we having a problem? Like, am I enabling you, for example, to do whatever because it's becoming easier and easier for you to reject whatever I'm saying because now we're very familiar with each other. So if I'm like sharing too much details of which you can use to soften the idea or the interaction, then it can also mean that I become less and less useful as someone you should be finding someone else who can offer like a grain of salt or something, right? Kind of a lot of things I'm considering. Largely though, the tactical ghosting is to give you some space to process. Time humbles us all to a great extent. Oops.
Nemui.
All right, we're definitely gonna get this. We're definitely gonna complete this today. Thanks for all the wonderful inspirations of conversation. Hopefully some of this stuff was very interesting, right? I'm juggling. I'm very stimulated. Yesterday's digression was very long. Finally get to know what that character was. Nemui. It's the thing that you feel all the time. It was the one you're supposed to know, You don't know sleepy? 眠いですか? uh, あなたは眠い? Finally, oh, sorry, I read that again. Are you sleepy? I think you should be sleepy right now. You do? You just forgot the character. Oh, okay, fair.
Nodo.
Oops. Not thickness. Or it could be thickness. I just wrote thick. I'm kind of lazy there.
貸し切り
Yeah, messed up, sleepy feelings, timings. Okay. I think we can take a page from Procall, Mika. I really like how Procall is proactively using TikTok as like a form of centering. Maybe that's kind of something that you can use for sleepy feely time. I haven't talked to this potato in a long time, but there is a potato who, while blue lights are not the greatest, here's a testament, and it's like contrary. It's more like showing the strength of habits over like neurological things. But this one potato that I know, and I haven't talked to him in a while, he deliberately puts on a YouTube video to fall asleep to. So that could be something. Obviously, if he's falling asleep, then yeah, maybe like blue rays are hitting his face, and that's fine. But his eyes could be closed. I don't know. So, and Procall is doing something reflexive too, reactively using TikTok to get in to center his thoughts. I used to do that quite a lot. I used to do something that is very readily available to center my thoughts too. I listen to brown noise for. You like listening to VODs, but we're not talking about like. I don't know if you understand. I'm talking about like really curating the VODs, like not. So Procall, he curated the VODs. It's a project that it's a thing that he worked on. Like actively, because he mentioned like very specifically. But you're saying you're sleeping to VODs. Like, okay, what kind of VODs? When did you sleep with the VODs? How long do you do it? When do you use VODs to sleep to? Do you know the characteristics of the nature of the VODs? Do you have specific, like, make it a project, I guess, in a way to speak. Like, the reason why I'm saying that is if you make it into a project, it might be something that might be interesting. Okay, so now you have specific VODs. Why did you choose those specific VODs? And how did you... these are rhetorics, by the way. You don't have to answer these questions. I'm asking, what are the characteristics of those VODs? What have you learned from the characteristics of those VODs that help you sleep? If you can use those... Can you do it without the VODs? Or can you do more with those VODs in a manner that can be even more potent? So, if you're already doing it, there's something to work on with intent. And when I mean intent, I mean like if you're having sleepy feely timing problems, you're trying to create something that you have learned that you can memorize 10-hour segments of speaking word for word. Not entirely sure if that means you're getting sleepy or you're paying attention to the VODs. Like, hear me out. If you're remembering memorize the 10-hour segments of speaking word for word, that's really not sleeping. I don't want to sound too contrary, But there is very little evidence to support that someone who remember words are getting sleepy. That typically means you spent more time remembering the words while trying to sleep. But I'm glad to hear that you can at least sleep from memorizing those words. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like the whole idea. I don't know if there was a fad, and I'm not sure if this is still true or not. There's still a fad going around. I don't think there's very strong evidence to support it. It might still be true. That you know how people say you can learn while you're sleeping. You know, put on something and then you can learn the things. Usually it takes active attention to remember those things. So oftentimes when someone has the intent of remembering something, I would argue they probably actually sleep less because the thing is trying to make you remember those things. When you're asleep, there's not strong enough correlation to produce the evidence that your memory of something while you're sleeping with noise around you allows you to recall things from sleeping. There was a lot of popular things, they're still quite popular now, where like for language learning, for example, relating back to language learning, this popularized idea in a smaller group of people who want to believe that putting on like a backtrack of Japanese while they're sleeping somehow gets them to memorize words in Japanese or even comprehend them. Or it's more like comprehend them, let alone memorize them. So there must have been some sort of active activity that was happening that allowed you to memorize 10-hour segments of speaking words. Yeah, learn Japanese when sleeping, 800 words in 12 hours. Yeah. So hear me out. I'm merely proposing a null hypothesis, right? We talked about null hypothesis. What if you're memorizing those 10-hour segments of speaking words could be used functionally, and also there's a chance that it's telling you that you're not actually sleeping while listening to the VODs. Like, you know, we have to keep that in mind. Like, there isn't significant enough evidence to say that when one is actually going to sleep or is sleeping, their memory increases from exposing to specific words. So if you're remembering words over time, hearing the same VODs, that means that's likely that because right now, it would strongly suggest that you were awake when you were listening to them. How can memorizing hundreds of hours of stream audio be helpful? I have no idea. But clearly you remember something. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna tell you now, if I listen to a VOD over and over again, I like remember less and less. And not that I don't remember what's in the VOD, I remember less and less about the specific words. I remember more and more about the general gist. So like you're saying you're remembering speaking word for word. You would remember the cadence, like the feel of it, because it becomes more and more passive. And that's what makes sleeping more, I think Procol is probably going to talk about this. When you hear things, when it becomes a blur and it's nondescript and it's very repetitious, that induces sleep. Like that's a thing that's associated with sleep. So if you're remembering specific words and those details, that's kind of like having the opposite effect. You're able to recall details, but sleep is induced by, like, at least in my opinion, this is the current, like, again, everything else could be true if new research comes out, but generally speaking, is the repetitious nature, the blurriness is what creates a sleep intent. So it could be more effective in lighter sleep stages rather than REM sleep. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Procol. And you know, that's kind of a scary thought that I thought about. If doing that can be more effective in lighter sleep stages, does that mean that REM has a delayed onset for these people? Because what is strong in evidence, I'm not a sleep person, I forgot what they're called, but someone who studies sleep. REM is that quality of sleep that affects sleep deprivation and whatnot. It's a stronger correlation with the feeling of restfulness and consolidation over time. So if you're effective at lighter sleep, it doesn't translate as well to having long enough sleep to go into REM. And if there are methods that produces more effective lighter sleep, there is often a chance it is delaying the onset of REM sleep. Like habitual napping, for example. Often it feels kind of nice because lighter sleep when you don't hit REM means that you're still kind of operating in a way. And then if you chronically sleep different napping situations, it doesn't make up for the lack of REM sleep. At least this is like 5 to 6 year old stuff, so this could very well be different now. I haven't really looked into sleep research anymore. This was like when I was struggling, you know, it's doing the internet thing. When I was struggling with sleep, or my sleep hygiene was terrible, that's when I looked into and primary literatures on sleep correlations and whatnot. And oftentimes I think the REM parts held up. The lighter sleep and like the power napping and the spaced napping, or not going into REM if you're not going to have enough time for REM, that type of thing, all those things were like still up in the air right now. Like, can you get, if you sleep and intentionally not enter REM, can you nap and still have good REM sleep later on? For example, that's what the napping is, the whole idea behind power napping. You nap for a short period of time without triggering REM, so that when you go to sleep to get REM, you're not elongating, like you're not interfering with the timing of REM sleep. And there's this like distinction between what is the impact factor on circadian rhythm. Is it REM sleep or is it light sleep? So light napping can have like, you can try to have the best of both worlds. Light napping could give you a reset, a short cognitive reset, which has been known to be linked to long study sessions. For example, right? You look up, close your eyes for a moment, blank your mind, 5 seconds, you come back, and somehow it feels a little bit restful. That's kind of like the aspect of a lighter sleep, taking a nap. Like I have done this, by the way, when I was studying back in the day, when I intentionally procrastinate, so that's basically working with time efficiency, I would have like 10-hour workloads, right? But I would take a nap 15 minutes. My break would literally go to my like singular piece of furniture, which is a blow-up mattress, by the way, an air mattress. It was an aero bed, a twin-size aero bed on the ground, which is kind of like now because my bed's right there, but that's just a foam mat now. 15 minutes. I put on an alarm, I get back up, and I do it again for like 1 hour. 1 hour, 15 minutes. 1 hour, 15 minutes. And then during this process, I will still have a period where I sleep for like, back in the day it was like 5 hours, which that helps me get to REM, right? And that's what I was juggling before. So it's interesting to think about lighter sleep and REM sleep. Yeah, I don't know what the current research is about nowadays regarding that. How can memorizing, oh wait, so not sure if it's related. You have several credit card numbers memorized for fun. That would be a great way to do it. Like if you had to remember important numbers for your life, like for example my social security number, right? And then just use that as a way to propagate lighter sleep. Just help yourself remember specific things like your bank account numbers and your I haven't really. That's a fun. Idea to think about how you can make it useful. For the record, I rarely ever participate in memorizing, like doing memorization. How do I remember my credit card number? I use associations. So like if the credit card number is like 1 2 3 4 6 5 6, I don't know, 7 8 9 0, I don't even know if this is a valid. I think it's like 4 7, like 3 sets of 4 in the United States or something, 3 sets of 4. And I would make a story about this, a story about this, and a story about this. It would be composed of this, 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 and this. And then that's how I remember it. I wouldn't remember 1 2 3 4 6 5 6 7 7 8 9 0. Like I wouldn't sit here and say 1 2 3 4 6 5 6 7 7 8 9 0. 1 2 3 4 6. See, like I have to look up again to remember that. Alternatively, you can at least chunk it and look at it as 12, 34, 65, 67, 78, and 90. You could at least look at it that way. I would ask myself, why is 1 2 3 4 important to me? It's the first 4 numbers of a sequence. The 1 2 3 4, easy, right? 65, you do 3 by 3. I see. Like here, I would do 67 is a meme and 2 less of that. So what the meme is 2 less than 67. That's how I remember the second combination. Why do I say 2 less than 67? Because 65 is before 67. Right? So I don't remember 6567 or 6567 or 65 and 67. 7 8 9 zeros. Yes, exactly. 7 8 9 zeros. You got it. Exactly, drama. You and I think we really do think quite alike using association. Yeah, 7 8 9 zeros. Yeah. So these are the ways I would remember number sequences. I wouldn't like go and say 1 2 3. That's a yikes. And for the record, that also means my benchmark tests. By the way, I did do the benchmark test that Miko did. I would score lower. Like I would score lower because I would have to come up with these things first to remember them. My raw recall would be terrible. Like imagine like, oh, you can just remember these things off of your raw memory. Good for you. Like that usually translates really well. So like I'm not surprised that I'm surprised you would be surprised that my benchmark my benchmark test when I was doing it pretty willingly that way it wouldn't translate to raw memory. I scored pretty mediocre. I was like in the 70th percentile. It's useful that someone can say to order something in your family and you can just do it on your phone. Oh yeah, true. I do that too, by the way. I know I know quite a lot of numbers. I know both my parents' social security numbers because I do most of the paperwork. I know 3 of their bank accounts and 2 of because I look at their checks and stuff to make sure everything's okay. And then I do direct deposits and stuff to sort their tax stuff and whatnot. And I also know like 2 or 3 of their primary credit card accounts. 2 and 3. I know all of my mother's employment information, like her employment ID and stuff. Like her employment ID is 2 letters and 16 digits. For her employment because I have to like register for medical benefits and renew her insurance and all that. So those are things you can use things like that to remember. Convenient. Unnecessary, but convenient. Oh, you just remember upfront number strings? All 16 card numbers followed by 4-digit pins and 3, yeah, security codes. I got one. So at Otakon, I do registration. And registration requires open registration on the day of the con requires payment. And I have to handle credit cards and enter the CRC, is that what they call it? CRC, and then the credit number and stuff. And I glance at tons of people's IDs. And I often make it a game, how many do I remember? So on the average day at Otakon, I would say I probably see 3,000 of these. And no, I'm not gonna tell you I remember all of them. I'd probably remember like 300 of them. Yeah, rote memory, like just like rote memory, even plus association. By the way, you only see these things at a glance, like, or at most you would see it for like 1 second each. You see it flash, look at it, right? Type it in and you go. So what component is most memorable are the ones in which I had to input manually. So when people talk about what's the point of output when you're doing recognition, the stuff that I remember far more is the CRC that I have to enter manually. And then the things that I have to remember most are whenever a credit card information is required. And then obviously the most memorable IDs would be IDs that are foreign. So if you're ever wondering, like, if you're gonna do something repetitious, right? Like, how do I work with Anki, for example, or how do I work with SRS? I do it every day in real life too. So in lives, when you're doing an exercise, like a task, repeatedly, you got to get better at it. So, like, and not to kind of, I'm focusing on getting more people checked out. So I'm going to tell you now, I know the top 15 area code, zip codes. So when I was like getting IDs, asking them for their zip codes, how I get faster. When someone says 222, I already know the last 2 digits. Like, I learned all the permutations of the zip codes of the likely case that they have looking at their IDs. So if their ID is specifically from somewhere, the odds are, so I fill in the gaps. So as I'm asking the question and they're providing information from me, I am combining knowing what is going to come next and immediately anticipating those things to speed up my service. Right? I've seen a lot of IDs, and hear me out. All the questions that people ask, I add them to my routine. So during the course of every year, we do this for 3 days, right? We do this for, actually it's 4 days. I'm in front of the registration. The workflow gets, and over the years, I've been doing this, I guess, on staff for 6 years. The workflow has improved over time. I answer questions before they come up. I know all the zip codes and the credit cards that they would probably say while they're saying it. So I would be in the process of entering all those things as we're going. And that's kind of what it's like to live, I guess, if I'm trying to give an example of how I do my work. Like, if I have a job, I immediately get better at it as I'm going. Like, on day 1, I'm expected to get up to speed as much as I can on any task that I'm learning at the moment. So what you do is you use your abilities and your, like, what can you learn from using SRS? I'm giving you an example of it. Any menial task that you do repetitiously in your life can use the observational skills and the problem solving skills that you use for language learning. That's what school is supposed to teach you, in my opinion, by consequence, not teach you by explicitness. Like, it's not supposed to explain these things to you. In my opinion, they typically don't explain these to you. And oftentimes these type of problem solving skills and critical thinking skills come with the challenges that school presents to you, not from explaining it. So most of these problem solving skills, whenever I do a task, that's what I do. If I have to go work at a cashier at a grocery store, I will immediately incline to improve over time. Day one would be the largest gain I can get, because beginners, there's a lot of things I don't know how to do yet, right? The whole thing that I talked to you about, Mika, about studying ahead. Even before I start a job, I'm already ahead of where I'm supposed to be. As in, when someone says, oh yeah, this guy's coming in for the first day, what am I going to do? I'm going to be prepared for something when I come in. I'm not waiting to be prepared by someone. When I'm prepared for something, then that person who's preparing for me, I get more value out of their time. Because then I also am prepared to engage in it. And then the second day, when someone expects oh, this is where he left off yesterday, it's not going to be where I left off. I'm going to be coming in the second day using the information I learned from the first day and trying to get ahead. Or getting better faster. And in my opinion, that's one of the downsides of procedural expectations from someone who's overly qualified. So hear me out. There is a detriment to this. You might be saying, well, that sounds like you always win, right? You always win because you always exceed people's expectations. And that's not true. It's not always a good thing. Obviously, there's an exception. I'll balance it out and ground this. There's a such thing as being overqualified. I don't know why I wrote it with a Q, but let's try it again. There's being overqualified. When you are overqualified, what happens is there can be a conflict of interest. And you've probably seen this before when you're early on. If you're a kid who thinks that you know more than the teacher, and then often that can create conflicts of interest. As in, the kid would be less likely to listen to the teacher if they think they are ahead of them. So the way I try to negotiate myself being overqualified is that when I study ahead and prepare ahead, I don't go in thinking that I am better than them. I'm trying to find out if what I think is correct is how they do things. And then if there's an opportunity to explain what I have done instead of what they have done, it would be extra. If I prepared ahead and it turns out that they don't do it at all, it's not a waste of time to me. I spent time problem solving. When you're a kid, you think you know better. When you're younger, you think you know better. There's a rhyme and reason to certain things that happen. Your ego cannot compensate for your lack of clairvoyance and lack of experience. So oftentimes this whole phrase, overqualified, that's what can create an undesirable effect. So whenever someone says well, you say you want to be a barista or you want to be a cashier, it's well, yes. I'm like, it sounds interesting. Let's do it. But if you're in my position, you can be overqualified for it. And it's not because they don't want someone who can solve their own problems and stuff like that. It can create conflicts of interest. It could have authority dynamic problems. This does exist in the workplace. So yes, it's not all sunshine and rainbows to be over analytical and super efficient. Sometimes businesses want to pay less. Yeah, clairvoyance. Yeah. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows. And I've already encountered this, by the way. In fact, I have a fun story about a colleague that I know. Just a really cute colleague. He finished his PhD. Or actually, yeah, I think he finished his PhD. He either decided to leave with a master's or he finished his PhD. And he went on to become a detective. And during his time, he explained how many different things, like weird questions and stuff he had to go to explain that why would a person with a PhD want to become a detective? Because there's a concern. There's often a concern when you have certain line of thinking and certain line of aptitude that's not well equipped for things, or maybe overly equipped for things. So this stuff does happen, and it's a sobering thing. So the lesson I take from these things is there's such thing as being too specialized. Right? It's like the same as taking a sledgehammer. You can take a sledgehammer, the opposite approach, a sledgehammer to a nail. There's appropriateness. There's range of limits of appropriateness of people's skills to the task. And if you're looking and how does this relate back to studying, sometimes there's appropriateness in the way you approach your studying, and that can be a silver lining to some people. That could be the very nature that people get demoralized at the same time. I think of it more as a silver lining if you have problem solving skills. So if you have critical thinking and problem solving skills at your disposal, the thing that I just said sounds like opportunity. If you don't have these things, it's a great indicator that there might still be potential to work on problem solving and critical thinking skills. Because this, what I would say for someone who lacks critical thinking and problem solving skills, that's troublesome. It's tedious. And those are problems, like literal problems that you can't solve, right? Problem solving sees them as opportunities, and I typically think of it as opportunities. Like someone tells me cashier is terrible, right? Cashiering is terrible. By the way, I'm vicariously learning this. I'm vicariously understanding how cashiering is from Bree. Bree is in the process of becoming more and more normalized to working as a cashier and like stocking and stuff, and she's sharing a lot of things that are educating me and providing me vicarious experience on how like she goes about wanting to optimize or problem solve things. Like she has mobility restrictions, right? Mobility restrictions, possibly recovery or consistent recovery issues. Today is the roughest day. She's starting her 3 days back to back. So today is the first day of 3, and we won't be hearing from her because today is her evening shift, and then immediately the second day is the morning shift, and she has 1 hour 1 hour evening time before she should reasonably go to sleep to open up the next day, so she might have enough for dinner and then sleep in order to get the 7-8 hours that I find that she does try to adhere to. So lots of things that you can work with here. There's other, like if I'm trying to put myself in her shoes and try to think about, okay, so where do you alleviate time? If you have to do this, you gotta try to do it better, right? So that's what I'm thinking about, by the way. If you guys are ever wondering, who do I think about? What do I think about in the evening? I think about all the things that have been shared in the day. That's how I remember things. How I remember Procall's conversations, Mika, our water conversation, and then the boba tea conversation later. Dramas, interesting brand. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this drama. I didn't get to mention this yet. I listened to that one song. That's a very intense song. Like, honestly, I'm very empathetic to why that song was not kept on. That's a very devastating song. And if you enjoy that type of thing, you must be really well put together. Because oftentimes songs of that nature and content, and if you're really like happy or content while being able to listen to that type of content, that is remarkable. By the way, I listen to like espresso depresso songs, so I'm not I'm not like depressed or anything. I just enjoy like seeing the heartfelt nature of, like, if you ever listen to really heavy bluegrass and folk songs, they tend to be incredibly like downers, like really heavy downers. There's a new version, is now called Wither. I see. Yeah, it's really intense. Like that is a lot of malice. And I'm not saying the singer has a lot of malice, because I don't know anything about the singer or the writer, but heavy language, very heavy language. The vast majority of the music that I listen to, like in Japanese, I can give you examples of Japanese. I actually linked one to Mika. The main chorus is "Forgetting Your Emotions." Like legitimately, it's I go and I forget my emotions. the main chorus of the song, and then repeating over again, not getting anywhere, and then forgetting my emotions. That's the chorus of the song. Cycling, getting nowhere, forgetting to write things, forgetting to acknowledge my emotions. I go and I forget my emotions. That's so I kind of understand that. So that's pretty crazy. That song is wild and it's kind of concerning. I hope that singer is like not in a bad place or something. Usually singers that write very intense lyrics like that have a background in that. You know, when was the last time you heard a comedian really in reality very depressed and whatnot? And then movie actors and then songwriters and artists, they're trying to find an outlet, right? Outlet for their expression. So pretty intense, very intense. Let alone the melodic stuff, you know, the rapping, rapping and the the back-end track and whatnot. The lyrics, really intense. I can't mention most of the things because we're, you know, streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the moment. But you can use your imagination on what the nature of those lyrics might be. Let's see. You find it easy to consider it all individual numbers? Eesh. Maybe you should make your Anki advice feel number strings. You can try it. You know, try it long enough to know if it's useful or not. You still think that evening morning combo is brutal? You remember hearing about it? I see. Yeah, the evening into morning combo. Yep. Might share some music someday with you to see how that goes. Feel free. I can learn a lot from gleaming through music. Actually, most of the time, converging evidence based on what people participate in is allows me some leeway on looking out for things that might be interesting, right? The whole goal of pulling your guys' teeth to share something is that then I can use it and run with it. Like drama, now, because of yesterday's conversation, I'm only gonna think about like mechanical games. I know a bunch of potatoes that gameplay is top dog. So we got a lot to talk about. I have a lot of experience in that department at the moment on how to talk about gameplay. Oh, we can get really down and dirty about mechanical things. We can start counting frames if you want. If we have time, you know, with a like something that is relevant soon. I'll have to think about it. I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled. Yesterday I had no time. I basically just ate and went to bed, and then like cleaned up my stuff, like whatever I had to do. I didn't have time to like look around and think about titles that we may talk about drama. Given that information about your gameplay thing, I learned quite a lot about Xing Xing too when we were talking about video games. Xing Xing knew about Infinity Nikki, the debacle about that, so that's very telling. Okay, that's a good way to convince yourself to sleep. You'll grab a few things to link and then sleep. All right, fair enough. Okay, all right, now we're going back to this. This almost seems mundane, guys. I don't want to put a damper on those who like to study languages, but boy howdy, having conversations and integrating like ideas and whatnot, that is definitely a comfort zone. It's very intellectually stimulating. You just started Aeon 2 and I said couldn't connect to server and close its stuff. I'm gonna try using exit. Oh, okay. Oh, so did it time out, or was it a VPN thing? Like, was it region locked? Sometimes those like couldn't connect things could be region locked as opposed to timeout, network timeout. I can't believe you're trying to play Aeon 2. I'm looking forward to hearing what you think about Aeon 2. Oh, as a really quick background drama, the reason why I brought up Aeon and Terra Online is, did I already say this? Mika asked me like what got me into Neverwinter, and I didn't fully explain it. I know PSO2 existed like a decade before that. But during the time of like the 2010s, right? That's when there was an uptrend in combat MMOs. And then Aeon, Terra Online, Neverwinter. I was experimenting because I wanted to go away from tab targeting. So the tab targeting thing, like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 11-ish style stuff. So then the combat MMOs came into play. Yes, SOTOR and whatnot. So lots of combat MMOs came about, and then I was experimenting with combat, like Dragon Nest. I mentioned Dragon Nest is one too. There were so many versions of, and the combat MMOs were the ones where there are combo strings, there's just framing, dodging, you know, like non-cooldown related, non-auto targeting and fixed targeting related elements to them. And then, you know, I still play PSO2 NGS, which uses just framing, parrying, and counter-attacking. Even prior to the whole explosion from FromSoft is more deliberate form of combat where you like iframe things and whatnot. So Terra Online was like incredibly hardcore, like the combo strings into a combo string into a movement ability. It got so hardcore that the player base kind of excommunicated itself out, and that was one of the extreme versions that I played. I only played up to the point where the hardcore content started setting in because there was too much gatekeeping on the combat side of things. So eventually Terra Online closed down after like 11 or 12 years. 2022, I think, from 2011, 2012-ish to 2022, because the community could not grow anymore. It was far too hardcore to enter the thing. And by the way, that was what my commentary was about on Neverwinter that led to that guy talking about BDO and all that stuff. It's the balance between, are they okay with supporting the gatekeeping and go full stop on gatekeeping because that's what they want to do unapologetically? That's great. That's actually following vision. Or are they skirting and constantly straddling, trying to cater and creating internal strife? Whenever new players come on, there's internal strife. Whenever old players see that there's quality of life things for new players, internal strife, right? And Terra Online is a great example. It came out 2 years before Neverwinter Online, and it itself is not identifiable. Neverwinter is D&D. D&D went on the uprise during, like, it trended upwards across the next 12 years. Terra Online is not identifiable. Like, it did not have a, like, iconic, welcoming, like, pre-existing source material. D&D was the whole attraction of D&D is anyone can play. Anyone can be anything. Like, I'm talking about the property D&D that pre-existed Neverwinter Online. So they had that power, that legacy. Terra Online did not. So the hardcore catering to increasing harder and harder difficulty and demands were really rewarding. However, the community itself became so gatekeeping that it destroyed its own growth. And then Terra Online shut down. I would say the other game that I played, Atlantica Online, used a squad-based, like, turn-based thing, like real-time squad-based grid thing. It had some elements of that, but it went larger towards the solo aspect. And that was driven to the ground because of what that guy was talking about. So that's why I could kind of empathize with the facts or the realities that the guy was talking about. Atlantica Online closed down because the microtransactions and the way to get things skyrocketed after Nexon's acquisition. And that's when I stopped playing. Despite having 99% solo content, the requirements were up. But then this person mentioned BDO. That didn't happen with BDO. Not only that, Pearl Abyss is releasing Crimson Desert. So whatever the person is saying is clearly not true. About, like, the doomsaying and the stuff, like, if it's overall, like, really negative and it's, like, worse than Neverwinter Online, that's not happening. The two things are not happening even with data. So let's just call it a point of hubris, I suppose. A hubris mark. And then the Old Republic, right? The Old Republic is another great example. Which, by the way, aren't you excited about the new Star Wars game? Did we talk about this? SWTOR 3? SWTOR. I don't know how people do the abbreviation thing, but I think I might do a legacy and play 1, 2 in anticipation for 3. That's exciting. That's really exciting. You'll be hyped for... Oh, sorry. KOTOR. Sorry, not SWTOR. KOTOR. Sorry, KOTOR is what I was thinking about. Wait, is that Knights of the Old Republic? Oh, is it a remake? I thought it... Oh, you're only excited about a remake. You don't want the 3? You're not as excited for the sequel? Wait, is it... Are you talking about the same thing? The recently announced... Is it a remake? I didn't even realize it's a remake. Or are they two separate things that you're talking about? Because that's pretty exciting. That single player things are coming. KOTOR remake was announced a bit ago. Oh, okay. I see. You're not excited for the third one? Are you fearing the nostalgia bug versus the new trend bug? I'm excited to hear people talk about Knights of the Old Republic again. I genuinely like the aspect of Knights of the Old Republic. It's kind of like how I like Andor. Like the Andor show. You're actually not the biggest Star Wars fan? Yeah, I'm not either. I like the Andor series. But KOTOR is a peak game, but you know, like the story part, right? I like the story part. Again, we don't really share this too much in common, but much like my enthusiasm for KOTOR, it is built off the Star Wars expanded universe. I know that KOTOR deals with Jedi and all that, but yeah, Mandalorian was pretty great. You know, like for the most part, it was really great. It started very strong. And then Andor, to me, is what I enjoy about like world building and intrigue and stuff. So despite not having like Jedis and even bounty hunters, Andor's politics and whatnot. I'm a Star Trek person, so sorry. Like I'm a heavy political, the Expanse. I'm excited about the new Expanse game. That might actually be my first pew pew game again. Like there's an Expanse game coming out, and it's a pew pew. I think it's supposed to be, I don't know what it is yet, but did you ask me about Arc Raiders drama? I'm looking for an extraction shooter with a bite to it, and I think you're an Aeon too. Okay. Oh, nice. Congrats. Let me know what you think. I'm looking forward to the Expanse. It's a shooter, and it might be a cooperative shooter. I don't know if it's an extraction shooter yet. I think it's supposed to be an extraction shooter. I haven't played an extraction shooter. Disclaimer. I've watched many potatoes who are incredibly roasted and hot potatoes about extraction shooter. Oh, Arc Raiders was Pro Call. Okay. Yeah. Pro Call is not here anymore. He's over where you, well, he's across the pond, and he's probably sleeping. I hope he's sleeping. It's very late. And I mean, you're an early morning person. I don't know why I said morning like that. Morning. You're an early morning person. Pro Call is like a kind of a normie person. He's in the UK. Like Mika, which Mika went to bed as well. It's odd that there are fewer Americans I interact with during an evening's time than people who are not that time. So. And then according to my YouTube traffic, like 99% of people are from the United States. It's really interesting. I don't know if Twitch keeps track. And here's also a thing. You have to voluntarily disclose your location in order for them to be in analytics. So take that with a grain of salt. Maybe you could argue that most Americans don't take that into consideration, and then that could be why I have statistics that don't reflect my actual experiences. But hey, conversations I have are predominantly outside. Maybe because I don't look American, I don't know. Maybe because I don't act American? That's a good consideration. Do I behave like a typical American? Is that interesting if I did? I have often asked myself that question. What if I behaved like a typical American? Would that make it less or more interesting to a foreigner? Huh. I think it's time to buy a new PC. That's what I was worried about. Drama. The reason why I would maybe not join you in Aeon 2 is probably because I pushed off my PC upgrade. Because of the whole RAM situation, and like it's not gonna get any better across Aeon's opening. Like if it is lucky, you might see a softening of it by Q4 of 2026, optimistically. Like super optimistically. I think this is gonna go into Q2 Q2 of 2027. It's probably gonna run for you. I don't even have an eGPU. Oh. But listen, we're gonna be playing Aeon 2. You also have to know that I run a lot of other things while having to capture the game.
痛む
Blue. All right. Eyes on the task, or brain on the task. You're playing on a mini PC with the IGP. Oh, okay, that's fair. Why are you doing that, Trauma? What's wrong with you? You're crazy? Do you want to set your house on fire? I'm kidding. Or am I? Is your PC okay? Are you giving it like... Are you spritzing some... giving it some on lowest setting? It looks really bad, but you kind of... You can kind of play it? Okay. Are you recently sold your gaming PC? Want to be a console gamer? Oh. Wow. Those are words I haven't heard in some time. That backfired. Those are I think you're probably the first person I've ever heard say that. Maybe like in the last 10 years. You also sold your monitor and now have a 4K 60Hz monitor? Oh, man. No extra frames either. Interesting. You're a very interesting German. Is that potentially offensive out of context? We're doing it for the giggles, okay? You're a very interesting German. Okay. 散らかす Oh.
前傾
4K 60Hz OLED QD OLED monitor? What type of monitor are we looking at here?
Nureru.
It's IPS dark. Okay. Solid. I'm gauging your level of self-indulgence by that question. For full transparency. 31? 34. And I'm going by inches. I don't think even internationally people use centimeters for the diagonal length. Do they? Actually, in Germany, do they use centimeters for diagonal length, or do they still package it with like a 34 or 30, 31, 34, like using inches, despite the metric system? because I actually don't know what 27, 31, and 34 is in centimeters off the top of my head, because I haven't ever had internationals express diagonal length for their monitor screens in centimeters. Let me know. That's not it.
Sojiki.
Oh man, my N is gone. It's like registering half the time. How is my M? Like, what do I even use M for? Map? Feels bad, man.
Kazarike.
Oh,
編
編
集する。
集する。ゆえに。
興味。
あ、足
橋。
今だ。
華々しい。
Oops. My M!
秘密。
Himitsu. It's 27? You don't like bigger monitors? Yeah, you use inch? I know you don't like, or I inferred that you don't like bigger monitors. Usually when I say 27 and 31, they're the, I'm taking into account, PPI or DPI. I don't know what the designation is anymore. So PPI or DDI, and 27 is like on the low, like slightly crossing the barrier. Usually it's 31 for 4K. So oftentimes 27 is like for 1440, 1440p. But I can kind of see with a nice quality density, 27 4K monitor sounds solid, right? And the reason why I'm using the inch is because there are particular inches that go with the ideal PPI for, like, I'm kind of, are you nerdy? Are you like into this stuff? Like, I don't know, like perception, pixel density, and then how text resolution appears with regards to the OS. So like 27 is like slightly below the ideal ratio, and then 31 is slightly above the ratio of a classical like viewing distance with the DPI and the PPI of a monitor. So like if you have a 4K, it's kind of like a television. You could have like a 67-inch television, and then but it would have like 1080p, and it would look like garbage unless you're really sitting way back, which then turns out to be equivalent to like a 24-inch 1080p display, for example. You was into it, but because of competitive ego shooting. Oh, okay. That checks out. I do not do competitive ego shooting, but that does sound like a very German thing to say. I'm kidding. Like CS:GO situation, you know, where you sat there calculating the perfect setting. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I usually talk about viewing distance, encouraging people in specific viewing distance. That's, and then, you know, like there's also like the curved nature of ultra wide panels and whatnot, and then it deals with your mic being in between your screen and kind of kind of a lot. I was just curious how sweaty. You hate curved? Do you move your head a lot? Do you dart your eyes or you do dart your neck? Also, curved is only like applied to ultra wide. So since you don't use that, like you have a 27, so you wouldn't, right? It would be difficult to know because it's not like the aspect ratio is not long enough. There are curved 24s, yeah, but the curve is inappropriately applied to 24s. So I would agree with you. I would hate curves too if you were sticking with the 24 curves. Like that's why we're sweating over, or at least that's why I'm talking about viewing distance and stuff. Like a curve 24 doesn't quite, I don't understand what that is. Like why do those things exist? In a way, like they're less likely to exist. Like maybe they just wanted to add the buzzword to having like applying curve across their entire line, but generally speaking, like I can't even imagine what the curve in a 24 actually serves. Like for me, the way I'm reading the text without like distortion, the slight distortion from having an ultra wide monitor is due to the nature of the curve. So I don't have to like do like a swivel or like a displacement motion to see the distortion. Like if you're reading like Japanese and stuff at the edge of the screen, it could be like it could distort the thing. If you're looking at it flat, it would be kind of like a little there'd be like a little leaning on things. Whoops. This is flatulence. A 24 curve sounds silly, slightly to me. Sorry for those who like curved 24 inches. They must be really close to the screen. Like I'm imagining someone who's using a curve 24 to be like I'm quite far away from like their face. I mean, if you're a competitive shooter, I could see that. They're marketing ALS gaming monitors. I see. Fair enough. I'm like, if you're like as gaming monitors, yeah, like if you're like a person who like really close to the monitor, I could see the 24-inch curve be relevant. The curve on this is specifically where I'm sitting. So I placed my monitor, my ultra wide monitor, specifically where I'm sitting. So if you like do this, I'm like, okay, but now that's kind of distracting. So, and then if you get even closer, I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. So it does create like a sitting situation. It's interesting.
背広
You know. Are you sweating yet? I'm kidding.
密
Let's
輸
see. Oh, make it through today. I have to hammer my M button. Heck.
Nenji
NG. You spent 700 euro on your keyboard? Oh no, wait. Is that euro? Holy. Wait. Hold up. What in the... What did you buy? A spaceship? Does your keyboard type for you? Does it also massage your fingers when you're typing on it? Is it also gold plated? It has a small display with a cat that taps on it the keyboard. Okay. Does it have a customizable weight plate on the back, on the bottom, in which you can't see, but you know it's there? And that's what makes you feel better. Is there a customizable weight plate on the bottom with a custom design on it? Is it equipped with all Halifax switches? Or maybe even the fancier magneto sensors? Yes, hot swappable. I mean, that's fine. Hot swappable starts at 80 bucks. 80 bucks USD. It has custom design weight plate. Nice. Does it have a knob? Does it also have USB-C ad hoc side mounts for additional attachments? Like being able to add and... Oh, and how many ports does it have? None? Okay. I'm guessing it's both Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and it has 3 sets of angled ports. I'm guessing 2 USBs on left, right corner. I mean top left corner, right left corner, and it's also Bluetooth and Wi-Fi compatible. Do you have ceramic keycaps? Yeah, it's not. Do you have ceramic keycaps? Custom ceramic keycaps. Let me think. Factory lubed, I imagine, or did you personally lube it? Custom keycaps? Okay. Bone dampening. I don't know what could elevate even more the cost of a keyboard like that. The switches were expensive. Holy pandas. What type of switches are we talking about? Are they Halifax? Oh wait, is this recent? Is this a recent keyboard? Or are we still in the area of mechanical switches? I'm trying to think of how you can mark up the price of a keyboard. Do that. So I'm thinking of all the components that can mark up a keyboard. You think they're called Ice King? That sounds about right. I'm not familiar with that specific naming scheme. Kind of reminds me of there is a classical naming scheme for a lot of the boutique key switches. I'm not familiar with an Ice King. I usually know of like vanilla, like it would be a flavor or an animal or a beast. But Ice King, that's interesting. I'm kind of curious who the primary manufacturer is. A lot of times the boutique ones, they have like an underlying manufacturer for the switches. So it could be Durock. Oh, interesting. Durock. I expect linear, yeah. Durock, interesting. Silent linears? Or are we talking about Thok? Are we Thocking? Sorry, I know quite... Because of Osu and stuff, there's quite a lot of keyboardisms in my collective knowledge. And a whole, like, year's worth of Hippiotech videos, I suppose. Or that clicky-clacky lady that no longer does keyboards. She does watches. I've got her name. Her. It's not her name. That's the channel name. It's like things that click or something like that. It's silent. Very nice. I mean, if you want a luxury thing, you want a Bentley, right? I'm kidding. a Rolls Royce, right? Gotta silence that. All right. 700 euros. I can't even get up to 700 based on the things I know about keyboards. So it has a display. Extra macro keys. Like a whole roll. What size is it? Full size? PKL? 60%? Does it have knobs? You pay like 200 euros customs duty. What? All right, so now we're down to what, 500 euros? 500 euros is still so difficult to meet. How long ago was this keyboard? I'm staring at my keyboard because I'm thinking of ways you can. I can see 150 to 200 euros, but it depends on how long ago this is. This could be like a boutique keyboard before boutique keyboards were marked down substantially. I'm trying to think of what other. Does it have a knob? Did we talk about a knob? Corner knob? A corner knob with a tap interface. And probably not TKL. Oh, it is. Okay. Or close enough. 75%. Close enough. Intriguing. Does it come with a customized armrest? Or like a palm rest? Like maybe memory foam something. The base plate alone was 300. Is it gold plated? Oh, your drama. I wanna hear your story. It's really heavy and looks sick. I can imagine. I wouldn't want my 300 I would want my 300 euro backplate to be the sickest thing in the world and also be used as a personal defense device. In case someone like charges into my room, I can just take out my the backplate and went, and then the guy just gets knocked out. Or I would pull it out and the guy would just back out the door. You know, that's what I want. Like, if I'm gonna buy a 300 euro backplate, I would simply take my keyboard, lift it up, pull out the backplate, and that person would just walk out the door. But you don't mess with someone with a $300 euro backplate. That's crazy. I feel like I need a backstory for this. Like, what was it about this keyboard that can you is it okay if you can give me an image of your backplate? I would love to see what the backplate is like for later when I'm done. I kind of would love to look forward to seeing the backplate on your keyboard. I hope I'm not trying to trivialize your purchase decisions. I'm more like hyping it because at some point there must be some sort of story behind your $700 euro keyboard, you know, the 200 with addition to that $200 euro custom thing. Your old keyboard broke and you always wanted to build a custom keyboard, lubing the switches yourself and all that. Okay, and were you able to do all that? Was that factored into the cost? Like, so like the lube, the switch, did you do like tape mods and like foams? Did you have dampeners? What do you call those things? Oh man, I forgot. How do people refer, like the gap things? Like, did you install like, dang it, a squeegee? No. Oh, it came with all those things, right? Foam came with a plate. Okay, and then I'm losing my mind that I can't remember what the rubber thing around the gaskets. Custom gasket. You also probably installed a custom gasket onto your unless you're really into the bottoming out thing, but custom gasket is kind of nice. It alleviates some stress when you're when you're bottoming out. It kind of gives a little flex. Maybe a custom gasket. Does it have a custom PCB? It's got to have a custom PCB, right? Oh, what? South facing or north facing LEDs? If I'm gonna be a keyboard elitist, there's a right answer to this. I'm memeing, but there's a right answer to this. You even have 2 PCBs for some reason. Oh, did they give you a backup PCB? That would be kind of lovely. I think that's worth. Like, and if it's a 2 custom PCBs, that's kind of neat. I think that makes the cost even more reasonable if you were given 2 PCBs.
Hisoka.
Oops. I promise I'm not making these typos on purpose. Some of my keys don't work reliably anymore.
直前
Okuzen. The LCD's display with a cat is all you want and need. Oh. You're really into cats. Interesting. I'm thinking of doing some I don't want to tell anyone a secret, but there's a lot of information that I collected, voluntarily from people. But I want to do something. I want to make something. So I've been collecting some personable details about people so I can maybe do something sentimental or create something sentimental later. Cats, huh? Hmm. Futatabi. What in the world? Oh, is this
Roka.
Roka? Yeah, okay.
Gendo.
Endo.
Senaka.
Senaka. Ah, Kashiya.
お菓子屋
Kashiya. That's such a flex. Does it bring you great joy, the LCD display with a cat? I always wondered. What would I... Maybe building a PC with budget RAM until the price chills again. Yeah, that's probably the way to go if you're, if you're wanting to play Aeon, I suppose. Aeon 2. See, here. I plan to upgrade my PC in October, and that kind of fell by the wayside because of how much I placed into Inktober. So in a way, I do have a quote-unquote self-reflection of 2025. I prioritized something else that would have, like, the last time I've upgraded my PC, it was before the GPU boon. Like, what I mean is, I think I bought a 2070 Super when it was $270, and I got it for $270, and at its peak it was like 800 to 1,000. But this time other things were more important, like interacting with other artists, so I didn't quite hit the mark on this one. Quite hit the mark. October would have set me up for some pretty funny stories right about now. A 2070 gonna kill Aeon 2, no problem. Yeah, but I'm not, one of the reasons for the upgrade wasn't really related to the performance things, but more so for the compliance of other tasks that I want to do. So I have a workstation. Like we're doing the 2070 was, that's fine, right? But we're talking about other tasks at this point. It'll be nice to be able to do them for experiment, like as a teaser. There's something that I want to do locally that I can't really do on a 3900X as well. What? Oh my gosh, my M. Toronuma. I've learned to appreciate how many times I actually type N. Taikutsu. Himeru. Soji suru. The upgrade was not related to like gaming performance. Not really. The upgrade was more like Windows 11 Copilot compliance and all that stuff. And it was about time. It was market timing, or not really market timing, but foreseeing investment timing, where like, oh yeah, this would be a really decent time to pick up something, largely because of supply and demand considerations as opposed to performance situations. Ukareru. Time to be a Linux enjoyer? Yeah. That is the option. Yeah, that is the option. Just go for the Linux. It's a fantastic time, by the way. It's a fantastic time. You got a dual boot setup? Yeah. I was gonna like make this like the actual hardware that exists right now. I was going to make this a Linux setup. I was actually gonna have, instead of a dual boot setup, I was gonna have two machines. One with a Linux setup, and then a primary with a Windows 11 setup. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I also want to stay current. Like, understanding what goes on in Windows 11. I troubleshoot a lot of times with other people. So whenever people have problems and stuff, if I'm out of date, can't really help you troubleshoot anything, can I? Situation. My Apple experience is very limited to my parents, though. Oh, my Mac. There's no Mac OS experience, so don't give me on that. Although Linux can really kind of normalize some of those things. Have you done much study since your last comment? I did 60 more prompts. Well, how are you not asleep, Procol? Oh, your dad kept begging on you about getting Linux. Oh, that's cute. You had a MacBook for a while? I legitimately, my only experience is troubleshooting other people's Macs. Like, I kid you not. Nearly all of my experience, and that doesn't, by the way, I'm not using this as a way to knock on Mac. I actually spend most of my time recommending Mac to people who are far more into application as opposed to like nerding it out with customization and stuff, right? My parents use iPads and whatnot for a very distinctive reason for application, and the thing is, nearly 90% of my relationship with Mac is troubleshooting other problems like terminal things, fetching, compiling, maybe like Apple ID. Oh my gosh, Apple ID. That's a lot of things, like authentication and certification, encryption related things. Those are the things that I troubleshoot. So I don't have a negative aspect. I'm trying to make it sound like I'm not trying to say all I ever experience is gonna make me negative about Mac. I'm actually quite positive about Mac. The type of problems that people have, in fact, are very different with Mac OS, and they're quite not that serious. Like, there's no critical failures and stuff. Apple ID is more like a record keeping and authentication problem, like in a record keeping way, not a functional like bug or something like that. Meanwhile, most of my Windows troubleshooting is there are some fun ones. There are some very funny ones. And obviously Windows 11 is now currently the punching bag for those funny things. And I don't even have Windows 11 yet. I took the Windows 10, and then they offered the 1-year extension. I'm just gonna go with a 1-year extension until Windows 11 is a little bit less of a laughingstock, I suppose. I do keep track of all the patch data and the 0-day stuff, and look at vulnerabilities. I even look at BIOS stuff too. Largely because I was coincidentally, again, this year was the year that I thought I was going to upgrade during October, but I was kind of swamped with a lot of other things. The imminent AI scaling on the demands came a lot sooner than I thought, and I thought maybe I could push it to December, but that didn't happen. So we're just going to push it to like the Q4 of 2027, or maybe like to October when Windows 10 support ends, and things that mount to my... I'm probably going to still suck it up and do a Q2 upgrade for the PC at some point. You upgraded to Windows 11 about a week ago, and you've had this annoying bug where part of your screen will freeze and stay on the screen even when you scroll. Known bug. Yes, Procol. That is a known bug. That's... I hope you found a solution to it. Like a jerry-rig solution. If you're like... I'm not sure how familiar... Like when you're working on machine learning and stuff, I'm not sure how much of that ties in with backend OS management or something. I think Windows is like Microsoft tends to be really upset about that, or do that type of thing, but there are ways to like kind of work around those triggered bugs right now. But yeah, Windows 11 is not doing so hot. And no, again, we're not doing the BDO guy thing. I would love that all OSs work well. So let's think about it as, I'm not trying to highlight that Windows 11 is having problems. You kind of wish all the OSs are competing with each other and trying to make our lives more convenient. And right now, it's very unfortunate that Microsoft is kind of struggling with this. Windows is fundamentally flawed. I get it. I get it. I was trying to preface from someone being a drama queen about this. Yes, Windows is fundamentally flawed. In fact, most things made by humans are fundamentally flawed. Sorry, I was being a whataboutism. I was employing a whataboutism here. My bad. So now that we know that Windows is fundamentally flawed, how do we make it less fundamentally flawed? You know, that was kind of where I was going with the setup. Kind of a swing and a miss situation here. Mugamuchu. Wow! My M! Sorry. Mugamuchu. Oh, it's the other way around, actually. We monetize Linux better. That's fair. We monetize Linux better. I have a person that I know way back when we played Neverwinter that stopped by recently, and he was sharing. He's Polish. He was sharing his experiences with the recent, like, all of the Linux boons that were happening in the Linux space. Hey, Bree, I wasn't expecting to hear from you. You should be in bed, Bree. I know I sound like a kind of a nagging Nancy right now, but don't you have to get up soon? Like, what do you mean? Like, if it's 11:39 my time, then your hour to 2 hours of like your free time and stuff, right, is ticking, right, before you go to sleep. Sorry, I'm saying right like a lot of times. I bet. How was your day? How was your evening shift? And tomorrow you have, in a matter of like 9 hours or so, is your morning shift, right? Hopefully it went well. You're pacing yourself, right? You're pacing yourself for your trifecta. We go back to Windows 7. Yeah, that is definitely an option. Oh man, dude, I type M in a lot. Maybe it's WaniKani. I think WaniKani is what destroyed my M.
Morasu.
Honestly, I'm blaming WaniKani. It's not my fault, guys. Okay.
Nozoite.
Time to do that 700 euro keyboard upgrade. I am due for a keyboard. Generally 3 or 4. Usually like roughly 2 or 3 years. Yeah, usually 2 or 3 years. Like, this is before boutique keyboards were like standardized yet, so they usually run out. Like, one of the keys starts. Like, my mouse has like 2 to 3 year use cases. Occasionally there are mouses that would go to 4 to 5 years before one of the clickers end up starting to double actuate. And then oftentimes the plastic, like the cover of the plastic, wears down completely. So it's like, then it starts being weird. Quite a heavy power user. You're tired, but you don't work until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, okay. Your morning shift is on Sunday. Oh, and you close on Saturday and open on Sunday. Oh, so it's a Sunday Saturday thing. Okay. You actually stay later tonight instead of 9:30. You stayed until 10:15 because there was a call off. You see? You see, Bree? I was on to this, you know? You know, when we spoke the other day, I'm like, sometimes you gotta set your mind up to be like, yeah, I mean, there's still a chance you're gonna end up staying later than. Hopefully that wasn't too bad on you, like how tired you are. No particularly terrifying, concerning exhaustion, right? Just you're simple tired, the happy tired, maybe. How do you feel about being tired? I'm actually kind of curious. Is it a good tired, like, you know you'll recover tired in time for tomorrow type of thing? Or is it more like, oh no, this could get worse? How are you feeling nowadays? Is it getting close to a month? I think you've been doing this for close to a month now. It's been 3 weeks, right? This is the start of the 3rd week. Pretty cool. Time is progressing. I often ask people when they say they're tired, is it a positive stress tired or a negative stress tired, right? I spend a lot of time yapping and stuff, but generally I get really tired, but it's not like a bad tired. It feels like I've done something tired. Right now there are a couple potatoes that I'm speaking to that don't feel like they did a lot. I think they did a lot, but generally they feel more upset about all the things they weren't able to do or could have done better versus all the stuff that they are currently doing and juggling more, right? You gotta find that balance in some way.
乾かす
Okay. I've been very, whoops. What? Oh, okay. Hoshi, uranai. Hoshi uranai. Ne?
星占い
Hoshi uranai. It wasn't bad tonight, honestly. Nice. You're a bit nervous for tomorrow. First time. Oh yeah, this is the Christmas thing, right? The busy thing. Tomorrow's the 18th. Oh, I mean the 17th. Sorry, it was either the 17th or 18th. Okay. It wasn't bad tonight. You're a bit nervous for tomorrow. First time closing with the store manager. Oh yeah, and it's just the two of you. That's right. And you heard from others. She's really picky and can sometimes be crazy on nights she closes. You know what, Bree? Do you have like a very cute shirt? I remember you said it has to be green and it has to be muted. Can it have things on it? I don't imagine that. Oh, wait. Can you wear funny hats? Like reindeer antlers or like a Santa hat? I feel like that could be a funny way to diffuse the craziness. Sometimes when I think about people who are generally going to have like a very stressful moment, it's kind of fun to come up with ways to make them more relaxed. So whenever there's opportunity to kind of make yourself feel like you're doing something to aid, I often think of like wearing silly hats or bringing in a cookie or something like that, just in case, like a Snicker bar or something. Like, oh yeah, they're crazy and they're hangry. You make a reference to the Snicker commercial. Oh, you can wear Christmas sweaters in any color, but only on Saturdays and Sundays. Oh, okay. Otherwise, it can't have any patterns, writing, or logos. How about hats? What about hats? It would be kind of fun to like wear like reindeer antlers or like a Santa hat or something. I feel like I'm encouraging some violations of dress code here. Although what I'm really thinking is kind of trying to leave an impression on your store manager and maybe kind of remind the both of you that this is Christmas, right? Christmas shopping, and the stress could be something that's worth it because you guys are working during the Christmas rush.
Henshusha.
How does it feel? You're almost at your month anniversary. I assume you can wear a hat, but not sure you have to ask. Okay, honestly, she's probably be happy about it because one of our weekly spotlight items is a pair of antlers. Oh, that's cute. I wonder if she let us oh yeah, just use it temporarily. If she let the store use some and wear them like she did for the Christmas light up necklace. Ooh, that's a great. Yeah, and since she already did it, right? If she already did it for the Christmas thing, that could be a really wonderful way to like lighten her spirits. Now that's thinking right there. I'm a little bit more sappier during Christmas spirits and like holidays because it is a really, it's like both. It's both, sometimes it's both astronomically the most stressful time of the year and at the same time the most humbling and wholesome time of the year. And then, you know, the most heartwarming time of the year and as well as the loneliest time of. Oftentimes it's great to counterbalance them. If there's a way to spread some spirit despite being in a crappy situation or like in a situation that is expected, kind of try to be creative and seize that moment. There were a couple of times this has happened in my life, and usually Christmas cookies. Mediocre Christmas cookies because I'm not a baker. Mediocre Christmas cookies. I'd be far more down wearing reindeer antlers than trusting myself to bake your grandma's, you know, like your grandma's secret recipe Christmas cookies. The whole wearing a hat thing is the thing I do for Otakon. Usually during Otakon, it's during the summer heat. So everyone's been in line for a really long time and everyone's rushing. Like there's so many people, the line is so long and it's really hot outside. So lots of the people who volunteer doing the thing for the whole day, right? We're talking about like 4,000 to 5,000 people a day, and between like 12 people, something like that, rotating. People wear ears, you know, they wear ears, like interesting little things on top of their uniform. So not like there's a, and if there was a uniform, it would be like more like everyone, we all have to wear specific shirts to indicate who we are. So that's good. Did I do today's Wordle? I think I did. It was Segway, right? And I think, were you the one that teach me how to spell Segway? I'm pretty sure it was either you or someone else because I had no idea how to spell Segway. And the word was Segway. And I got reminded of that discussion. I'm not sure. I think it was you because we were talking about like French stuff, right? And Segway sounds like a French word. But I always thought it as Segway, like the device, you know, the thing that was kind of popular at some point. So I always wrote segue this way, but it turns out I remember someone told me like this is segue, right? The same segue that I'm using. And my first thought is it's got to be like brie or something, because I remember talking about segue and then how French words come up a lot. And when it sounds weird like segue and like, you know, ennui and stuff, it's probably French. Hold up. Let me look. Oh, it's Italian. It's Italian, so that's fine. Or follows, okay. Not French, can confirm. Or Gemini says so. I had no idea how to spell it for the longest time either. You don't think it was you, okay. But then again, you have the memory of, of Dora from Finding Nemo. So it could have been me and just don't remember. Yeah, I remember strictly making comments about like, hey, you know what I've loved about learning about these like languages? Whenever I come off like fancy words, you know, whenever you think about fancy words, like it's probably French. Occasionally there'll be Germanic origins, right? And other Romance languages. But segue turns out Italian. Interesting. Yeah, it was my last guess, or my fifth guess, as in like, what I did? I did trace. Trace got me something got me the S and the E. So then I moved the S and the E to the beginning. S is more common in the beginning, and then E to the end. And then I typed scope, I think. Scope got me nowhere. And then I typed suede, I think. And suede got me the U. The G was what I was missing. And then eventually got segue. I missed the G. So my first four guesses didn't get me the G. If I immediately got the G, then it would have been alright. Like, oh yeah, it can only be segue. But the first two letters I got was an S and an E. And then I got the U and the other E. Then I got the G. Yeah, difficult time with it as well. You start with select, right? Spend, smoke, surge. Ooh, surge. I didn't think about surge. Ooh, that's interesting. I went with suede. Huh. Surge is a good one with those characters. Did I already, I guess I already got the U, before smoke happened. Yeah. Yeah, mine was like the S and the E part. I'm like, oh no. Beginning and end is not the greatest. English words, man. Beginning and end. Middle. We need some middles. It kind of reminds me of one of the words. What was it? The eyed one. What was the eyed one? Snide. I got the IDE. So I'm like, okay, I guess we're just gonna gamble. I don't like, does that mean you're in the future? What do you mean, does that mean you're in the future? Oh yeah, technically you do. Technically you do. Oh, you play Wordle too? Man. Or you use Wordle? Interesting. Yeah, I guess technically you have tomorrow's Wordle. Technically, I have the Wordle in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I'll have the tomorrow's Wordle, but today's was super easy. All right, watch me get. Is that a challenge, Drama? Are you like forcing me to? If I was incredibly self-righteous and indignant, I would like deliberately make 7 poor guesses and pretend like. See, Drama, this is what happens when you say this is super easy. It turned out to be super hard. that's sorry. I'm just trying to think of being a petty person. You're in the same time zone. Oh yeah, we're in the same time zone. I don't know if we've discussed that before or not. Honestly, can't remember. Yeah, we discussed it before. Yep. I took a guess if you were 1 hour, like after me, like 1 hour to the west. It's impossible to mess that one up. Oh no. Drama. Most of the time, like we still get the word, even if it's easy or not. It's interesting. We're talking about our process, Drama. You gotta tell us your story. Like, where's the story in your Wordle? You're just telling us the results. It's not as interesting. Where's the process, Drama? Okay.
預かる
How do I say to take care of? Like, to... I don't know. I would just say to take care. It's like to look after. Just take care of.
押し入れ
What? Oh, this is the closet thing. Ugh. That one's not great.
真似
맞네.
靴
Heck, you M. You create your Aeon character? Nice. How long did it take you? It should have taken you like 4 hours. I don't know what you're doing. I think you're doing it wrong. Drama. You can't just create a character just like that. Sorry. Really unk meme. We've been yapping? How long? How long? Like a true MMO player, you know? A true MMO player would spend like the rest of the day contemplating their character. Is that still a meme? Do people still do that? Is that still a running joke for most people? Where it takes you the entire day and then immediately you play for 6 hours and then you delete the character because you want to make a new character that looks better. You usually do that? Oh, okay. Like the character creation part. Do you also delete your character after playing it for like six hours and like, nah, chief. Now I'm better informed. Let's go make my character better. I've done that before. Whenever I started an MMO, I would delete my character on the same day like 3 or 4 times because I needed to see it in action. So then you like see it in action, it's like, ah, all right, like let's just delete this character, and there's something a little bit weird about it. Let's go back. You just pay the customization fee? Oh, that's a fair point. Oh, that's a fair point. Customization fee, huh? Then you just always play the mage. Oh, I see. That's kind of funny. That's very German. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The person that I knew who happened to be coincidentally German, he usually plays the mage. In fact, he has a very strong affinity for wizards. One of the games that we played for the longest time was Magica. The same like Arrowhead's first thing that plays Paradox Publishing on the face of the map, Magica. Something about wizards and mages. He usually played the wizard and the mage. I usually play like the tank and the healer, so it would be like the priest and the warrior or something. You guys take under a day to pick? Okay, see you later. You went overboard music picking. Oh, okay. Good night. Good night. Miko was still awake. That's kind of like Procall still being awake too. Maybe Procall is asleep now. Neither of the British peeps ended up going to bed at a reasonable time. At the end of your WoW time, you start to enjoy the healer. Yeah, druid, priest, shaman. Like I like being able to see the field. Sleep procrastination. Holy paladin? Get out of here. You're excommunicated. Fucking paladin. Get out of here. Your meta person. Holy paladin. Heckin' holy paladin. You would. Yeah, that's fair enough. Holy paladin, pretty cool. I didn't get around to playing a paladin. So, shaman was my last one after the druid, and then priest was the first one. So, like, holy priest, regen druid, and I had no idea what I was playing the shaman. It was like near the end. That's when yeah, that checks out. Oh, I did briefly go back because of like another promo, like a cross promo with Overwatch and stuff. I did go back and played a Blood Elf Paladin. Only briefly though. That it wasn't enough to actually really know it. You can't compare TBC classes with modern WoW anyway. Well, see, I was just about to tell you about my Paladin experience. It was modern WoW. But I didn't play it long enough to compare anyways. Like I didn't do priest or like druids in the modern WoW thing. But I did play WoW again. Only because of a cross promo with Overwatch. Or was it Hearthstone? It was either Hearthstone or Overwatch that there was a cross promo. Like, oh, alright. Logged in, it's like, oh, right. Am I talking about Paladins, the game similar to Overwatch? No. Paladins in World of Warcraft. When you remember when Hearthstone, like Blizzard tried to aggressively cross promo? I think there was a Hearthstone promo. It was either a Hearthstone promo or an Overwatch promo. And then I played World of Warcraft again. And I logged in and I created a Blood Elf Paladin. And I'm like, okay. I'm sorry for all the people who still really enjoy World of Warcraft. I'm, again, like that person accused me of, I don't fetch for nostalgia. I treasure the memories I have. I'm not the greatest on reliving my past. I enjoy living the future. So what's the future? Aeon 2. Not sponsored, by the way. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I hope Aeon 2 does well. There might be some hope for MMOs, I suppose.
招待する
How are you still awake, Procall? Mika's going to sleep. Finally. You guys are in the same time zone. Wait. Hold up. UK doesn't have 2 time zones, right? It's not like some crazy thing where apart. UK lands on the same time zone. Yeah? I'm not crazy about this. Yeah, you also didn't care about your appearance too much at the moment because you probably won't play it until you have a new PC. Yeah. And you have like 28 frames at worst possible graphics. So yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, drama. And that's, by the way, that's what I assumed. I presume that that's the reason. Which is still impressive. I was going to say you could make a counter argument where you're basically, this isn't your permanent character and you still spent like 3 hours looking at your character. So that would be like having 2 days of deciding your character, you know what I mean? Because it's not even a permanent character. You're basically just making a dummy test. Usually people like hit the randomizer and go. But you, it looked like you might have actually looked at the appearance stuff. Oh, do games still do this where they release the character customizer first before the game launches? I still remember that's a thing back in the day. Wow, you actually really enjoyed the game even at 28 FPS? That must be great. I'll have to keep my eye out on Aeon 2. Let me check if Crimson Desert has a... Crimson Desert's out in March 19th next year. By the way, you can play it on the console. It's released across console, so technically... Oh, wait. Wait, what console do you have? Do you have a PS5 or an Xbox Series S? Aeon 2 is on mobile? Oh, that's nice. You have a PS5? Yeah, Crimson Desert will be available on... Oh, no, wait, but I think this is a single purchase thing, right? They're going for the single purchase model. Let me... Oh, yeah, they are. So you would have to really commit. Oh, I'll keep my eyes peeled for Crimson Desert, I suppose.
Benpi ホテル
匂い
I can't. I didn't mean to type cell. My M key is just gone most of the
睡眠
time. I didn't mean to type that. You're kind of sad that you can't enjoy Aeon to the fullest.
散歩する
What did you use with the money you sold your quote-unquote gaming PC? What did you use for that? Like, what I mean, sorry, what did you buy with that money? I'm curious. If you tell me that it was to buy 10% of your backplate, boy, no, I'm kidding. Oh, your Japan vacation. Well played. Well played. Nah, that sounds fantastic. You got your priorities straight, drama. That's fantastic. Like, you got it. You got it.
いとこ
Itoko.
酸っぱい
Whoops.
捨てる
Steady.
Tennen.
Tenden. Not tending. Tenden. Tenden.
密告
I'm working. We're moving. It's a review day. I'm not too concerned. So I'm not expending too much energy right now. I'm reviewing now, drama. This is how I review.
購読する
Low energy input. I think I expended a little. I got a little too gratuitous and excitable. I was doing some acting, some pseudo acting today. It was kind of fun. If I don't have to change my voice, right? If I don't have to change my voice or my mannerisms or my body language, I think I can do a fairly convincing like mood swapping. Like when you were was it, oh no, it was Procall was talking about like poker facing and stuff. I forgot to address that, actually, the whole poker thing. I'm terrible at poker. However, if I know who I'm playing against, then I'm pretty good at poker. But I don't usually, like, it's hard to know because I haven't really applied myself to poker. I have played other games that deal with lying, or like not really deal with lying, but more like deal with manipulation, and it kind of feels not great when I do it. But you can win with using manipulation, like how to manipulate people. There was a game, I forgot what it's called, but it dealt with it had like 6 tiles. And these tiles had a combination of symbols underneath. 6 unique symbols. And you're supposed to figure out the actual order of these symbols. And what you do is each player takes turn saying to tell the other player to flip something. And then the other player then can follow up by moving it somewhere. Like moving... deciding to change up the order, and the first person to guess the order or be able to discern the order is how you do it. The player can also choose to pass. And I've never played this game before, but someone I've met like on a brief moment, there were 3 of us and it's a 2-player game, so I let the 2 players play and I observed them. And then when I went to play the winner, I used my observations to do the least amount of things to get to the win. I played against the player. I didn't play against the game. And that's kind of what I was going to share with Procall. When it comes to poker, I play against the player. I typically don't play against the game. So like if you're talking about like, oh yeah, the odds of this and the odds of that, like when I was playing chess back in the day, I played against the player, not the game of chess, because ultimately in those situations I have less experience than the other person, so I can rely on something that the other person may not be using, which is them. So whenever I'm playing poker, the edge that I can get if I'm not like card counting or something. But the nice thing about poker is there's still fundamentals that you can get, but things like shogi and or like more complex ones like I don't know, a werewolf or something, you play the player, you try to subterfuge the player. So if you're playing with friends, I try not to do that. It's not as intellectual. So what I do is I do a secondary objective that I don't tell anyone. And I don't play the game or the objective. I play an alternate way. And the alternate way is to create, I stir the pot. I stirred the pot to create a alternative situation to make it entertaining. So like, for example, I wouldn't go for the win. I would try to even the playing field so that each of the players would be power struggling against each other. And if I win by happenstance, that's cool. If I lose by happenstance, did I achieve the secondary objective? So I'm that guy that if we were playing a video game, right, and you can create your own objectives, I would explore the world. I would explore everything else outside of the main objective. That's where I get most of my reward and my understanding and a greater, deeper appreciation for the game. And then I would explore how people interact in the world. That gives me a better understanding and appreciation, as opposed to like going to the objective and like, you know, being a hero or doing the thing that's pre-planned. I take the scenic route most of the time. So when it comes to poker, or if I'm ever playing against a player, I usually study the player, not the game itself. Like the fundamentals is great. Like, you know, you could be mechanically super awesome and like all of that, the mechanics, but my mechanics can only go so far. I am only so fast in a short amount of period. I only invest a certain amount of time. So my time is well spent using my skill to understand the person that I'm playing against. And the odds, in my opinion, from personal experience, your mileage may vary, I suppose. Usually when you're playing a competitive game and you understand your opponent, you are less likely to lose despite having a lower skill set. Because the name of the game is you're trying to beat your opponent. If the game restricts you, then the restriction is applied to both the players. So if you have an investment amount of time, you can try to do something relatively okay, right? You can't skip on practicing the fundamentals and all that stuff. But a great way to compensate when you're competing against another human being is that the edge is you also need to understand who you're competing against. And here's a big kicker. If you're a person who studies people in order to beat other people, you also understand what people are looking for. So whenever you go into an interview and you're like, choose me, right? The one that's most successful is the one that's able to understand the person who's hiring and your competition, not what your accolades are, in my opinion. Now, there are cultures around the world that might not do this. That's perfectly fine. I'm suggesting that there are other ways to be victorious in situations because you understand who you're competing against, not the game or not the situation and the circumstances that are applying to you. In fact, sometimes when you understand the limitations, the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent, you actually understand the game even more through that lens. Because oftentimes when you're absorbed in your own progress and your own restrictive system, you learn very little about your progress and your feeling of like tackling the problems without observing what your opponent is doing. That's kind of the whole idea of like technology and whatnot. If you're continuously focused on putting down your opponent and focusing on their weaknesses that you don't lack, then you don't also understand their strengths in which you must compete with. So that's kind of like the whole idea of poker and chess. Like, it takes time. A really talented person would be able to compensate with the name of their game as well. Like they are really high in both. Someone who doesn't have all the time in the world to compete with someone in their field, I would play the player. I would intend, like, if I had to win, which, mind you, I typically set up a situation in which I don't necessarily need to win, right? It's more for a mental enjoyment. When I'm playing games, I don't compete with my friends. In that aspect, I compete for having fun. So I try to do the best I can to see if I can successfully have fun with everyone also having fun. I'm not a competitive person anymore. When someone says, "Oh, are you competitive?" or something, the answer is no, because largely I try to make it a non-competitive process. If it's with my friends, right? I'm a human, so I have biases too. If it's someone that really hates me and they're competing for the same thing, maybe that's a situation, in an extraneous situation where I would apply my abilities, right? The abilities to like manipulate and coerce things. Those are negative words, right? So I typically don't like doing that. A competitive process is interesting because there's sportsmanly like conduct. There are rules to trying to refrain from exercising fairness. However, I think one thing that gets overlooked a lot of times in competitive play is that some of the things that make the differentiation between skill specialization is that the person understands their opponent. That's the edge. That's often a great edge, in fact. Maybe even underappreciated. Like, here's one. A native speaker, I've said this a lot. A native speaker versus someone who focuses on teaching. Both of these are going to work to some extent. They're going to work on its own. But there would be, if you're going to say it's obviously A or obviously B, then you won't understand what I'm trying to say. Usually a person who's understanding of how humans behave and understand how teaching works and explaining things would say it's difficult to determine, because there are enough situations that you can argue that someone who does not have the competence of that specific source material may end up being a better teacher. And then the other way around, because we're considering the experience of the person. So this is a good one. It's kind of like you get your advice from the top player in whatever field, or whatever game. Do you really think that they're going to be the best? It's that guaranteed? You could argue a probabilistic choice, and I still think it would still be not that clear. So when it comes to the odds, I play my game. So if I'm ever in a poker game or a one-on-one with someone I know, sometimes the odds are not as obvious as it is. Like, for example, who draws better? Right? Who draws better? That's a good one. Or who's more successful? Or who's able to get the job done quicker? Or who's able to get the job done quicker but better? A lot of those questions deal with an audience. It deals with the judge. It also, it deals with other humans. And a lot of times, the one that is able to understand humans, the people who are judging, and people who you are playing against, you can leverage a lot of those things. So, what am I trying to say in this digression? Try not to be so apathetic about learning how humans interact with each other and whatnot, because it can really be the future of your edge. There was a Black Friday deal with 5070 and a 16GB DDR5 and a mediocre CPU for 1,000 euro. That sounds like a steal. What's the cooling solution and the chassis? Buying that is pretty good because you can just change out the chassis and change out the chassis as well as like remount the cooling solution with something else. Usually those things are, and then like maybe substitute out the PSU for less than trying to buy all those products together at this point because of pre-built. The world was fun today. You're off to bed. Yeah, good night, Bree. Good luck tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. The chassis was alright. It was a standard Intel fan. Okay. Yeah, so you can easily just remount the stuff and save the rest of the money, because finding a 5070 and even a 60GB DDR5, what is the memory on it? Is it one stick? 2 8 gigs or 116? 116 maybe like 3600 hertz. CL 20 something in the 20s. You also just remember that your mini PC has an Oculink slot? What is an Oculink slot? What is that? Sorry, I'm a little tired. I laugh when I'm tired. Oops.
不眠症
認証
誘惑する
Why was that a bit off? Be invited?
間違える 貨物船
貨物船
遊び
What?
変車
You can connect a... Oh, okay. That's what an Oculink is. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oculink slots are... That's the name of it. Okay. Oh, that makes sense now. But with Oculink, you can largely eliminate bandwidth bottlenecks. Oh, I see. Provided you don't reduce it to an extremely low level. Oh, okay.
チラシ アム 再来週
Wait, what's going on? So you could just buy a GPU and try out a eGPU that costs like $100. Okay. And your CPU is good and you have a 96. Oh, I mean, that's a pretty reasonable alternative. Oh wait, I went in the wrong direction. Yeah, I ran in wrong. And let's hope no one listens. There is an expected upsurge in GPU demands to scale up that, so no time like the present at this point. Your brother lives in Switzerland, so he can avoid paying taxes. Sounds like a legal loophole.
Akongare.
こんなね。
その
長靴、
泥棒。
恋、
撮影禁止。
撮影禁止。
禁止。撮影禁止。Now the question is which GPU? You could go for a 5080 Strix, but do you even need that? I imagine you can just you can just output your oh, is it Astral? Fair enough. And you're using your laptop to output it via, like, I don't know, HDMI or DisplayPort into, oh, I guess your 60 hertz, an HDMI into your 4K monitor, right? So are you gonna 4K game or not? 5080 Aeon 2, yeah, you don't need a 5080 to hit 60k, probably 4K 60 FPS for Aeon. DisplayPort, okay. Yeah, usually DisplayPort is dealing with high refresh situations. HDMI is perfectly sufficient. The current HDMI standard, like 2.1, HDMI 2.1. Yeah, I mean 5080 is pretty solid wiggle room to, if you wanted to like get the 4K 60 FPS thing, even for Aeon 2, what I would expect Aeon 2 to be in terms of its spec requirements. You can probably maybe have a higher bandwidth one by doing a 5070 Ti, or like you could go with a 5070 Ti and maybe be able to find something slightly cheaper. There is it only Nvidia cards that can use Oculink? Because right now AMD's new release is quite nice in its target, and I don't know how readily available AMD's new. Oh, you could also do, yeah, the most recent one is very high value. I have to revisit what the GPU's name was because numbering is out the window at this point. They released a new 9000 and it's quite lovely for the budget. It matches up with the I don't know if it's the no, it's a 9000 series. It's a 9000 series AMD. I don't know if it's compatible though. I think it was 970. 9070, yeah. 9070 would be it, or the XT version if you find whichever one's cheaper. But it did really well. I don't know what the availability is for it though at the moment because it was recently announced, and I looked at what 3 or 4 Gamers Nexus and Hardware Unbox. I was comparing their metrics. It's pretty solid, like really solid value. That's provided it's releasing an MSRP. Its MSRP for the US is 550-ish. So if you can hit that target, that's a really high frames per dollar. Whenever you consider like customs and all that stuff. So when you factor in all your imports and your taxation and stuff, I don't know how that works. I'm really terrible with converting USDs to like other countries, but if you can get something around like the MSRP, the marketed MSRP of the 9070, it's 15%, roughly 15% value base per frame over like the next highest value, which is neither a 5080 or a 5070 Ti. So you might be able to squeeze in some more on that. You guys have it available. Germany has some stocks, man.
Mukaeru.
I don't usually get a chance to talk about like marketing demands and like benchmarks and stuff about computers because I update computers every 4 to 5 years, and then most of the time when I'm playing video games and or you know, doing language learning, 540, is that good? Is that like what if something was marketed as a 550 USD MSRP, does that equate to like 540 euros, including like customs and taxation? Oh, holy, yeah, no, yeah. 9070 XT. That is such 1500 euros for 5080 Astral. No. That's wow. That's like your 300 euro backplate. I hope you don't find that annoying. I genuinely do feel like it probably brought you great joy. In this case, the 540 euro for a 9070 XT versus a 5080 Astral for 1500 euro. Yeah, that's a hard sell. Hard pass on the 5080. A huge hard pass. Yeah, I don't usually get to talk about computer stuff. That's actually something that I spend a lot of time watching and knowing things about.
出版社
Most people who do language learning and play like indie games like I do, or play like niche games like a Dragon. Yeah, Like a Dragon is still a niche game. They don't have high PC requirements. And then they're usually available on consoles. So consoles are still, you know, thriving. So, to some extent, it's kind of refreshing to be able to talk about PC parts in a general way, in a hand wavy way. 9070 XT is comparable with RTX 5070. Yeah, and a Gigabyte 5070 is that's actually kind of nice. Hmm. Yeah, 5080 is like non-existent value proposition at 1500 euros. If 5070 is a 477 euros. And we're talking about like value here. So we're not talking about like cap performance, right? Like if you want to have your backplate 5080, like if budget is of no concern, that's you go the best, right? Oh wait, what was the CPU in your laptop? Yeah, no, 5080 is not great. I would say 1,000 euros. Like it is really a punching way more expensive. I would say 1,000 euros at most would be a reasonable price ratio. And 41% quote, like you probably use like the benchmark site or something. 41% sounds about right. That would be around 1,000 euros. There's such a heavy markup on that. Oh, okay, a Ryzen AI 9 HX. I still think you would probably get even more for a 9070 XT than a 5070. Even then. Like I'm talking about the offset, because you said it was about $100 more. I don't think it's technically comparable to RT 5070. It's more like a 5070 Ti. But you can also make a rational argument to buy a 5070 instead. But I don't think that's equivalent. Not quite. Actually, I kind of think the 5070 is kind of cheap. At least in benchmarks. Yeah, we're talking about like gaming performance, right? The benchmarks that I were looking at, I guess they're not really called benchmarks, but more like game testing. We're talking about game testing. But you have a way better ray tracing upscaling with NVIDIA. But ray tracing, well, no, I don't think not. I thought you were talking about frame gen, but no, you would be surprised. Upscaling, I would give it to NVIDIA. Ray tracing, not so much, not so much these days. Upscaling though is very noticeable, but we're not talking about a part where you're upscaling. At least I don't think you're going to encounter some major upscaling on Aeon 2, for example, or if you're encountering upscaling and even maybe like ray tracing things, then yeah, go buy the 5080. You hate frame gen. It's fake, sure. It's a thing. Oh, in terms of ray tracing and like particular like baked in upscaling, like the typical thing, the gap is pretty negligible nowadays when it comes to like things like Aeon 2 or things we're talking about here. If you're pixel peeping, 5080 for sure. You buy as expensive as you can, obviously. You tried it on your friend's PC, you have 900 frames and it feels like yeah, there's like weird delay and mushy response times, asynchronous feeling of what you're seeing with what you're reacting to, and there's like other really funny artifacts. So, yeah. Frame gen is more of a band-aid. It's when you can't, when you're balancing visual clarity with a potato. Like if you have a potato in your PC but you still have frame gen, it's the like the lesser of evils, like having enough clarity to see something over. It's kind of like would you want to play a game in cinematic form it at 26 frames per second, or would you want to play at 60 frames per second? Well, if you didn't consider the high octane 60 frames responsiveness, then 26 is good. It's fine. Like, because if it's a walking sim, 26 might actually feel like an interesting experience. Frame gen is kind of like that. Like mobile devices, mobile handhelds. I know mobile handhelds sound like a redundancy, but there are differences between mobile devices and mobile handhelds. Like handhelds require like handhelding, and then mobile devices can be anything that really isn't that particular thing. The RX 9070 XT is a Q1 2025, by the way. Ooh, I see. Oh no, then I might not be talking about that. Hold up. Wait. Am I talking about that? Those benchmarks are... Am I really talking about an... Oh no, wait. I'm talking about the... No, wait. Hold up. Oh yeah, I am talking about that. Oh, I must have watched it a while back. I didn't realize that's how long ago it was. It was March 6th, Q1. Yeah, but its availability wasn't at Q1. So, interesting. Yeah, I am talking about the 9070 XT. And it, oh, actually 97 XT is marked at 600 MSRP. I thought it was 550. Okay. Man, Wikipedia, why do you keep resetting it back to white? Just get flashbanged every time. That's... My eyes get flashbanged. What?
Isoro.
Isoro. Yeah?
大騒ぎ
Clamor. The one thing AMD is lacking is AI support. Okay.
出版する
中途販売販売中途販売 What? Alrighty, you think you'll order a 9 cent after you spend the rest of the day reading reviews and compare videos? I mean, comparing orders? Yeah, that's a solid way to go about it. Oh, did I say ba or pa? 中途半端
中途半端
halfway finished. It's finished halfway. Sure. Harigane.
針金
Weird one. What? Oh.
延長する
We're still at WaniKani. I know. We're kind of running out of time. So, yeah. I need to wrap this up. Put the fries in the bag. The next 83 in the bag in like 2 hours, or else I'm gonna be really tired.
話す
No, I'm like conserving. I'm in like energy conserving mode now. It's not. Not. Oh, I typed out. What? What? Naze.
なぜなら
I have no idea what I typed the first 3 times. You ordered the eGPU dock for now? I think that's a solid investment, as opposed to like trying to... And at most, right, you can wait for the DDR5 to normalize, which is probably not going to it's probably going to normalize a little bit quicker than the GPU one, because as the wave is going, the demand of GPU is going to go up again due to the spike of DDR. So it's gonna lag behind probably, and obviously this is like grain of salt situation, but it's probably gonna be after the normalization of RAM. So you can always repurpose your 9070 XT into a PC, right? And then have your eGPU dock on the side for future like maybe testing or use of convenience. But you can always move the 9070 XT into a new home when you decide to the RAM and other components are reasonable. My heckin' M key, I tell ya. Heckin' M key.
結婚式
押しボタン 墓場
Hey, I sent you a message, but since you're conserving energy and tight on time, no need to address it. Oh, but you drew attention to it. Oh. 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 Okay. I hope you manage. Okay. I hope you manage. As you were halfway through typing the message, you said you're in energy. Oh, no. No, it's perfectly fine. What I mean is, we're managing it so then we can dump it all later. Sort of situation. So what I mean is, we gotta get closer to finish time before I start like dumping my second win. So we're playing a tale of cautionary tale. We're kind of like how should I say? You know, in a tennis match, you have like a good you win the first 2 sets, right? And then now you're going into the 3rd set, and the other opponent's like they're just like nailing it, and then they're coming back in set 3 and then set 4. I'm more like pacing myself so that they work hard for set 3 and set 4, and then I just close the game in set 5. That's kind of what we're doing. I don't know if you watch tennis, but it's a better example. You know, like track and field, right? Right. When people are running, a lot of times there would be a pacer. You would find a pacer. Right? You would find a pacer and then you would follow them until you decide to make your move. That's kind of what I'm doing. Sorry, but the limbs look sus. That's not how that works, protocol. I never thought of it this way. That's kind of funny. You know, dramas from Germany, but that's just Asian church. Yeah. I just realized how the standard running position. Wait. Hold up. Yeah, the standard running. I haven't ever made that connection. The standard running position, like left, up. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Don't know what we talking about. Yeah, that's just the Asian church. Don't worry about it. It's Asian. Good idea. You make it a stitch and fall before you could take the baton to get to the finish line. Yeah. So right now we're basically trying to chill out a little. Cruise control until we get closer to the finish line. I do have a lot of gas in the tank. We're like conserving. I guess that's the effect of being in a different state of mind. That's an understatement. Yeah, I haven't ever made that connection before. The running position. Now I can't wait, hold up. Running man stick figure. Okay, they have a lean, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Like they have a slight lean because you can put like a shoulder. So you can put a shoulder here, and then you can put the back shoulder here and then do this. Right? And then you have your leg joint here. And then you have a knee joint. So you're adding extra joints so that it doesn't look as sus, right? And then you can imagine the body. So a part of the artwork, you can imagine where the body is, the silhouette of the body, just knowing the joints, right? So it's less sus when you add in the knee joints in a less rectangular thing. But I was using a mouse, so I was doing like right, So you can imagine the body is like this. Right. Right, something like this. This would be how your eyes would fill in the person's running stance. Okay, anyways. Sus limbs. That is definitely one for the record books. I haven't ever had someone comment on that. Okay. 退く。
退く。
Oops. Please, M.
郵便局。
郵便局。
郵
Uh, something about like no, it's not that. The key is something like you gotta get to. Oh no. Oh. It's like something dealing with the keys is to the knee, like the knee is the key to the like subeni. No, sudeni.
Sudeni.
Sudeni. And yeah. How did you understand the lyrics in Cheating is a Crime? Did you read a translation? Wait. No, it was the subtitles. Japanese CC. Or at least that's what I was commenting on. YouTube has CC that are fairly reliable. Yeah, YouTube CC. It might not be entirely like good, but it was enough to give me the gist. Like I've been watching YouTube CC for like yoru shika songs, and then like I've been perusing like sakana action songs, and then yeah, I think it's valid enough, and it's a great way to also practice to see what isn't that, like what is weird as well. Like what I mean is I still do other things where people like speak and, you know, human people speak and stuff, but it's also interesting to see how well the CC works to compare and contrast, and then see where I can tell if it's weird, right? We're kind of working with a lot of things, like testing a lot of different ways to understand my acuity. Like nowadays, I kid you not, nowadays I have to remind myself what this is in English. Like what I mean is, when I'm clicking on the thing, it's not the English meaning that is triggering my read. It's the read that's triggering me to translate it, so to speak. Kind of hard to explain. It's a lot more prominent in Chinese, where like oh yeah, like we're just gonna say this, and I'm like, okay, I have to say the word, hear the word, like hear the sound that I'm making, and then I translate it, because I have to hear it to know what it actually means first. And that's happening a lot more because of my intention. My intent is to do it this way. And then when I'm relaxing and practicing, I actually try to do it the other way for fun and to like relax a little. So sometimes I do read translations in the other direction, where like I would read Japanese subtitles to English using YouTube CC. It's kind of funny, and it does do the valid enough situation. Like I'm like, oh wow, so that's what, like I think it's really funny. I don't know if you've tried to do that, where you took like the Japanese CC and like listen to the Japanese, like read the Japanese CC of like Mythical Kitchen. That's in English. It's really fun. I've been doing like a lot of A to B, then B to C, then like A to C, then C to A situation. So you do that sometimes too. It's a great way to test, weaknesses and see how you can bend the way you're thinking. And it's more to entertain yourself. Like try to not get stuck too much with doing one thing. Okay, I dabble like 5 to 10% of the time so that I don't get dragged down too much. It's purely for my entertainment. And I thought this was, oh no, just kidding. Sure. Right, sure, I actually read it in Chinese, actually even more. Wait, why is benefit not a... Oh, kindness. Yeah, fine.
Garo.
Yeah, it's also like 30 or 40% of the time I actually read the Chinese first. Not these though. These immediately ends up being Japanese. That's it, because of the kana. And this one too, because it's not the same. Or at least the default word that I would use.
郵便箱
Bako. Or I mean that's shui, no, not shui. Yo. Yo gan xiang. Right? Yeah, yo gan xiang. What? Oh.
現金
Genki. I actually typed half and half. I typed Chinese and Japanese just now. I typed Jing instead of King. Like, I don't. It's not any easier or harder. It still happens where, like, if I lose focus and start being too relaxed, I do like throw the two together sometimes. Like this one, I could accidentally type Jin instead of Kin here. Jin Kin stuff can be a little sticky because it's Jing in Chinese and then it's King in Japanese, but then Kin, all like Kin or Jin means something else, right? Silver, and then it's not Jin in for silver. Chokin bako. What? Oh, typo.
貯金箱
In bako. Oh, maybe like savings box. 想像力。
想像力
想像力。Whoops.
背
背
丈
丈. Oh, I thought it was otaka. 背丈. What? Oh.
先端
There's, by the way, this is why I used satoimo yesterday. Satoimo.
里芋
It was one of my vocabulary words. So I was demonstrating that, I was nonchalantly demonstrating that I tend to find opportunities to use the vocabulary words. So now I remember when I said I was a, you said you were a sweet potato. I'm like, Yeah, I guess I'm more of a taro. Satoimo. Hmm. uh, yeah, right. Sheng. Sheng. Do I know this one? Like for Chinese? Huh. Livelihood. Think so. Hui, 回复する.
回復する。
You discussed a bit with AI about the GPUs, and it came to the conclusion to buy 9070 XT unless DLSS, CUDA, and yeah, RT worth 190 euros to you. Then you should go with 5070 Ti is what I would say, and you should avoid 5070 because of the 12 gigabyte VRAM, because that's coming from the idea that in gaming testing, like threshold testing, the benchmarks don't account for VRAM bottlenecks. So when I was saying about 9070 XT being comparable to 5070 based on benchmarks, it's comparable to 5070 Ti in non-VRAM limited positions. And then usually because of that, you have to compare 5070 Ti's marketing and MSRP. The reason why MSRP was like around 600, like 550 to 600, is supposed to be matching with the MSRP of, or the current average price of a 5070 Ti. And then the 5080 is way too like horrendously outside of the value space. Yeah, and then the DLSS, it's still superior to like FSR, right? FSR 4, Redstone was just released, and it doesn't really matter. Like the FSR is still like playing second fiddle to DLSS. However, the gap is closer. And then when it comes to like upscaling, still the same situation. The gap is closing. However, most of the topics that people were talking about was the frame gen stuff, and that's like, we're not talking about that, and they're both really not that great. Frame gen stuff's really not that great, so that's covers most of the stuff. I think the AI, in my opinion, I can confirm that's the case. Maybe AMD is cooking up something for 2026 coping. I hope so. It would be kind of interesting. Redstone was the most recent, like, people were excited, or like excited until it was like kind of mediocre. But they're still hoping. Intel is dropping a new, I forgot what the new thing is called, a post battle mage, war mage. I forgot what they called it, like the new one. But Intel recently have entered the scoreboard. They've actually eclipsed 1% of the Intels in the GPU space, and Battle Mage was a value leader, or the last Battle Mage was the value leader, despite like early driver problems or driver catch up and stuff. The maturity of their driver has made it a value leader in a one tier lower. So where it's not the same tier as the 5070 Ti and the 9070 XT. However, if you were like really pinching pennies, battle mages are still great, and there's already like worst kept secret, another Intel big boy is coming with an upscale to VRAM, right? VRAM bottlenecks are underappreciated right now, so 12 is just not enough. 16 VRAM, that's kind of where I'm trying to highlight, like where the AI is getting their source material, and that's usually the consensus that I've like come to understand from human resources. Yeah, solid AI AI chatter.
極端
Ton. Whoops. What? Oh, is it like extreme instead of ultimate? All right, sure. uh,
既存
some. It was GPT 5.2 if you're interested about the model you use. Oh, okay. I was actually curious. I was gonna ask you which model did you consult. Did you read about the recent why GPT 5.2 got rolled out so rapidly? Because there was a code red recently when it comes to comparing to Gemini. OpenAI is like doing a catch the leader if they can situation and releasing statements and stuff to create a vote of confidence on their innovations on ChatGPT. In fact, 5.3 is accelerated, so like they're really rolling out the stuff to make up for the code red. I'm using like jargon that I don't specifically know well enough. I already told Pokra this. Most of the time when I'm thinking of machine learning related things and AI things, I'm specifically using the terms based on their causality or their like consequences and applications. I don't actually know what is considered a code red. However, I do know it's tied to the idea that there's been a large gap. Gotta go to the toilet real quick. Okay, go for it. Chum. Uh, Jinmyaku. Yikes. Maneku?
招く
Maneku.
Tamaru.
Tamaru. Shirohata.
白旗
Shirohata. Oh, I was about to say something about this. Oh, no. Maybe it's just a word for surrender and not white flag. Interesting. Rikutsu. We're getting there. We're
Kawaii.
getting there. Kawaii. Oh my gosh, my M key. Sorry. You just can't anticipate when the M key happens. It makes for some funny typos though. That can't be right. Heck yeah. Oh. Hitori. Oh, what? Hitori. Oh no. Hitari. What? What? Hitori. I thought it was Gen. Was it not Gen? That's like self-talk, right? Oh. I have no idea anymore. Oh, I know what it is. Itorigoto. Itorigoto.
独り言
Itorigoto self-talk. Yes.
創造的
Oh, Sawa. My stray, mountain stray. Okay. Kangamu.
かがむ
Kangamu.
密
密
会
会。極める。
極める
ね。
温厚
Uncle. Oh. Odorokasu.
驚かす
Odorokasu. Odorokasu. 編
編集
集。ね。
似合う
似合う。
前
前
傾
傾。Yep.
面接する
面接する。直接的。That one's rough, Barracks.
帰
帰
結
結。
冷える
振り仮名。
基準。
What the 基準? Makes sense.
小麦粉。
Oops. I wrote tall for sugar, and then I wrote tongue for sugar. Oh yes. Now I'm typing pinging instead of English. Oh yes. That's gonna happen. That is going to happen. So many funny things are going on in my head.
輸入する
輸入する. Alright, we're good. Are you familiar with the term WC, water closet? Yes, I am. Largely because of British entertainment. Yeah. Why are you asking me about water closet? Oh no! Oh no, it's so late in the day. We're gonna have 2 days. Alright. I mean, that's fine. Midnight on Friday? Oh no. Alright, it's okay. You saw a US American not knowing it? Oh yeah. Not all, nah, yeah. You thought it's international for toilet? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, the water closet is regional in the United States. But it's also not very common in American English. There's also a thing between restrooms and bathrooms. Restrooms, bathrooms, toilet. Yeah, toilet. I mean, if you really want to like start getting into like the non-international things, the can. The can or the loo for the UK folks, but the can. That would be something like regionally to hear. Visiting the can. I use water closet a lot of times when I'm talking to internationals, so it's perfectly all right. What is it? Chinese also has a problem. Yeah, you never, yeah, you would never hear that in UK. Chinese is very similar in the sense like I always use 厕所 or 厕所, 厕所, but it's not what I hear often born, and I don't even remember what the other one is. And then it's like Japanese, like toire, right? Toire and ben something. What was the other one? Ben. There's really funny toilet stuff. I'm not trying to make it sound like potty humor. I'm not that immature, guys. But otearai, right? Otearai, and then we had benjo. Otearai, benjo, and toire. Yeah, right. Chinese, I don't remember what the other one is. It's coming like gong, maybe like gong dao. I don't know, or seesaw. No. Oh, xi xiu jian, right? Xi xiu jian, like oterai translates to xi xiu jian, right? Like hand washing thing. And then there's still like, I just learned a phrase that combines horse and bucket for toilet in Chinese. I'm like, I don't know if it's like ma tong, and it's literally uma. And bucket. I don't remember what bucket is. So just remember bucket. So toilet, horse bucket is a toilet. So it does happen in other languages too, outside of English, which is, yeah, I usually use ci, ci suo, ci suo, yeah, ci suo, or seesaw. China needing to create a new character for new stuff is wild. The katakana version definitely better solution. Yeah, it's the most memorable like what moment in my recent HanziHero stuff. Horse bucket or toilet, and it's a coincidence. But when you asked about toilet, the first thing I thought about was horse bucket. Horse bucket is a toilet. If you go around saying, instead of saying water closet, and you go to China and it's like, oh, horse bucket. And then benjo, yeah. Benjo is the other one, yeah. You think it's funny? Yeah, benjo sounds funny in general, as opposed to like oterai and toire. So I know this, I don't want to sound too disrespectful. I think people who appreciate language in a way would find it kind of funny if you do it intentionally. Like I could see it in like a stand-up, like a comedy comedy thing on a like Osaka stage or something, where they talk about like the origins of benjo and like otearai and toire, like how to like play on words and whatnot. And I would think it's pretty funny if you go around and say, "Where's the horse bucket?" And you're actually essentially saying that as a foreigner. Like a foreigner learning Chinese would immediately think that's a horse bucket. Ma tong. Ma tong is literally horse and bucket put together. Maybe there's an ACT enact referring that. Oh, referring. There is a enact referring that. Possibly. I was trying to think about it. I said, I think. All right, I forgot to review my things for tomorrow, so or for the day after actually now. Let's go and do our reads and definitions before we forget. All right. The things I'm talking now is only multilingual problems. Like these are multilingual moments. Multilingual moments, or multi-accent moments, or like multicultural moments. The whole water closet thing, and the you know, the can, and are there any other? There's one. The throne. The throne. Yes. The throne. The toilet is the throne. I don't know if that came from British because of throne situation, like nobility, but this is the wild, like this would be one that I've heard before, like on passing. Would you also like to discover is the stuff that got translated one-to-one? For example, in Naruto, the dub also used genjitsu. I see. Yeah, which is just illusion tech. Yeah, genjitsu. Indeed. Yeah. You gotta love the saying like kagebunshi no jitsu. I can't do it. I'm really terrible with sounding like shonen jump characters. My impressions are not on point. And you know what's funny about now? Like when I say kagebunshi no jitsu, right? But you kind of sound just blatant. Oh, blatant on. Oh, yeah, yes. The thing about kage, blatant, yeah. Kage bunshi no jitsu, no jitsu. I didn't think of it. Now I don't think of it as what did Naruto say. I thought of it as how do I say shadow clone jutsu, right? And I accidentally said jitsu as in technique, but kage, right? Kagebunshi, and bunshi is more like dupe, like a dupe. So it's shadow duping, like duplicate clone, and then technique, right? So kagebunshi no jitsu. I'm not actually not sure if it's, yeah, it's got to be jutsu for technique. So kagebunshi no jutsu. That's now I'm no longer thinking like what did Naruto say, but how do I say something, and I will go and say that instead. So now instead of thinking of from the aspect of trying to remember the actual thing, I simply do the translation. And some people are like, oh yeah, but you're still translating in your head. It's like, well, I translate the other direction too. When I'm listening to Japanese, I kind of do the opposite. And then when I'm reading Japanese, I kind of listen to English while reading Japanese. All the way around. Every way around. It's makes it very convenient whichever direction you're talking about. Genjutsu sounds really cool, honestly. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Genjutsu. Rasengan is I think Rasengan is a cool name for a technique. Naruto was what, 19? Yeah, I was still in high school when we watched Naruto. So it was I was slightly on the older side when my sister and I watched Naruto. We watched like 90 or so episodes during a break. During one of the breaks. It's a nostalgic point. A nostalgic point. And then we watched Bleach. So don't remember those times. Is that what it is? Or are you... Oh, 1,000. Oh, okay. I'm like, 1,000 what? 1,000... Like, 1,000 birds? Are you making a reference to the, like, the 1,000 burp things? Okay. Yeah. Burps. Yeah, Chiroi. Yeah, Chirori. Yep. Kakashi, right? Kakashi sensei. Or Kakashi. No, Kakashi. Kakashi sensei. Yeah, Chirori, 1,000 birds. What was the other one? What was the eye tech? Actual Japanese name is actually they use lightning and what is the right character? Or thunder and what? Thunder something. Glide? And then we have picture oh, that's that Rasengan. Okay, Rasengan. Oh, Sharingan. Oh no, sorry, Sharingan. Yeah. So picture wheel eyeball. Interesting. Picture wheel eyeball. Oh, that makes sense. That's cute. That makes so much sense. Oh, we're not gonna draw this because it could get into sketch territory too. Yeah, Sharingan. Yeah, that's right. That makes so much sense. Oh man. I need to go back and look at technique names. They're on the head. You know what this reminds me of? Whenever people like watch like kung fu movies. When people watch kung fu movies and like when you hear the dub, like five palm thrust, frog leaps over pond, snake cradle ground strike. Like that's I'm getting that moment again. Only that's when I hear English people listening to Chinese content. Like when they when they like pose and they say something like tiger fist strikes crane. That's kind of, this is the moment I'm getting now. It's like, oh, Sharingan is a picture wheel eyeball. Nice. Imagine what they call it out. It's like picture wheel eyeball, and then like it happens, and like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I can appreciate now why they stick with Chidori and Shingan and like your other names like Raigeki and things like that. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, it would be really funny. Honestly, I would probably do it just ironically. But hear me out. It doesn't translate to make sense, but you can use English to interpret it. So you could say like you could say something else, you know? Like in English, there's other ways to express a pinwheel, you know, like a photo wheel eyeball. Like you can, I don't know. No, what would be an interesting name for it? Like duplicate vision, or like repla vision, or like replication vision, or replication use like a different word for replication, like dupe vision or duplication vision, something like that. Maybe in a filler. Yeah, that would be funny in a filler. Oh, that's the Rasengan. Okay. I don't have that Da yet. Interesting. Oh, I get the Shingan part. Yeah, spiraling. Okay, so that's for spiraling. Yeah, the left character is something else. Yeah, the other ones are fine. It's sphere for Maru. Like Maru, it's a saying circular. And then there's motion, and then pointing. So I don't. Da is an interesting character. Don't have it yet. Oh wait, maybe I do. Thread, field, and insect. It's snail. Oh yeah. No, never mind. Just kidding. I don't have it. I don't have this. I don't have snail. Okay, that's fair. Interesting. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times it's hilarious to hear. And in English, they actually do that. Like, so the earlier time, yeah, it's not on WaniKani. Okay, that's fair. So it must be post N1 thing or an N1 thing. What you call it? I can't tell you how often when you had to learn it in immersion. Fair enough. Actually, I wouldn't put it past Duolingo to add snail. So you like, the reason why I say that is because people wouldn't consider immersion, Duolingo as immersion. But Duolingo introduced a bunch of things that isn't in WaniKani because of themes, like animals. Animals are like little creatures and stuff are really common. It's kind of like what Xing Xing was describing, where Xing Xing was learning Vietnamese from their mother-in-law, and their mother-in-law would describe immediate things. So like, it'd be contextually, that would be considered as immersion, but I often talk about how Duolingo does that, where you have to imagine a hypothetical situation where you are, and since it's not immersion because it's out of quote unquote, it's not in the environment that it's in, you have to abstractly see that a snail is also a creature. And it would probably occur when they introduce insects, like different types of insects. Probably when mushi starts being used. Largely because there's a mushi in snail. So no, you really don't have to learn it in immersion, but I understand what you mean. Largely, it'd probably be picked up in immersion, I suppose. Okay, we got it. Flatulence. You don't think they use it for snail? Okay. Then what do they use it for? Like everyday language? All right. What do they use it for? That still doesn't rule out if Duolingo uses it. Duolingo is not curriculum based, so and it's not dependent on immersion. I mean, that's the whole idea of having unnatural sources. Cool. Crutch. Would be screw. Oh, interesting. That makes sense for the Rasengan then. Yeah. Rasen. Oh, it's Rasen. Not Rasing. Rasen. It's spiral, yeah. So you would have a screw, a quartz screw, right? Or a spiral pointer or direction or travel. And then you could, yeah, spiral staircase, yeah. So probably would come up. Yeah. Sure. Oops. Not sure. She magazine. Mado. Window. No, we'll find out. I still haven't finished. Yeah. Now we know. I still haven't finished Duolingo, so yeah, no, I am gonna go back to completing it. We're halfway, and then the Chinese course got expanded double the length. So where I ended with Chinese is when I stopped with Japanese, and I'm actually genuinely curious how much I can spot in terms of commentary. It's gonna be like going back to Neverwinter. Get ready for the rut roll. Keen. Muscle. Sweet. Dangle. And proclaim. Son. Revered. Chew. Loyal. Respect. Soul. Livelihood. Fate. Ash. E. Differ. Cole. Emperor. Se. Isle. Sa. Sha. San. Oh. Earlier, right before you came back, I wrote to, and then I wrote tang as the meaning, and I'm like, oh, right. Sugar. Hi. Fei. I could just do that. We could just like, instead of using definitions, I could just use Chinese. Soon, actually, quite soon. There are some that are different and not overlapping at the moment. Like, I'm not sure about this one, if it's overlapping or not. Cho. Cho author. Soul, show, Zhuang. Right, Zhuang for attire. Oops. Buddha, backside. G, G is. Sorry, not G. Zhu is various. Zhu. Show. Teen. Rent. And Uwake? No, Uwasa. you got a meeting in 10 minutes, then you'll definitely finish up your WaniKani HanziHero. Yeah, we're at our limit, so we should not dilly-dally anymore. I have one extra spare hour, but we're gonna try not to spend that extra hour. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. We talked about a lot of subjects today, and of course, you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, I don't know, accuse me of things and gaslight me about things, I suppose. I will give it a try. We'll try to engage and reach some sort of a discussion point. But ultimately, something that I typically try to not push too hard, and is that to become associated with emotional instability, of which that I am concerned for escalating potential lose-lose situations. So while we had a lot of discussions as a leaping point for understanding empathy, pity, sorrow, and all of that, it is without self-pity that I want to say these are learning examples. I talk about my experiences that are available publicly between the people that I speak to and the people that write comments. So I like to believe that commentary awareness allows one to introduce each other on how to interact and handle certain situations. I think defaulting to scorch earth, apathy, and like simple gaslighting is not a recipe that will inevitably be a win-win situation or even a win-lose situation. Oftentimes both parties lose. So I just want to emphasize that. Feel free to come on by and yap, chat, keep each other spirited, right? Again, I don't default to pity when I talk to people or to myself. I default to encouragement and proactive thinking. If you need someone to kind of nudge you along, but not shove you so hard that you just punch me back, I'm here. So let's go talk about it sometime. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch very quickly, get some maybe a bit of glucose, check on my time machine, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第330，8天。I'm gonna say 338. Nothing from yesterday. I think it was fairly alright. I kind of went into digression heaven yesterday. Let's see if we can tie this up. 2.5 hours ish. Kind of on the high side today.
括弧
括弧括 include 括弧 include curves or arcs, parentheses. Makes sense.
括弧
How you write parentheses? What the Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever read. I'm not sure. Hesses.
把柄
Bobbing. Bobbing, like grasp, right? Grasp handle. Oh, that type of handle. Bobbing. Bobbing.
把柄肥沃
肥沃. Fei wo, so fat and fertile. Fertile. Fei wo.
肥沃瑕疵
瑕疵. Xia. What the xia? Coerce and chu. Oh yeah, this one's a little coerce and then support. What do you have written? You take a hostage is to coerce people into doing what you want by supporting someone firmly by the arms and refusing to let them go. Okay. All right.
瑕疵
Take this page.
佐料
佐料. What is that? 佐 assistant ingredients or materials, condiments, makes sense. Or seasoning.
佐料
Oh. How does quo work? Oh, you gotta clean. Yeah, okay.
括弧肥沃 瑕疵 把柄佐料
All right.
隧道
隧道.隧道. Tunnel way. Okay. That's a tunnel, all right.
隧道西武
一五. Qi, deceive, and wu. Insult, deceive, and insult, bully. Wow. That kind of hits hard there.
西武粘贴
粘贴, yeah, to paste. So this is glue and paste, which is 粘贴. 粘贴.
粘
Oh,
贴
贴 is classic.
俏丽
俏丽. Qiao is good looking and then pretty or beautiful. Just pretty.
俏丽独酌
独酌. 独酌 alone 酌 oh alone and or wine yeah
独酌
make it low I don't want to talk about it. Heck, it's so rough. The rice and the fortune thing. They're both terrifying. Ah! I took the wrong.
隧道俏丽独酌
Okay. Nian is not good. Like, not.
粘贴 西武鹦鹉
鹦鹉 Oh yeah, English acre. Yes.
鹦鹉天平
天平 Yeah, balance scale. A heavens scale, right? A heaven scale, the balance of good and evil balance scale. 天平
天平弧形
弧形 The shape of an arc. A curve. Yeah. Nice. Oops. Ah!
弧形戳
Chuo to jab. I wonder if this can like what is it? Chen chuo. Oh, I don't think that sounds really weird. Chuo chen maybe, or like beat chuo ji or ji chuo, or it could just be hand like chuo xiao. Chucky is in front of the office building where he is torturing a turkey that is tied to the side of the building. All right. He uses his halberd to jab the turkey. In fact, his jabs are so fierce that it sends feathers flying everywhere in front of the office building. Okay. Actually, that's really good. Oh, puncture. It could be pierce. Is it pierce? Oh, no, it's not. It's more like it's press or like a break. Yeah, break. Okay. Interesting. They went with pull. I guess that makes sense. Break. To jab and then break. There's so many ways to like jab something. There's even stabbing. Or piercing.
戳逆
Knee. To hide. Neo. We have a poor relationship, Neo. What do you actually look like? What was the thing with the rights? Was it cool? Hold. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's raw, as if, dang it, raw. It's a raw in a box. Yeah, raw is a weak character. What is this? Why? Alright, conceal. Oh, this could end up with it like ni tang. Yeah, like ni tang or something. Oh, but conceal could also like darken. Ni mo or something like that. Neo's in the bathroom of the house trying to hide from Agent Smith. He finds a large box of flowers and empties it out and then puts it on top of him behind the shower curtain. The next second, Agent Smith comes into the bathroom looking for him. Neo is nearly about to cough, so he buries his mouth into his armpits. Agent Smith looks at the overturned box suspiciously, but does nothing and exits the bathroom. Neo has successfully hid from the agent. Fair enough. Anonymous. Wow, that went somewhere else. Neeming, alright. That went really somewhere else.
逆
Neat.
鹦鹉 天平 逆
Okay.
Chua.
Oh, it's not the hand jab. I just realized that. It's that type of jab. Okay. That motion was a little weird, out of context.
Hu xing.
All right.
Try.
Try. Oh no, it's the prospector. Prospector is all over the place. Try is actually the more common one. Interesting. Oof. Re and try. Okay. Chucky is in the basement of the high school where he's organizing all the fingers that he has cut off people's hands. Fair enough. He's trying to conjecture which belongs to who as he forgot to label them. The prospector comes down into the basement with some high school students and conjecture that it is the evil-looking doll Chucky that cut off his finger earlier that day, as his finger is right there in front of Chucky. Chucky conjectures that one that looks the freshest must be the prospector. Okay. I think that is certainly workable. To speculate. Yep. Got you. To try to figure it out. Try more. Oh, there it is. Oh. To rub it out. Okay, I see. Interesting.
Try.
Oh.
折
Oh, excuse me. To fear? When was the last time I had triple ears? Sure. Right? Sure to take a photo. Where's my triple ear gang? There's only one triple ear to take a photo. Sure. And what was this? Sure. 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 James Bond is inside the electricity plant undercover. Alright, I'm feeling it. Fearing the situation he is in. In front of him is a scary soul that floats in front of him. giving off electric pulses. Its ethereal form is 3 floating ears that rotate slowly, making all fear it. James Bond was not ready for this mission. James Bond is inside the electricity plant. Undercover. Right. Undercover. In a suspicious situation where he fears that he has been burned. He has been burned because there were no souls or ears in the lobby in the electricity plant. Deter. Interesting. 规则. Ah. Fair enough.
折
Okay.
梅
May? Mildew. Do you look like a May? Oh, you kind of look like a May. With rain, huh? Mario is inside the beach house by the bay. Okay. Stuck with a hit woman in a storm. It's enough trouble to dodge the hit woman's deadly assaults, but Mario also has to dodge the rain since the roof of the beach house is in disrepair. It's been in disrepair for so long that Mario also has to dodge the mildew all about. The mildew all about too? Oh, that's interesting. Between the rain, the hit woman, and it's hard to say. Okay. So Mario is inside the beach house. Having an encounter with a hit woman. Taking shelter from the rain. The beach house is somewhat shelter from sun and rain. The house is somewhat abandoned, filled with mildew, where he happens upon a hit woman. They decided to mutually take shelter until the rain passes. To have bad luck. Jiao? No. Dao Miao. Dao Miao. Interesting. The topple and mildew. Interesting, Dao Miao. Become mildewed Fa Miao. Fa Miao. No, Fa Miao. Yes, Fa Miao. Oh no, Fa not Miao. Mei. Fa Mei. And then Da. What? Dao. Yeah. Dao Mei.
梅
Mildew is not that strong in there.
坑
Kun. What was hung? Turntable. The last turntable was Kong and Hang. Yeah. Or Kang. Yeah, Hang. Many Hangs. There's also a Hun, but it doesn't deal with turntable. And Kang. Now it's just suddenly moving to Kung. Two Kungs. Interesting. To utter. There's a mouth there. Hermit is in front of the English manor where he finds a strange ancient turntable playing on the immaculate lawn. Instead of a speaker, it has an English mouth attached to it that belts out the music, except the volume is too low, so it merely utters notes sporadically. Hermit utters to himself that this is quite a strange contraption, but the rich kids lying on the grass next to the turntable seem to like it. Intriguing. We're gonna try a different thing. Kind of similar. Kermit the Frog is in front of the English manor where he is hired to entertain the rich kids. He brought out a turntable and other singing notes from his mouth to provide some music for the kiddos. You can no longer focus on uni work, so you're going to watch stream for a break. Oh, hey, Proko. Hopefully everything's going all right. To utter a word. Keng sheng makes sense. To not utter a word. Yi sheng bu keng. Yi sheng bu keng. That's one sound, but no utter. Not utter. Yeah, funny.
哼使
Sure. Extravagant. Oh, you have a lot of potential companions. This screams more of a duel situation. Yeah, duel. And we have Go. Yi. Yi is a weak one. And Die. Okay. Yeah, true, isn't it? Okay. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the house where he's having an extravagant party with many Slendermen. Okay. In fact, it is so extravagant that the basement of the house has never seen so many people as Charlie Brown and Slenderman stayed up for days drinking and playing video games. Yikes. Okay. Unfortunately, we have to make Charlie Brown unfortunate. So, Charlie Brown is in the basement of the house. Being held captive while many Slendermen throw in extravagant party at his expense. So mean. Or we're sticking to the archetype. What is that character? Shochu. I don't have the other.
使
Okie dokie. Prospector. Finger, prospector. Oh, wait. Actually. Oh, it has to compare. We'll see how well that is.
揣
Finger.
始
Yo, what? Okay.
哼 折
Yes.
没
All right. Oh, I thought that was my third set. Okay. We got 157 reviews. Whew, whew. Second win. Let's go. We're gonna take it slightly easy. Ooh. 饿死.
饿死
他饿死了。
Sorry to be deaf. Or die of hunger. Fair enough. What? I went for it. No regrets. Total regrets. Hold. Did you sacrifice time on WaniKani to fit in HanziHero? No. We're still good. We're still within an hour of our maximum allotted amount of time. How does this work? Gwen.
恶棍
那个恶棍偷了我的钱。
Gwen. It's a robber, like a thug. It's fine. We're fine. It's a bad person. What they're describing is a thug stole the person's money, so that's why I typed robber. Kind of contextual. What? What? Hold up. That was unexpected.
Yen
Oh, I thought it was a typo. All right.
安眠药
你有安眠药吗？
包经
Ah, 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 ah. I don't. Oh, I typed bot. Wait, what the? 谁什么？Wow, you're what am I looking? Oh no, am I having a stroke? No. What?我想吃谁？What? What? Water, something water. At the yarn is like uh what? The sparks are bad news bears. Um that sparks are really bad news bears. Yeah.
沮丧，
不要因为一次错误就沮丧。
囤粮，
战争期间，军队需要囤粮。
发言，
我的喉咙发炎了。
吹，歹徒，
他们合作抓住了歹徒。
How does the spark work with the mouth? Oh. Oh my gosh, 哨兵 Send
哨
help.
兵，
哨兵站在大门旁边。
Send help. And then what happened here? 国国际
国际，
国际法，
口哨，
他用口哨呼唤狗。
趴，
Lie prone. Why did I type in? What is wrong with me?
苛求，
他总是苛求别人。
Come on, we figured this out. Ah, man. So weak.
棍子、
那根棍子很结实，
Quinn is so weak. What? Oh. 瞄准。
运、
Oh, that's so bad. Oh no, this one's pretty good.
搓、
I think. Oh no, it's not that great. Rub with finger? Or rub with like hand or delicate. Rub with the hand. Yeah. That's...
治、
Stand erect is gonna. That's not gonna work. Okay.
古人、
假人带着他们的货物前往城市。
妖媚、
这本小说描述了一个妖媚的女人，
Or seductive.
妖精、
妖精施展魔法，帮助了英雄。
It almost sounds like it's describing a link. A fairy influencing a hero. Oh, Mian. Oh my gosh, Mianhua.
棉花、
Whoops,
她的衣服是用棉花制成的，
I got the silence. I got so caught up with the
笨、 傍晚、
我喜欢在傍晚散步。
it's oh, it's not noon, evening. Around evening.
瞄准、
士兵瞄准目标，等待命令。
瞄准. Oh. Maybe like take aim.
中介、
他是我们的中介，
Or like introduction. Here, okay. Acquaintance is to act as a way to acquaint, like it's like middle introduction. So like the person who's doing the middle thing. What happened here? Oh. Or just the evening. I mean around evening. I know what it.
接纳、
他们接纳了新的团队成员。
Like to admit or welcome. Yeah. Fine. My M button.
婴儿、
婴儿正在哭，
Ah! It's just baby. Baby? Oh no. I can't spell. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
账
I don't know what this is. What? That yarn is throwing me off so hard. Oh, maybe it's just... Why? Okay. Oh. Oh, right. Right.
惩
双赢。
双赢
获得双赢的结果。
商贾
许多商贾聚集在港口。
What are you? What? Why is that a thing? Maybe like... Oh, I'm so upset right now. Oh. Oh, no, wait, that's... Ding. 切 No, 秋 I just realized that's pool.
普及
普及法律常识。
Like just common, low, popular. Alright, it's okay. That's just really common, so popular.
“干枯
土壤在没有下雨的时候很容易干枯。
I don't know what I'm looking at anymore for that. Oh, I know what it is now. I know what it is. I got it. Wow. Dang. That's pretty rough.
微
What happened here? Oh, I add line in prone. What in the world?
“刚
No! I actually... No, I don't know anymore. What?
四肢
它的四肢很有力量。
I promise I'm not deliberately not typing M's.
牢房
他在牢房里反思自己的错误。
谈吐
在会议中，他的谈吐清晰明确。
Antu. Like how do you like just speak carelessly or something like that. Like talk, manners. Okay, okay. Oh, it's a style of okay. Oh, that's interesting. Who ended up being Bert ended up being manner of speech. We're not gonna worry about manner of speech thing. Not today. Not today.
沙丘，
沙丘是沙漠中常见的景象。
水饺。
水饺，
It's
我想吃水饺。
dumplings. How could I forget dumplings? I don't know. I need to eat enough dumpling. Now I gotta go eat dumplings. Spitting discussion turned out to be manner of speech. That's... Oh wow. What in the... I have no idea what's going on here. The rice ja. So ta something ja. I something 跑步. I'm gonna say 海苑. No. What is that? Tower. Turkey spray. No, the center one either. Probably running by the sea line. Oh, or coastal. I don't know what that is. This is the problem with two body parts. Body parts have to be tied to the character. And to use it to remember something. Could it be because it's fins? No. There's no chance. It was yen. It was along the coast, like along the river. Or no, along the beach. Wait, I'm not... Ton. A ton. I don't know if I have ton. Alright, let's go. Along is not good. Oh, and we did actually use Yoshi's mouth. Nothing about his legs, though. Let's see. Maybe we can incorporate something about the leg. I was hyper fixated on.
肢体，
手臂是一个肢体，
伤，
What? what else do they ascribe to that?
千万
3000万
Then help. Heck.
聚集
鸟类常常在这里聚集。
类似
类似情况
Or kind. Or similar. Yeah, yeah.
爬山
星期六我们去爬山吧。
Ah! I lost all my... Oh man, I lost all my... Let's climb a mountain. Send help.
沿着
他沿着海滩跑步，
Ton? I really don't remember ton at all. How is this in a... I gotta double check. I gotta check this. I don't remember ton at all. Oh, I don't. That's because I don't have ton. Okay. Oh. Or hike. Yeah, that's fine. Merchandise? Oh, no, wait. Is that? No, no. It's like a shop or sale. Okay. A merchant, sorry. What? Oh, whoops. What? Wait. Hold up. I can't count. I should have just wrote it out. What is that? Oh, 铜牌. Hold on. Let's think about this.
"半裸
他跑步时常常半裸。
What? Oh, wait. Oh, I know what it is. That's not even close to what it actually is.
捐款、
我们需要捐款帮助贫困的孩子。
睁开、
请睁开你的眼睛。
Whoa, oh no, 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 no.
铜牌、
铜牌也是一种荣誉。
竞选、
我们支持他竞选总统。
Campaign or run for it, that's fine. What is going on? Oh, they're not taking 10 million. Oh, they're not accepting 10 million.
种、
I wrote 100 million there, but earlier the reason why I was wrong is because they didn't accept the digits. I think this is Mei Shi. Oh, what? Is uh
后勤、
他负责管理后勤工作。
This one's troublesome. Logistics.
驾驶、
他的驾驶技术非常优秀。
Dang it. I don't know what that is. Okay.
小麦、
这些面包是用小麦做的。
Oh, dang it. Well, I typed toe. Yeah, 建筑师。
建筑师、
建筑师设计了这栋建筑物。
Oh no, it's twin. Oh wait, is it twin? Oh no. I thought I was okay. I was not okay.
地毯、
这块地毯很柔软。
聚会、
聚会地点在哪里？
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
低、 某事、
借此机会做某事。
机会做某事。 It's like Not small things. Okay. Minor things. Okay, okay. We're gonna write like some things, but oh, certain. Dang it, certain. We're gonna pass on that. I'm not too concerned about something. I was just gonna say things, but I couldn't go beyond things. Oh no. Can't go beyond this either. YOLO? That sucks.
闭幕式
闭幕式包含很多表演，
Okay.
吞
Okay.
十 包括
税金不包括在内。
年轻
年轻人
cheerful? 年轻 like lights, like fair, like light on years, young. Okay, that's fine. All right. How does this work? I thought this was like the go board and the entertainment and the oh,
绕
it's like sidetrack. You go around. Detour is fine. It's part of detour. Oh. Hoang? Oh, Shin? Oh, yeah, that's Shin. Alright, that is definitely Shin. The way I'm going about these things is crazy. Like, the errors aren't even related, remotely related to...
人工
这是一个人工花园，
The errors that I'm making are not even close to the actual answers. I don't know how this is working.
海浪
我能听到海浪的声音。
Pretty wild. What? Oh, that's pa. See, like, wall leads to pa. It's crazy. What's happening? I don't know what's happening right now.
圆
What's going on? Oh no. I don't like you. What's going on here? The heck? No, it's probably like la. No. Shoot. Da. Like da. Da. It's like no wait. Yeah, it's probably like yeah. How's the schedule going now? It's pretty normal. This is good. Ah!
念念不忘
要有多坚强，才敢念念不忘？
Yeah, it's like lia. Yeah, lia. Lia liang. Like us two, like the two of us, something like that. Yeah. What? Oh, Dan. Ooh, okay. Dan needs help. How do I improve on Dan? Oh, it's Dan. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, is the other way. Yeah, is this one. It's fine. Dan is gone. We is gone. It's just disappeared.
国家、
美国是一个国家，
Just a nation. It's fine. Nation's good too. Sure. Excuse me?
书架、
书架上的书放得很齐。
How do what is going on? Where did the heck did pie? Oh no, we gotta add pie. I need work on pie. Adding, we need to work on that. We've since added the fingers of the peep, so gotta retroactively change all the fingers things.
燃、
Like ignite, okay. I think this is Anning.
安宁、
一个安宁的早晨，
I don't know what the Anning is. Peaceful? Peace?
工具、
一种工具，
Hold. The heck? Dang you. What is that? Oh, this is shit.
寻、
Okay with that.
健康、
我真担心他的健康。
And John, whoa. What? Oh, that's supposed to be 2. John, yeah.
“澄清”、
他想澄清这个误会。
“咱俩”、“嗯”、“警犬”、
警犬经过严格训练，
I just gotta review that one. It's a little bit rough, but not too bad.
佛像、
这座佛像非常壮观。
Or like a Buddha statue. It's fine. Buddha is good enough.
老、
Ah! Gong. Oops.
拱、
What is it like? Consolidate? What? Wait. What? How's that not Chung? Oh no. Mei Ho Wang. Oh no. Oh no no no. Mei Ho Wang. Mei Ho Wang. Yeah, so how do we I don't know how I'm gonna get
拍
I and Pat. What were the words to clap and tennis racket? Tennis racket doesn't, but clap.
美猴王
Monkey
我
King.
听说《美猴王》这部电影不太好看，
You take that back. 目瞪口呆 Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong. I said mudang. I didn't say mudang. 日 big Buddha statue, image of Buddha. It's a Buddha statue. Statue of Buddha. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Wait. Oh no! Wait, what? Alright, let's think about this. It's on
按
post or short. Sure.
猴子
猴子喜欢爬树，
行
What did I type? I thought it was Debon. Debon.
地板
他躺在地板上，
Or the board, yeah.
善
Or maybe like virtue. Or kindness. It doesn't matter. Word. Okay, sorry. Outburst.
地
Supreme leader? Oh boy. I'm losing it. It's gone. My sanity is gone.
肺炎
肺炎可以传染，
Alright.
药丸
他忘了吃早上的药丸，
Oh. Howdy, boy. Howdy. Is that a you? Yihan. No, Yiho. Oh no. No, that's a Nuho. T? You are not. You are a Ying. I gotta think about that one. Oh, is it a... Alright, okay, I got it. 屏障。
屏障，
这个屏障非常有效。
What? This monitor protective screen. Okay, it's fine.
翼，
I don't know what that is. Like, oh, it's recall the reminisce thing. It's fine. They're both together. We're gonna skip that one. Too soon.
目瞪口呆，
我听到他的话，当场目瞪口呆。
Wrong tone. Soul. The soul is what makes the difference. The soul is the difference.
人，
Again, benevolence. Can help.
怒吼，
老虎的怒吼吓跑了猎人。
牺牲，
他愿意为朋友牺牲一切。
What in the world?
描绘，
他用词语描绘了这个城市的变化。
Depict?繁体字。
繁体字，
繁体字比简体字复杂。
What? Wait. Oh, that's probably T. What the heck is just sparks? YOLO.
不孝，
那位不孝子被父母所遗弃。
Like unworthy.
馒头，
你想吃馒头吗？
津津有味。
津津有味，
我们津津有味的聊天。
I'm gonna YOLO this. No, I can't YOLO this.
修，焊接，
工人正在焊接这些钢板。
焊接。Oh.
怀孕，
她正在怀孕。
框架，
这个计划需要一个明确的框架。
眨眼，
眨眼是一个自然的动作。
Yeah, T.
替，饼，
Hoang.
唐诗，
唐诗是中国古代文学的一部分。
Okay. Slowly, but surely.
行，
We're doing okay. It's like, okay. Ooh, that's punishment. Is it? Huh. What in the world? What? Oh no. I gotta think about that one. Excuse me? Hmm.
圣，官吏，
那个地方的官吏很腐败。
君子，
君子应该说话诚实。
Oh, gentlemen. My bad. Ooh.
猪，
Okay.
攀岩，
我喜欢攀岩。
It's rock climbing, mountain climbing. Hey, no. Let's be a little bit specific. Rock climbing is what that is. That's fine. You're back at it again. This usually takes 2 hours. This usually takes 2. Uh.
斩首，
他们的领袖被斩首了。
Oh. Told your brother to order you the 9070 XT since he's coming for Christmas. Oh, nice. That's very convenient. Very nice. I thought this was... That's fine.
车厢，
他们正在清理车厢。
宽恕，
宽恕别人是一种美德。
Okay. Just gotta sort it out a little. Now you gotta hold off on Aeon for 1.5 weeks. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, is that I? That's probably I. And then what happened here? We have... Oh, I typed the wrong thing there. It's fine. I'm like, I don't think I got Yao Qing. Yao Qing. Here, right. Typo. Uh...
不妨，
这个方法不妨试一试。
不妨。
邀请，
你为什么不邀请他？
Oops, that's a typo. Oh! What? Oh, I don't know why I typed Gung. Oh my gosh. That's kind of embarrassing.
分泌，
生拉硬拽，
生拉硬拽，
他被生拉硬拽上了车。
This is I.
爱，
It's like in Mogwarts. There's so many like upper nouns.
太阳穴，
他感觉太阳穴有点痛。
Hey, drama. A sun cave or a sun hole is a temple. How do you feel about that? One day you can go like when you visit Japan, it's like, oh hey, I'm gonna go visit Kyoto's sun holes. And then you smile and then everyone's like, this foreigner needs to get out of here. I'm kidding. Yeah, Taiyo. Yeah, Taiyo Ana. Or Taioka. Or Taioha. Oh, actually, I don't know what is the onyomi for Ana? I forgot. Not coming to me right now. We're just gonna pretend like we know it. My instinct was to say ka, but I'm not entirely sure. I YOLO'd that so hard. Oh, Kitsu. Okay, thanks. No.
侠，
We're running out of stamina here. 浑浊。
混浊，
下雨之后，池塘变得浑浊了。
成什么？成静。
沉静，
学生们沉浸在练习中。
炉灶，
他把木材放进炉灶里。
不屑，
他不屑解释。
不屑。不屑解释。Like not it, so not disdain. Okay, that's fine.
觅食，
他们在夜晚觅食。
Or how do you seek food? Forage. You forage. Books. Me?
挪威，
挪威的自然风景很美
Oh
丽。
right, Norway. I really thought this was like. Oh, I must be getting it. Oh no, that's flower. Flower. So, what? Oh, yeah, T.
浸泡，
种子要先浸泡一夜才能发芽。
两栖，
青蛙是一种典型的两栖动物。
Oh, I don't even know how to spell anymore. All right. So, how did the can? Supposed to be can. I think it's supposed to be. It's a can in a mouth. I don't see how that works. Other than it's some sort of h or k. No, there's no chance. It's one of the... Did I not type h? Oh, did I write k? Oh no, this doesn't change anything. I think I write k both times, didn't I? It doesn't change the mnemonic. It's the right mnemonic. That feels bad. I need something for this, probably. It's kind of like unworthy. Unworthy is pretty tough to stain. We're gonna write not one bit. Not one bit is probably what I'm gonna do.
四，寻觅，
他正在寻觅一份新工作。
小卒，
小醋也能改变战局。
Yep.
Jing.
Vidix? Oh man, Vidix.
Gang.
What the gung?
Zao.
Can help.
He.
Yes, I did. In my DC? Oh, my DC? Have I read that? No, I haven't. Wait. What? Have you read what I replied to in your DC? Oh. I heard a Japanese person who now lives in Japan, conversations often work like a passing ball. One speaker finishes and leaves. I heard a Japanese person who now lives in Germany said that she found it difficult to participate in conversations like in Japan. In Japan, conversations often work like passing a ball. One speaker finishes and leaves space for the other person to respond. Yet that would be from the perspective of the speaker. In Germany, people tend to signal that they want to speak or introduce new ideas while the conversation is still flowing. That's fair. Those are still signals though. So all of them are speaker, listener, speakers. Like speaker, listener indicators. Of course, this is a general observation about average communication style across cultures. At a higher level of communication, especially between people who are socially aware or experienced, their cultural difference tends to matter less or disappear altogether. That is a very great observation, largely because both the speaker and the listener are using multiple forms of communication. They are being able to signal in different ways. For example, since you also work as a consultant, you are explicitly coached to leave short pauses now from the speaker's perspective. Right? And then so the customer has space to jump in or contemplate or process. And then they can ask questions, which is during the processing, and then participate more actively. You can also end with a question as opposed to using the pause to introduce, to lead if you want, if you're using a leading question. That kind of conscious communication largely bridges cultural differences. Yes. So oftentimes we have to keep in mind that churn is someone that's coming from a hierarchical age culture, and that age culture means that you don't respond until spoken to most of the time, right? And it's more of a you wait until your moment is allowed to be spoke. So it's heavily dependent on the speaker. And then usually the speaker is cognizant of giving the opportunity the chance. However, when they are in their peer environment, usually the senpai, the older person, would be driving the conversation. However, if that person is inexperienced in creating opportunities of a communication, typically in that type of environment, generally those who do not lead or in a leading position tends to be like not participating in conversation until they are in the lead position. And I think some of the confusion or some of the curiosity comes from the idea that churn, like other people, spend more of their time online in a mixed culture situation. And because of that, there's a dominance in timidness when it comes to cross-cultural things. Western societies, in my opinion, that prioritize not passing the ball and having a communal courtesy, right? Focusing heavily on communal courtesy, interjections is the way to be expressive and be able to get your point across. So in the scheme of the internet often promotes individuality, and then the environment that thrives with those who come from like a more timid pass the ball etiquette style, they are herd mentality. So they thrive more as a herd, which is what communal communication is. It's often when they speak, they refer to us, a bigger group, and that bigger group creates weight for expectations. So when you're like in Japan or in China, it is expected that you follow courtesy and etiquette in a communal sense. Meanwhile, westernized culture, at least in my opinion, favors the individuals to have courtesy through interjection. So like, hey, I noticed that you're about to switch subjects. Before you switch subjects, may I add to the previous subject before we move along? That's one of the indicators. Like if the speaker is inexperienced at providing courtesy on pausing or letting people process, right? Meanwhile, in like like a more etiquette face culture stuff, it is the responsibility and the reflection of the leader of the conversation is supposed to be expected to have experience to provide opportunity for those to take their turn to talk. So in the long run though, internationally you can do both. Obviously you can with more experience you can determine what is the social order, and oftentimes it kind of comes off as kind of funny, where you have this situation where you have two incredibly agreeable people and they would do the thing where like, oh sorry, like you go ahead. It's like no you go ahead, and then both the individuals would do the thing where they like spend time like I think it's funny. I enjoy it when you speak to a person who's skilled at communication and have like consulting experience. It's usually like whoever is more courteous or whoever is more agreeable, and it often comes off as also socially funny but not awkward. It's like it's one of the expectations. You come in, it's like, oh hey, I'm sorry to bother you, but you seem to know a lot of things. May I pick your brain for a moment? It's like, oh yeah, feel free. And then they're both individuals would pause for a moment, like, wait a minute, it would be this, like in the beginning it gets a little bit it can be a little bit interesting where you kind of like posturing to each other, like who should be the courteous, like who should take the lead, who should take the reign. So you still get these interesting interactions when even among experienced communicators, but it doesn't come off as a negative thing. So oftentimes inexperience in communication tends to feel like it's asymmetrical. The person that is the person that's insecure are asking the questions of, well, when can they interject or something. And one of the problems, in my opinion, online, I'm a little scatterbrained with this right now. One of the things I often concern is there enough opportunity to acquire those experiences? And oftentimes when you go online, there's kind of like a strong lean towards interjection, right? Like, but interjection mixed with courtesy. So often when it comes to the conversations, I would mix the two. I would ask something like, hey, I notice, like, I don't want to be rude, but I really want to say something in this position. So becoming more like a mix of both kind of goes a great... my strategy oftentimes to bridge the two is, hey, I noticed that you made a really great point, and may I add to that point before you move on to the next subject, right? So the idea is you can save the person's face. This is one of the Japanese and Chinese thing, where when you're interrupting someone, you may also be throwing off their conversation flow, and also at the same time, when you're interjecting, to if you're not mentioning anything and relating it to the thing they're talking about, it can be construed as rude, right? So oftentimes for the two things to mix together, you can interject and as well as acknowledge that you're following the current flow of it. Like, oh, hey, your topic is incredibly interesting. On the topic that you just mentioned about this current subject, may I interject and add a point of view and then allow you to like proceed afterwards, right? Like that's kind of the idea, to blend the two, at least in my opinion. It's not like a panacea for everything, but oftentimes one thing that is very incredibly inherent for both the Western culture-ish, like individuals, and collective, is that you can save face for someone who's leading, because when you interrupt someone in like a face culture, it would imply like, oh, they're not doing their job, like, oh, they didn't pause enough, like you're trying to override them. It's like, because they're expected to pause and let you come in. So if you spoke too long and someone interjects, it's kind of suggesting that. But you can offset it in a general way and say, oh man, I love to hear more. Like, I love to hear more. And I will let you, I just want to add something before you move on. It's really fascinating topic. So you're interjecting like a kind of like a Western style way, but you're also apologetic and respectful of the person's face in a more communal way. And that I found that often works a little bit more consistently if you had to start somewhere in a international setting. Like I can't, like when you're approaching someone who's from a different country, like two scientists, right? Two scientists, when you're approaching someone from a different culture, they could speak at length, and you're expected to follow along and then allow them, you're expecting them to pause, which sometimes may not necessarily occur in a time frame that a person that's used to interjecting would do. Have you ever had that interaction with someone? Which one? Like, which type of interaction, Procol? I think my life, I had going to international conferences are probably where the most interesting like interactions I either observed. Like oftentimes there's like 4 or 5 people around a table, and you can like observe different interactions between. A lot of times it's like Indian, Chinese, and German, coincidentally, British, and then American. Those are like the mix. A lot of times, oh, Italian. There's probably a lot of Italian as well. Not so much Japanese. I didn't have the opportunity or the privilege to interact with a lot of Japanese internationals. I did interact with a Japanese international once or twice. It's really interesting how well they adapt despite like all these like cues that we're talking about, like, oh, being apologetic and stuff. It's fascinating. And it's very, you don't worry, like, I don't know, it's like maybe more of a I've done this for too long and I don't notice it anymore situation. But a Japanese company bought the company your mother is working in. Oh, interesting. And how is that when they interact? Intriguing. Yeah, like for the thing that I can relate to churn, right? When churn is talking about, so when do you get in? When do you wait for pauses? Like, when do you do it? I totally agree with him. Like when I was a child, I only respond when I'm spoken to. Like what I mean is, legitimately the person who speaks to me, they have to pause before I answer, or like even pause, it usually ends with a question, or it usually ends with an information. So over time, that can end up making it very difficult to like get used to what happens when the power dynamic is the same. Like what happens when you're in a collegiate environment. And oftentimes politeness is universal, in my opinion. Politeness is the most consistent thing you can do. So whether you're interjecting or waiting for a time, your gestures and stuff have to take into consideration the acknowledgement of what is being said. And I think by default, that's a great icebreaker. You hold on to a thought, but you have to make sure that the speaker from whatever culture or something is acknowledged in a manner that they can continue, provided that you're trying to add something to what they're saying. Doing the thing where you're like, oh, hey, can I say something? It works in specific cultures. Like, oh yeah, that's like, oh, I got something to say. But you had a great point. And I want to say something about your point. Right? So, complementarity, like being cognizant, saves face, at the same time allows you to interject, or you can wait. Right? The idea is the politeness comes first. And over time, being in both environments, it has become maybe a little too second nature for me to. I really need to reflect upon how I ice break most of the time, or like find moments of interjection. There, you can do the scholarly thing, where you study the person's pattern, but when you're in a stranger conversation, like you're meeting someone for the first time, that is very unreliable. Which is, I'm not sure if Chern was referring to like their friends or their classmates. Typically, then you can tell when they naturally pause, when they would change subjects and whatnot. But that is like that's the brute force method, where you're like looking for someone's indicator. You're like, okay, so this person has a habit of changing the subject when they have like a down tone, and like they're slowing down their speech, or they're increasing their volume. That stuff takes a really long time, and you would have to like a little too long for the first encounter. So oftentimes doing polite gestures is often universal, which, yeah, he has a very polite gesture. And then also, I just realized this second window off the screen. Was that the thing for the entire day? Anyways, that's how I would go about it when it comes to the stranger danger thing. Okay, and she always tells me excited how there's a small Japanese guy walking around with the interpreter, and that he has very polite gesture. Yeah, I think one great way to do things is to adapt friendly, polite, nonverbal cues. Kind of like either neutral or smiling, inviting, and then also verbal acknowledgements is a great way to kind of like start. In my opinion, to get to this point, the point where you're mentioning when you get to a high level of social awareness or experience, those cultural differences do in fact become less detrimental, like less of a driving force. And one time we often, or at least when I think about communication, how do you get someone to get to that point? How do you allow someone to participate? And teaching, in my opinion, encouraging them to demonstrate or see someone who say, hey, I'm sorry to bother you, but I overheard a topic that I'm really interested in, and it was off when you were mentioning this. May I ask, I've been doing this thing. What are your thoughts about this topic? So you immediately interject in a way, but you were apologetic. You acknowledge the current thing that you heard, and then you literally send a baton back. So then you're squeezing in between the two. So then you have saving face, like bowing, right? Like a lowering of inconvenience, right? And it's something that you can use largely in most situations, and you can customize it to your benefit. And with that would be a gateway, a potential gateway to acquire that experience. Oftentimes it's great to try to get people to have an opportunity. And I genuinely do believe that there is a big of a mismatch when it comes to you're growing up in a culture that expects baton tossing, right? Like passing the baton, and they immediately spend a lot of their time in another environment where people take the baton politely when insisting while acknowledging. The other side is kind of a little aggressive sometimes. Like it's a competition. When you're younger, it's kind of a competition of who draws the most attention. And that can be like a mismatch in my opinion. So it is quote unquote a double standard in a way because of the cultural difference. I don't think it's mutually the other way around. Like it's one of those things to understand, and then you can get someone to encourage them to know that you can interrupt and still be polite about it. And the idea behind that is the other way, where someone is going to drive and offer those things, then that's autopilot. You get to be free of that. There's also like, if you want to look at the really big pros and cons, there are individuals who are very socially awkward or like don't want to say anything and they like listening to people. That can work in the environment that you let people drive the conversation. So in the other end, you can kind of see if you're surrounded by very strong individuals, that person becomes timid too. So you kind of get the same classical responses where from the speaker's perspective, if the speaker is a great communicator and they've been surrounded around great communicator, it's great. It works well. When the speaker is someone who is not in communication, then they're the person who's expected to be in the driver's seat, but they also am not someone who drives with cognizant opportunities for the people around them. So in a way, you can find a mismatch going both ways, in my opinion, right? So kind of like my little comment about the two body problem, right? It's a two body thing. So in both cases, in my opinion, like those contrasts, we'll use just case A and case B. If the speaker is advanced, right, nuanced, then no problems, because they are the one that will offer the opportunity to speak, right? They will both offer opportunity regardless of like potential cultural differences. There is politeness in that gesture. Churn is someone who is in a subordinate role. So oftentimes you're kind of coming from a subordinate role, and typically in a would be like the face culture. They are to be expected. You are expected to be given opportunity to like wrap around, but that is not in the vast quantity of the internet, right? And oftentimes when you're around children or like people of your peers, it can be a mixed bag. However, you can always rely on this type of face culture that when this person becomes when they start interacting with adults in the future, you're expected that that conditioning comes from the adult, the one that is your boss or your professional career. And often it goes through a period, and the period comes later, right? In adult thing. In my opinion, in like a Western culture, an individualistic culture, kids are expected to be outspoken in some way, so they understand how to draw attention and get the attention. So later, when you get on the internet, or like even the when you become a professional, right, into adulthood, then you also have a speaker problem, but it's in reverse. There's no courtesy. Even though you're gonna have hierarchical issues, like your boss, like you're talking to your boss without courtesy. So in both cases, you'll have the dissonance, and they would have to go through like an adult period, right? The period where they adjust to the change in environment. The internet is where I like to think it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to it could be devastating too, but we're not going to focus on the devastation. It is an opportunity in which these two things interchange. So then you can find some really poor pairing and very effective pairing. One would be like, for example, if drama, you meet Churn, you are the, experienced speaker. So regardless, at the top of the chain, if the experienced speaker has an awareness of the most amount of environments, you can indicate and gesture to allow someone who is inexperienced. So that is why I really find pedagogy, or those who are constantly speaking to a younger audience, regardless of the cultural difference, their exposure to speaking in that manner, it creates a wonderful environment, despite whatever communication challenges the younger person has. However, on the internet, you could have things like peers. Like peers, now it's a mixed bag. So if Churn, for example, encounters someone of the same age, now we have a competition of, is this a communal person, or are they an individualistic person? And oftentimes young people build, in my opinion, they tend to build on existing experience. And the first couple experiences, if they become similar, it can stunt the chance of them developing communication, which is also one of the reasons, like the nebulous reasons why is they're too young to be on the internet. Now, this is like a side digression. There's not too young if the country you're from, or if the culture you're in, is already diverse to make the internet an expectation, right? And there are not a lot of places in the world in which a young person is expected to be ready to interact with all the types of people you meet online. That's like expecting a 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds don't even have that much experience if it's not their professional career. Like, if you are not a professional who do this stuff, you don't really need these experiences. So that's when those situations become too young, right? Because they wouldn't have the opportunity to interact with the adults of the adult speakers of their representative culture. And that sucks because the internet has become a primary form of communication. And that's it leads into a lot of my narratives that I'm using. So oftentimes it's great to emphasize and to help other people normalize communication, in my opinion. And then a comment like, this is where the responsibility is. And I know I'm not trying to point like blame game. This isn't a blame game about, oh yeah, your child or these students are so timid, and even in their own existing culture they do not know how to voice or like contribute to something. This is on onerous on the adult. The kind of idea is that the adult has the power to do that, and we should encourage whoever their respective cultures and stuff to communicate in a way that allows your respective children, like the kids, to gain enough experience. I think being shut out immediately is one of the dangers of being on the internet too young. I don't, and when I mean too young, I'm not giving a number because it will vary between cultures. What is too young? How risk you want, like how much risk you want to take for someone to have some of their first experiences built on being suppressed or being unable to recognize when they can speak, right? And I still, like today, there are really, really timid speakers in both cases because the internet is an equalizer, like in both cases. And there's only, you know, there are other cases, obviously, like C. We're talking about a continuum. It's continuing between like full dominance face culture, which is like order, and then dynamics, which is individualistic, right? Individualistic. And it's everywhere in between. You know, a culture lies, whatever culture. These are hypotheticals. Pure face cultures and pure individualistic cultures don't necessarily exist. It's somewhere in between. And for me, that point that you brought up, like what Chern was asking, I don't know how serious Chern is thinking. I take that stuff really seriously because I don't like, it can really dramatically impact people when they get older, like an inability to express, like if they have if they have problems, or they have just, you know, it's usually the problem focused things where if you are unable to communicate, that's a loss for everyone. That's a lose-lose situation because problems get worse, and then that problem becomes other people's problem. In both of these face culture and individualistic culture, it's quite detrimental in both cases. So it's kind of nice. Here's the silver lining. It's kind of nice that kids are like, when you're surrounded and you're talking to a younger person, that they even propose those questions online anyways, because that means that you have something to work with. And it's nice that you're like chiming in with that. It's very helpful, at least to whoever you can make an impact for. But I can absolutely tell you that I wait my turn when I'm with my parents. Like I would sit there, they would come in, they would explain something, right, to me, and I would wait. I legitimately would wait. And it is expected, that is a typical comment, right? And we do take turns. It's very A and B. And it's fairly normal. So most of the stuff that I'm saying is a combination of a lot of things. Yeah. For sure. For sure. It's fun trying to do all those things. It's not fun when you have zero experience. Right? You sit there and you're like, I don't get a chance to gain experience. So I think some of the weight, in my opinion, is on the more experienced person. And it's great to have more and more experienced people, at least online or something like that, to offer their point of view. not individuals who are like out for their own. Obviously, every adult has their own self-interest, but communicators tend to be they're very apparent. Like, it's hard to it's like pulling teeth nowadays. Like, my personal examples is when I say someone, you know, drama, you stop by and say, "Hi, how are you?" I'm like, "I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking." Right? Thanks for asking. You basically passed me the baton before you led. And I'm acknowledging that I'm doing well, answering your question. And I'm acknowledging it by saying, thanks again, you know, thanks for asking, because you asked me, you gave me the baton. And then I asked back, like, how are you doing? So the baton gets tossed back to you. Now, oftentimes when you're doing like the younger experience, this is where the conversation hits a dead end, right? It then tend to end, it's like, oh, I'm doing okay, and it ends. But then I'm like, oh, that's a pause. Maybe they might want to say something else, like, hey, what are you up to? You know, what are you up to? That is a question that is both contextually a baton pass, and as well as courteous of the person. So like you don't necessarily even need to pause, but you're gonna pause anyways. So you can stack signals. You can stack a pause, a question, and you can contextually even use your language, like the way you your tone and your speed, in order to like help someone get used to the action. And I've done this so many times, I don't even remember how often I do this, but I do this with everyone. First, it gets a little bit more elaborate over time, so that even someone who I've met and that person that we're talking about in Discord, like they understand that what they say. It's noticeable. It gets noticeable when eventually they'll start asking questions, and then you reflect the questions back on them. So oftentimes I like doing it this way. If someone is able to ask you a question, hi, how are you? Then you know that at the basic foundations, they know how to pass the baton. So you can start there. You can pass the baton back by asking a question. So rarely, actually, I don't even start with pausing and expecting them to interject. I legitimately bring them into the conversation if I can. Now, there is a detriment to this, you know, the trade-off. And it's that I might go too long and I lose them, right? So being an effective communicator would be the onerous is I should not try too much, like explain at length. So what I typically do now is I add rhetoric and do like what that guy said about the pause thing. I would pause. Huh. What do you think of that? And the nice thing about texting is that you can interject me at any time because I have the ability to read the content. But in speech, I would do the rhetoric approach, which is, so today has been a pretty good day. How about yours? Oh, I see. Like that's, how do you feel about what you just did today? Oh, I see. Man, I had a similar thing that happened. Do you have time where I can share an analogy with you? Like, this is a pretty good one. So then, you know, once I finish the analogy, it's like, you can pause and hope that the analogy carries something, or you can ask another question. So typically that's how I would go about it, where there needs to be an establishment of rhetoric between the two if the person is not able to establish it themselves. And it's really interesting to do all these techniques over time, and it's good practice for me, obviously, and it's good practice for them. So I've mapped this out before, and this is not for like people shouldn't follow this verbatim, but typically if someone starts with a question, I would respond and immediately follow with a question that represents the length of their question. And hopefully they respond and do this. This was established the first loop. I think this is a great way to start at the first stage. Like, is this individual able to comfortably do this? If they're gone, you really can't focus on something that hasn't happened yet. And then the next loop is this person will respond and you ask a question, right? Then I would answer. And form an analogy or like a point of reference. This would usually be what people call the icebreaker. A lot of times, the actual icebreaker, the one that where you're like, oh, I love that show. Like, I think the show is pretty great. What do you think? Right? And they might respond and hopefully reply with an analogy. Then you form the second stage loop. One of the like the linguistic people did this as an onion layer thing, which is really fun. Thinking of it as an onion layer, where this is the first layer, second layer, third layer, and then fourth. And how experienced a person is, if you can gauge really well how much experience you have, you can jump right to the fourth layer, right? Otherwise, you jump to a layer in which you might be like an experienced speaker would know if they can jump to the fourth layer or not. Usually when you encounter another experienced conversationalist, I test it on the first layer and I immediately jump to the fourth. If that's like, oh, this person knows how to hold themselves, they already voluntarily shared an analogy, had a comment, you immediately jump to the fourth layer. And there's actually 5 layers. But the 5th layer we're removing because that's kind of the intimate. It's the intimate layer, which typically doesn't come into play, in my opinion, most of the time between strangers or like online relations. So what is the 3rd layer? The 3rd layer is when this person can lead. So once the analogy comes back, you can lead a topic. So you can lead a topic, say like, you'll digress about language learning. And then you can reflect back and say, or you can pause. You always get intimate on site. You can reflect back on site and ask them, what are your thoughts on language learning? Like, how do you feel about what I said? You know, how do you feel like about what I said? And you're looking to see if they end up responding on the first layer or the second layer, or they take the lead in the conversation. Then you got the check mark, in my opinion. Then you have the check mark to go to the last one, which the last one is any mix of this. The 4th layer is like all of this. You can do any of this. So you can start throwing in analogies, leading the topic, exchange the topic, change the topic. And this, when you reach this, I feel like regardless if it's interjections or face stuff, you've reached to a point where you've allowed this person, at least for you, the example one example, right? And you hope this person has like 20 or 30 more of these interactions. And the reason why I'm using this cycle is because I'm thinking about online interactions. I don't think necessarily you have to do this when you're meeting with someone, right? When you're meeting with someone, there are other things you can do, like nonverbal communication. You can orient yourself and smile and do other things that can make it active listening. Like for example, nodding, hi, or like, yeah, right. That type of thing, those things exist in another sphere. So that allows oral communication. I'm an active listener. Most of the time, if I have to interact with a stranger, I have active cues. So whenever someone says, oh, that's right, right? Oh, that's a fair point. Oh, I see. You know, so. And those things can be far more effective when you're not relying on like texting and whatnot. So, Maji? Yeah. Maji. The Japanese person that I met back then, it's annoying that nonverbal cues are of no use in this interaction format. It indeed. For me, I actually do it. I don't know if you guys notice, but I actually do interaction cues on my end. I don't know if you've noticed that I specifically do that, where when I read, I'm like, have you read what I replied to you in your DC? Wait a moment. Oh, I don't see it. And then I read your next statement. So it takes a while to catch up with your reactions, because you guys wouldn't be in a position where you would naturally do interjections, because the asynchrony can create a thing. But I want to at least impart the cues to you guys. So when I say, and she's always, we just do the annoying written form. Yeah, like the haha and the emotes and stuff. That's what you can do. Asus Asus Prime RX. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Like what I mean is, if that's what you're getting, that's a good choice. If you're copying and pasting to your brother, that's a good choice. I think Asus Prime is a nice line. You're getting that one? Nice. So for me, when I'm like speaking and stuff, it takes me a long time to respond to you guys. So yes. Nice. うま すごいね Wow. I'm sorry, I don't know what Wa language is. Yeah, so that, I think that can be repurposed. All right, drama. We get the point, okay? And Procol though, to make it feel grounded. What language is that? Is that what? Is that German? I try to interject, like, well, I mean, like, I try to interject Jamaican English. Okay. I'll take your word for it. I have no idea how Jamaican English interacts. For me, Procol, I try to add nonverbal cues when I'm reading your statements. So with each reading, I would use nonverbal cues in a manner that I would typically do in a speaking environment. And to me, that's what people talk about when they say, oh, this person is grounded, or it feels welcoming, right? And it's not a formula. Like what I mean is no person has like a specific groundedness or welcoming formula. The idea is you're trying to simulate the nonverbal cues that someone would expect. Like, and over time, in my opinion, that can translate very well to actual conversations. Like conversations in which you have no idea what you're doing with your hands. Actually, when I'm typing, I actually speak. I in my head, or like, you're not gonna see me speak, obviously. When I'm typing to you guys, I'm actually like practicing where my things are. So I like punctuate and move words around as though I was presenting my speech pattern. So oftentimes where there are dot dot dots, there are supposed to be pauses. Where there is an hyphen, for example, there is a leap of logic that would interject something like, oh wait, guys, hold. All right, we're gonna have to change the subject here. Hyphen. However, don't worry, they're connected. Hyphen. All right. Dot dot dot. That's kind of what I feel that the future of like the internet conversation could go, but that's not what's happening right now. That's not where writing and communicating through text is going. It's more like less is more situation. So all of this stuff, you have to build up to it. So to me, I haven't done this yet. I was thinking about like writing or preparing a piece about how to encourage for, and it's not for instructions for people who are lacking experience. I want to open a dialogue with people who are able to already do most of these things as a way to build up the structure of it. This is where you start. You generally start with this. So if you're able to do it, then hopefully the other person is able to do it. And over time, actually, the longest time I've ever gotten stuck so far on the first layer of communication is like 4 months. Straight up. This person would stop by every 3 or 4 days and we wouldn't get past this point. The thing is though, the person continued to do it and it gets more and more elaborate. It's kind of like some of the most rewarding things that I've ever experienced, because you legitimately see the person end up finding their way to creating second and third layer communication skills between the two people. And I think it's not a matter of culture. Hopefully. To me, it's a good thing. I think this is a good thing. It's fairly universal when it comes to acquiring the experience. And I totally agree with you when you say it matters less over time when people become more experienced. The concern that maybe you and I share mutually is that if you're not given the opportunity, then regardless of what we can say about all the intricacies of communication and the rewards of communication, it never started. It's kind of like language learning, playing video games, trust. Oh my gosh, trust is rough. The first experience can legitimately just blockade communication. Like trust like wrecks all of this to begin with. So having the inability to process yet the like over time experience the benefit of cumulative experience, that's an uphill battle. And it goes back to what I said about being encouraging, right? Encouraging. So far it sounds easy, and it sounds tedious, and it sounds slow, but it's hard because it takes a very long time. And if there's anyone who's more experienced about doing things longer, is someone who is more experienced. So in my opinion, no pressure, guys. Like no pressure at all. Typically, these are some of the skills that we're talking about where the longer you live, it can't be replaced. There's no substitution for it. Like you can educate someone if you want and teach them like the ropes, and that will enable them to get the experience, which is what we're trying to do here, or at least what I'm trying to emphasize. It's fantastic. There are very few things that, I mean, I can tell you one thing that would be, if I see it in my own child, right? Like, obviously I don't have a child, but if I had a hypothetical child, and the one day when they start moving up, that's kind of what I see a lot of times. It's the most rewarding thing that I have to this day, which is when you see even like people who are in their 30s who spent a lot of time in I have a lot of association with it, in abusive relationships. And we're not talking about directly abusive, but more like neglect. Lots of neglectful and mutual. You can go as high as 30. That's the highest I've ever went, like by coincidence, where someone is so suppressed that nearly every single one of their comments is trying to convince themselves they're not important and they don't need to say anything. And then when they say something, it always comes out as though it's a burden on someone else, right? And that doesn't simply come from a face culture. So the face culture makes it even worse than that, honestly. When it's in an individualistic culture, that's a done deal. You're going to have people in your entire life going to take advantage of you. In a face culture, you might get lucky to meet someone. You're more likely, and no one's particularly evil about it, like intentfully evil. It's the priorities make it so that the opportunities don't exist. So this is an unfortunate situation. Abusive, neglectful, like negligent behavior, which is the idea that no one really did anything, but that's also why why opportunities don't exist. So when you have a very muted parent, for example, or a muted sibling, or like people don't have enough ways to socialize in their respective cultural norms, then it is a neglectful relationship. And I feel like if you replace human contact or other things with something autonomic, like ChatGPT, it's always a constant punching bag. Even ChatGPT, honestly, if I had to do a bare bone, even ChatGPT acquires platitudes. They do set it up for an intention of encouraging that person to use ChatGPT. Now, I don't know how much of that is part of the company's design, but oftentimes the platitudes and the way to affirmation is a way to encourage conversation. Now there's obviously downsides to this, where if you have all instances of platitudes and agreements, then how do they handle disagreements and conflicts? I think oftentimes when you think about it, you won't have any experience with agreement or disagreements if you can't have a person communicating in the first place. So there are like silver linings to a lot of these things. And that's why I mean by there are use cases for ChatGPT to promote conversational skills, and maybe you can even have different models that present alternative cases. Now, that's for communication. That's not for data analyses. So in the future, I do hope that there's specialization of the models that are much like humans, I guess, models that are focused on disagreement, agreement in terms of conversational skills, but they're not used to imbue data and objectivity. Data and objectivity do not require these emotional intelligence. Humans juggle between these things as they're going, right? There's code swapping, kind of like interacting with different cultures. There's code swapping in between. Like some days when I know that I'm going to a family function, I sit and wait my turn, because my seniors, the people who are older than me, they are higher in the speech, and oftentimes my parents would do the thing that is expected of them, where it's like, oh hey, this is really delicious, do you want some? And then you speak, right? And then when you speak, you then say, oh yeah, it's really good. And then you don't even throw the baton back. It's just expected that they would take the baton, or if they don't, the silence perpetuates without any awkwardness. And that's kind of those things where you're code swapping. But in a model like ChatGPT, it's like one setting at the moment. And that one setting is like convoluted with other things. So having a one-stop shop for a model would imply that you would have to generate a combination of models that reflect what humans do already, which I'm not entirely sure that's closer or farther and farther away from the original intent of having a tool like this. And it can really, in my opinion, warp someone's perspective on human dynamics and communication. Like, if you base everything off of your favorite role model in humans, like your father, you still have the same situation, in my opinion, or a very similar situation where all of the values are based on one person, right? A ChatGPT is one thing. So I think Procal's investment is pretty cool, where they continue to invest new models, and maybe like he'll teach me a little bit about how alignments work. The last thing I read about like ChatGPT, I'm more concerned about the communication, like the way like information is disseminated and then it's imbued with communication style stuff, because that's kind of the new wave. Make your LLMs more conversational. I think the word conversational has kind of need more specification now. A conversation with an LLM is inherently, just regardless of what language you're speaking. I know oftentimes people talk about ChatGPT being used to learn a target language. In your native language, when you're interacting with ChatGPT, you are also normalizing what it's like to interact with a conversational awareness. It's hard to inculcate this, but there is a very noticeable trend that can indicate how people talk, like who's the dominant users of LLMs nowadays. And I'm kind of iterating on someone else's idea that focuses on this area. The way people posit questions now, they are prompts. They're not conversationally aware. So like, what's the best movie you've ever watched? And I know that sounds really like, oh, that sounds like a normal question. It's the expectation of what they're gonna expect. Like a person who is used to that will probably say an actual, like, an answer that like is supported by crowd or something, and they would be ready for that. But what happens when the person says, oh, you know what, I can't really pick, what kind of genre do you like? And they're like, wait, but I asked you the question, you're supposed to give me the answer, that's all I wanted. And to me, that's what's kind of occurring. So now what happens? What happens when you hit this loop? You get stuck, you get jammed on the first level. So they don't have to incentivize to go to a second layer or a third layer of questioning or interaction. You don't answer the question, they leave. And that's what I've been noticing quite a bit lately. I know this is like really far from our topic of pausing, but I don't even think pausing comes into the equation anymore. Like how to wait for your turn to speak. On the internet, it's exacerbated even further, where they ask a question. If you don't provide the answer, that's the end of the conversation. And that's a prompt style. It's what I call at talking. At talking, which is requiring a fact or looking for a fact. So there's no exchange. There's actually, this is not conversation. The act talking is a prompt response. So then we go back to the principal question, right? When do you know when to speak? Like someone who wants to develop communication skills, when to speak. You don't get a chance. A lot of the people, like if you're like a teenager, right, around 18 to 21-year-old, many of the conversations you'll have, this question doesn't become relevant because the conversation ends beforehand, and all the like suggestions I made about like end with a question, usually the speaker will probably have the more ability to impart an opportunity to have a conversation. However, if your peers are all around you sharing this same prompt response, conversations end before you even know how to start. And I think this is where this problem is coming from, or this concern, this trend, because people don't have conversations anymore. They prompt someone for a response and the conversation ends. And I think that has been pretty much my experience the last 2 years. You prompt, you respond. You prompt, you respond. No acknowledgement or integration of the response. And I'm gonna plug one last thing before the day's over, because it's like almost 5 a.m. I'm near the end of my review, by the way. And HanziHero doesn't have like a reset time based on complete. Like, it's a fixed reset time. The prompt and response thing comes with a fundamental, I don't want to say, a fundamental benefit. It's fast and it's efficient. However, how do we plug memory and association? When something is fast and efficient, they tend to be less memorable. So then this is where I go into a digression about how, where I, at least in my opinion, is witnessing one of the loneliest generations. Like, if you're someone who's an effective communicator already, or in a profession that requires collaborative work, maybe in your approaching, or like you went to work early and you had to, in your 20s, you got a lot of work experience and you interact with a lot of people. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about people who has generalized the prompt response thing and have rare moments to connect with anyone. And conversation is one of the major vehicles to doing that. And when you're talking to someone who's professional, who like worked with other people and spoke with other people, what I think me and others would see, I'm speaking slightly for others, hopefully I'm not overstepping too far. On the internet, I see in unfathomable many ways to encourage people to talk. and like have conversations. All these tools are amazing when you have experience to be able to use it. That's not the case when you're talking to individuals who ask questions like, what happens if I have nothing to say? What happens if I'm not interested in the topic someone is talking about? What do I do? How do I be interesting enough to be memorable? These are the questions that I've started answering more and more often now. Like, how do I do something when there isn't an answer? Like, how do I describe a problem I don't know how to describe without someone explaining it to me? That's kind of like the root of most of the conversations I have now, where they're prompting you for a response, and the irony is the answer is the tendency to have a prompt with an explainer, and it's a vicious cycle. And one of the like sucky parts, at least in my opinion, one of the parts that we have to work on, at least we as a spiritual people, I suppose, collective who have communication abilities, you got to ask questions back, and then they ask questions back, and you can practice throwing the baton back and forth in different manners. And in my opinion, it's a night and day how, I say quickly, but I'm talking about like months. I can only imagine this will get longer and longer as technology removes the need to converse more and more, right? Like, technology is making it very, very convenient that you don't have to converse ever again. In fact, there's this goal, or in my opinion, this an inherent goal to reduce the amount of conversation necessary to create tasks. But we have to keep in mind, those people who are making these tools are not individuals who have problems with communication and conversation skills. Or like, they're not young people who lack conversation skills or communication skills in general, or even problem solving skills. The people who are making these things are individuals who are not necessarily in touch with that. And I'm not in that business to do that, so it becomes a little bit more apparent to me, at least, that since I'm not the one providing the material, I then get all the other things. I get exposed to all the other things. And even the nature of asking questions has become very difficult, right? It's like, let me illustrate maybe some startling, sobering thing. It takes about a couple weeks to get someone to even ask me what my thoughts are if they don't have anything to say. If they don't know what the problem is, or if the person I'm speaking to can't answer the question, the thing that they don't default to is asking the question back. Like, there's not even a area of conversation where, like, for example, someone's like, oh yeah, I have this all the time. I don't know a lot of things. I'm a very uncultured person. Personally, I think I'm a relatively uncultured person because I do not have enough time to do all the thing that it is necessary for being cultured. So when someone tells me, you know, like, no, a drama just used some Jamaican English, my first inclination is, oh yeah, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that is? Like, if you don't know anything, you are still having a conversation with someone, so you can reciprocate that conversation. It turns it into a conversation. When someone says something like, oh hey, do you know the answer to this? It's like, oh no, I don't know the answer. That's when I sit and watch people talk to each other, at least in my opinion, around nowadays, that's the type of quote unquote conversation that they have. Someone asks, prompts another person, and they provide the answer, and that's it. And then later, someone else has an observation, they ask a question, or like they share that observation, and that other person says, oh, cool. It stops. Like, it stops consistently. And I'm no stranger to this. I found myself doing it like quite immediately without like effort. Like, it is very simple. And for example, tactical ghosting, right? Tactical ghosting can kind of actually seem like that, but I'm doing it intentionally in a way that we've talked a lot. So it gets really wonderful. Like, hear me out. Someone who says they are prompting, like they like to prompt and respond and get quick answers. When you engage with them and you start talking on a regular basis, it's not like they don't want to talk about things. Like, I rarely had a moment where someone said, oh, this sucks. Like, we're just talking too much. It sucks. Like, I don't like spending too much time talking to someone else. I don't think I had an instance where when someone is encouraged to talk, they're like, oh, I'm sorry, we're just having too much fun talking. Like, this is bad. I feel bad for talking too much. Like, I rarely ever get that. So it's not that the world's like prompt response is some sort of golden rule where like, oh, everyone's there to say their bit as fast as possible, and then it's never rewarding to talk more. It's crazy how some people think that's it. Like, oh yeah, I don't want to do pleasantries. Like, you'll probably get, if you look up on Google, in my opinion, like on YouTube, and go to a professional who maybe like interacts with someone, like a lot of these situations about loneliness and depression, a lot of times they would talk about a topic, and this topic refers to the lack of pleasantries. And we're not talking about a cultural difference of a lack of pleasantries. The lack of pleasantries, you know, there's that stereotype that Asian cultures, for example, go straight to business, but they still exchange pleasantries in the form of give or take. Like, they still use formal language to execute an exchange, a conversation. So we're not talking about pleasantries are like the hi, how are you, and say nothing. That's a different situation. The pleasantries we're talking about is they are unable to reciprocate. Like, some people, when you say hi, I don't think there's a version of hi in text form anymore. It's like, hi, how are you? My first thought, and this is my bias right now, and I hope this bias turns out to be untrue in every way, which is when someone says, hi, how are you? I'm not assuming they're already gone. It's wild. Like, how sobering can it be when you think that texting, like when you walk by someone, right? You can, there's a nod, there's a bow, there's a like, or maybe you even avert attention. Like, for example, you can have countries where you don't make eye contact when you walk by someone, but the idea is you understand that they're averting eye contact is an acknowledgement of that the thing exists there. But in text form, you can't have that. I mean, you could bring up like who's still in the chat room or something like that. However, it's the behavior, the intent. It's normal now to be lonely despite being surrounded by people. And when I said that a couple times, I usually get into the deeper topics when I know someone maybe like for a month or something, and I would say the phrase that I would typically say. It's incredibly shocking how you could be connected with so many people at an unprecedented time, to be connected with so many people. And I think humans in general online who are connected with so many people have disproportionately feel the loneliest they've ever felt. That is crazy. Obviously, I want to say I'm not talking about myself, but I can still feel it. And by golly, we're going to use conversational skills to change that. At least for the people who are immediately around me. I'm not going to give up, obviously. I won't give up most of the time. I think when it comes to like a lose-lose situation, I'll concede that, which is the example that I shared earlier today. It's a lose-lose situation. Someone wants to scorch earth. Unfortunately, I'm not going to dwell on things I can't control. But when it comes to like talking with like kids and talking like with younger people who are apprehensive, I'm time to chat. And we gotta yap. Like yapping while including them. To me, I haven't. Maybe if I do this long enough, I'll encounter someone who literally like said, yo, yo, yo. I hate that you're giving me attention, and I hate you for paying attention to me and talking to me about things that I care about. I haven't met one yet. I haven't met a person who with time, when you chat with them, talk with them, and like converse, they're not like built different. Sorry. I had to throw that in because drama made it super funny yesterday about being built different. There are some fundamental things in the human condition that are not built different. At least in my opinion for now. 100%. I'll stand by it. When someone ends up talking long enough, they don't say, hey, we're having too much fun talking. I'm having too much fun talking to someone who cares about what I want to say and what I want to interact. In a face culture, you might not see it in public, but they're still the home. In an individualistic culture, you might see it in public, but you also see it at home. I mean, sometimes you might not see it at home and you see it in public, right? In the reverse direction. So I don't think this is going to change anytime soon. And it is easily, in my opinion, one of the most rewarding things. If there's anything about language, like if you want to learn a language, go out there and I know I'm making it slightly a martyr, but go out there and make a person who's afraid of conversation feel good about conversation. There's not enough people to do that, right? There's no 1-to-1 ratio. Right now, it's more like 1 to like 50,000 or something. For every one person who's willing to enter a conversation with a random stranger, there might be 50,000 and growing ratio of people who prefer not to just say anything. And they believe that they don't need to do any of that to do anything. I disagree. And I'm going to try. You got an appointment to get to? Oh, good luck. Good luck, Drama. Thanks for chilling out. These conversations are awesome. It's a great way to plug language learning. Take care, Drama. I always appreciate your shares. And Procall, of course. And then Mika's asleep. Or Procall is trying to... He's informed me that he's committed to something. I hope you're feeling alright, Procall. Yeah, I'll catch you next time. Alright, now we can finish up.
将
Uh,
灶台
Oh,
厨房里的灶台很干净。
stovetop. Yes, the stovetop.
男婴
男婴正在笑，
盖
Why do I think it's guy? Mm,
烧妹
oh, it's nice to digress. It definitely loosens up quite a bit. All right. We got like 6 rough things. Like what I mean is, I think there were 3 or 4 rough things, but I think I have enough context clues to be okay for today. We got 3 things that I really want to do some editing in. You made the decision not to attend the lecture, which was definitely the right decision as your attempts were futile, unfortunately. You doubt it would have much of an impact on your learning though, as all the lecture and... Oh, okay, lab slides are posted on the university website. That's excellent. You're okay, right? Because you said it was definitely the right decision. Hopefully you're okay. Did you get some... Are you able to get something to eat or something like that? That doesn't sound like, yeah, I'm okay. That sounds more like, yeah, I'm not okay, and that's why it's the right decision. Boy, you need a housemaid that can make you chicken noodle soup. I'm just saying. I don't know if you believe in that mystical wisdom, but someone's gotta keep you on task here. Alright, let's go over our stuff for today. See how much I recall. I wanted to do a punchline. This is a punchline. I didn't get to it before drama left. But here's a fun punchline that I've been working on. Lots of people told me in my life that actions are bigger than words. Or they typically also do the idiom where words are cheap. Right? I've got this a couple times before. And this is what I mean by when you spin things with cynicism. In a world where someone has actions as a gift, as in you live in a world that you have access to action, and then words then become granted. You take it for granted then, because if action, here's how I reconcile that all of these things are true. Action is greater than words. Absolutely. This is from a perspective where actions are a gift. It's one of your skills. So therefore, the words you used to use lead to action. So that's from the mindset of someone who has words. Take them for granted now because they lead into action, right? So then it follows that words are cheaper, right? And this is a word of wisdom that is often applied to a new generation, Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And they often talk about, oh yeah, action is good. Action is good. right? Get action. How do you communicate to Gen Z? Oftentimes, yes, you could say you communicate them through action. For the lucky ones, in my opinion, for the ones that have availability to the actions, you know, your loving parents, your siblings, that you can communicate through action. But what is their main source of quote unquote communication now? Is it action? I would argue the main communication now is through information. And information can be seem like action, but it's more words. So words are not so cheap anymore. Because there's cheap words. Like words are not as accessible and actions are even less accessible. So in the world of, in my opinion, of Gen Z and Alpha and other people, words can be very valuable. And I could make a counter argument. What is cheap to someone, it's kind of like a twist on another man's treasure. Another man's junk is another man's treasure. A little bit, another person's junk is another person's treasure. Well, it can be very valuable. It can make all the difference. And the thing that we were talking about today is what I mean by that. You can feel like action is incredibly available, but oftentimes there isn't even expression to trigger those actions. And in my opinion, this is where there's a loss in translation here. It is so difficult to even vocalize what type of action that they can take. Like someone says like, I don't know, everything just sucks. So you try to show them that not everything sucks. Is that sufficient to get them to move to action? Oftentimes, the answer is not one or the other. It's both. And right now, it feels like people who know what to do favors one and offers none of the other thing. So we're going to try to change that. Or at least I'm going to change that at least one person at a time, if I can. As in, like, you offer them both. You offer words and action. Come on, guys, step up. You can at least do a little bit of both. Anyways, you made yes, okay, you're physically all right, even though there's some concern in terms of like heart rate. Okay. Heart rate, were you chugging back caffeine or something? They're all moving back towards a normal value, so you're not too worried. Oh, okay, okay. Unless your heart decides to do a 180 and speed up out now. Okay, okay. Well, I hope you get to rest. Are you gonna rest now then? Procon? What are you gonna do now? How are you gonna... Do you have to travel very far to get to the university? This is because of the traveling thing, right? I'm gonna go through these as I allow you to respond, obviously. Let's see. What do you look like? Oh, you don't look like the thing. Armpits, the flower, hiding. Who's hiding? From Agent Smith. Oh. Knee. Chua. Try. Right? Try. You're going to try to stay awake at least this evening, as if you slept before then. Okay, your sleep schedule would be beyond a mess. Oh, caffeine? Surely you know what caused my increased heart rate from my Discord message. I know. I know. Listen, I'm using caffeine as a euphemism. Hopefully you're okay. You gotta get it together, buddy. Get it together. I always imagine myself. Hear me out. You know the guy where whenever say like this is what I often think about, right? Like so I imagine myself like this guy, right? We're gonna give some. Okay, I always imagine like whenever I'm trying to be tough, when I'm trying to like be stringent, I picture myself like some really well stand up, like kind of very confident standing person. And then whenever I go to say like, you gotta buck up, kid. Like you gotta take a stiff neck and, you know, show the person, like you gotta get your act together. And this guy would be wielding like the tiniest blade. Like a really tiny blade. Like, and then I would go, the guy would like go and just like tap you on the shoulders, like I'm like I can't really emphasize it. I honestly think whenever I go and try to wind up and be serious, the execution is like hitting you with a wet noodle. It's like I would take a wet noodle and we're like or like a blow up hammer and I would like bop you on the head and like there. You understand how much it hurts? You gotta stay strong. Tough love. Hit you with a squeaky toy. That's actually quite annoying that you misunderstood. Oh no. Yeah. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing all right. I feel like that's how it comes off. I don't know if I'm ever gonna work on that. One day I'm just gonna be like, yo, seriously, my man, get your act together. I'm sorry. I don't know if that stuff honestly helps that much. I don't typically vibe too much with that, so I can't really fully commit to a stern thing. Maybe that could be something that could be helpful, being around someone who's like very can be a balance of stern and encouraging. You know, I'm not sure if you have housemates like that where they use deterrence. They use deterrence and a bit of fear mongering to balance out whatever it is that I do. I genuinely think that having a little bit of, you know, everything can maybe create some alarming things. Some of this type of thing that we're talking about, that we're subtly talking about, while it sounds really risky and it can sound very, maybe a little bit traumatizing, deterrence is kind of efficacious in its own way. Like understanding trying to remind yourself that doesn't really make you feel good. I'm not going to be the person like as much as I try, I don't really focus on emphasizing and reminding someone how they could be like setting themselves up for a terrible time, right? I typically try to focus on what do you do next? What are you gonna do next? I hope you get some. I hope your the rest of your day allows you to recover. You think you may have drunk 3 liters of water? Are you keeping it down? At a minimum in the past few hours? Okay, are you keeping it down? Although the lingering alcohol in your system has seemed to just let the water quickly pass your bowels. Oh, okay. I hope at least has done some level of cleaning of the toxins in your body. I like how you put cleaning in apostrophe. Can you eat anything? Are you able to, like, do you feel like you're able to eat something? It'd be nice to know. Ooh, 3 liters of water. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to keep hydrated though. May. Yeah, I've eaten some grapes. Okay, and blackberries. Good, some sugar, and as they're quite light on the stomach, yeah. You probably heard this, and I wouldn't have to iterate it too much, but do you have any like starch in your house or your place, like bread, saltines, some sort of like a very, very mild starch, like incredibly unoffensive, like white bread or something? I think the conventional wisdom is it may help with that type of thing. I'm not very well versed in it. I know that the 2 or 3 times in my life there was someone that helped me give me like water, like constant water, and then some sort of like very muted form of starch. So eggs, carbohydrates is good, so eggs would be. You're planning on making some fried eggs on toast soon. Okay. Yeah, gotta kick that. Actually, Procol, are you the whole alcohol thing, right? Like the whole alcohol thing, are you familiar with there's this product. I don't know if it's a thing. Like I didn't investigate this product, but there's like, I don't know how, if this product is like or works at all, but there's this like new thing going around, and I don't know how valuable it is, but there's these like hangover regimen things. Have you ever tried any of that? Like the Z biotic stuff or something like that. I don't know if you ever tried. It can be giving you, it can inadvertently enable you to engage in that behavior more, but having some like alternative way to alleviate the negative like feedback from all this can be something that make it less and less negative, but at the same time also can be enabling. But for now, when you feel bad, at least trying to limit the feeling badness can be cathartic. The diuretic effects seems to linger for quite a while after you stop drinking. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't. Boy, this would be a great time if I actually am a medical specialist of some sort. Unfortunately, I do not. I am not well versed enough, and I don't even have any like personal experiences. This is the sorrowful or despair or misery deserves company situation. Yeah. I can't say I even remember what it's like. Yeah, not very warm in this situation. I hope you feel well. I hope you feel. Do you mean a substitute or a constant decrease of it? No, to address the symptoms. Like to moderate the symptoms. Do you have like a routine that you have to moderate the symptoms? Oftentimes being able to do that can help like with the negative feelings, but because you can do that, it might also give you, like, I'm advising a word of caution, obviously. Making it less like consequential can also be an enabling thing to encourage yourself to do it more often. I always wondered this. I'm not sure if you ever asked this question. What if science found a cure for lung cancer? And then you start thinking, would smoking come back? You see what I mean? Like, so while I'm asking you, hey, have you ever tried like things to address your symptoms? Hopefully you're having ways to mitigate the fallout of that. Oh, right. Well, you just tend to make sure you're well hydrated and have a stomach that's at least not completely empty. Okay. All right. Being hydrated does do wonders for the general howling feeling. Okay. And you're doing this to celebrate, right? It's not like you're not doing this to cope or anything like that, right? You're not coping with something. I hope. Although you can't imagine what happened to your poor gut microbiome. Yeah. That would probably definitely do it. Do you have yogurt? Do you have some sort of yogurt on hand? I mean, fried eggs on toast sounds amazing. Yogurt is pretty accessible, I think. The closest thing that I encounter nowadays is when my mother has food poisoning, or like she eats something very upsetting, and most of the remedies that I'm thinking about are home conventional like consumption remedies for addressing nausea and like constipation and upset stomach situation. Yeah, it is a celebration, although you do need to carefully examine if the celebration is a reason or an excuse. Okay. The closest you have is whole milk. I don't know. I actually don't know about whole milk. Not that I'm not sure. I don't actually know how milk works. It might be one of those things like it could make it worse or something like that. Interesting. Intriguing. You're such a hard celebrator. Too hard, Procol. Next time, chill out. Sorry. So cringe. My bad. Many Slendermans. What are we having or many Slendermen? Charlie Brown. Sure. Yeah, we're at 5 a.m. We're gonna try to wrap this up. Thanks for keeping me company. It's nice. Celebration's good. Unfortunate about your realization with your lecture. You gotta stream error, so you reload the page, and you're currently watching the ad, so you don't know what you've been saying for the past 30. Okay, solid. Second stream failure. So yeah, that was the meaning of life. I don't know if you guys missed it, in case you guys got a stream error or have reloaded the page by coincidence. I thought I share that before I share with the world. You're welcome. That is you know, someone named Procall definitely didn't miss me explaining the meaning of life. Hopefully one day I'll be able to share it again. You back, Procall? Oh man, that's a long ad. Maybe next time, you know? Have you ever watched like shows where they would say something like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a bit, and they just cut, like, you know, the camera just pans up or swipes away. It's like, oh yeah, and yep, that's how the universe was made. Oh, I'm sorry, was there an ad break? It's like, hey, hear me out, I have $1 million idea, and cut. And that's how you make $1 million. I hope we got that all sorted out, right? Now you know how to make $1 million or $1 billion. Yikes. Is this Qua? Yes. Qua who? Bobbing. What is bobbing? Oh, handle. Xia什么？挟持? Oh, this is like take hostage. Shade Dao. Oh, tunnel. Too much time has passed. Cao. Li. Surely, yeah. Nian. Ooh. Nian Tie. Tianping. Save. A wall. Oh. Duo Liao. Yikes. Wait, no, that's fine. Sort of. T 五 无形 Oh.独主独酌樱木 All right, so we have Neo running to the bathroom, emptying a box of flowers in desperation, and then hiding in the bathroom with a turnaround box, Metal Gear Solid Snake style, and then covering his mouth under his armpits as Agent Smith comes into the door, and he was successfully hiding. You know, Agent Smith looks around and exits, right? Successfully hid. Hid is the thing, the vocabulary for the character. Now we have Chucky. What is Chucky doing? Oh, Chucky is in front of the office building, right? And Chucky is doing what Chucky does best. He is taking jabs outside the office building. Sticking jabs at a turkey with a halberd, right? With the halberd. And he's poking it aggressively and causing feathers to fly everywhere as the office workers look on with terror. Alright, now we're going with Chucky again. Only this time Chucky is in the basement. In the basement of the high school, I think. Try. And he has a collection of fingers that he's rummaging through his puppet fingers, severed fingers. Suddenly a prospector, guided by some students, came down to find among him trying to conjecture about where his finger went, and he discovers Chucky with a pile of fingers, and he conjectured that it was Chucky who severed the fingers, but he promptly runs away because it's Chucky. Alright, then we have Mario, who has entered a decrepit... What time am I going to sleep? If I remember correctly, you're East Coast, which means it's about 5:30. Yeah, we're gonna eat. So it's 5:30 a.m. I probably will sleep around 8 a.m. We'll eat. Check up on DMs. There's a lot of DMs and other things I need to respond to. Sign in to my live service games, right? I still have to like check on my Persona 5 and stuff. It'll be like 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes. And sign in to something else, like a few things. Kind of do a little 30-minute wind down, check YouTube and all my emails and the response from that guy, because that guy is probably going to respond or something. And then I'm going to eat while doing all of that. And then we'll go to bed. And then we'll get back up and then do it again. You can't believe you would do something like staying up to this hour. Could never be me. I typically sleep at 6 or 8 a.m. I try to leave 7 hours or 8 hours before my stream time. So lately we have been starting at 4. So I have to run before 4. Do you set an alarm to wake up, or do you wake up until you naturally wake up? I generally wake up after 7 hours. So it's usually around the same time. So we just wake up. Yeah, we just wake up. I set my alarm when I have to wake up at a different time. Yeah, that's the nice thing about circadian rhythms, right? If you're consistent, you're consistent. You typically naturally wake up at that time. We wake up around 2:30, 3 p.m. And then spend like 30 minutes, go out, run, come back, wash up, right? And then get ready for stream. And then here I am. Occasionally I throw in like 15 minutes of doom scrolling to come up with an idea if I don't have enough ideas. I usually do them in the evening a lot of times too. So in this case, it would be, I took up the 6 hours. 6 hours is what I set time aside for anything that comes up. That includes my evening. You have heard that alarms to wake yourself up is unhealthy, or at least not healthy. It can be tough. Alarms are often, so this is like more of a coincidence. So here's my take on alarms. People who use alarms are also potentially, coincidentally, have unhealthy lifestyles. If you know what I mean. And what I mean by that is, they can still be healthy overall, but the aspect of the alarm part might be coincidental with the aspect of the unhealthy part of the person. It's kind of like what is the thing? The sugar thing, or the fat thing. You know, the fat experiments and stuff from like 10 years ago, where fat happens to also be with sugar. And now we know that it's really not fat, it's more so sugar, because they occurred at the same time. And the whole sleeping thing and alarm thing, aggressive use of alarms may also be coincidental with unhealthy habits. So it's very difficult to really know in terms of not executing human experimentation and whatnot and controlling aspects of human life. But I think it's more reasonable probably that there's those who heavily rely on alarms may already have sleep hygiene problems. I do use alarms before too, and my sleep hygiene was poor. There were times in my life where I didn't use alarms. In fact, I put alarms on. I use alarms, but I turn them off before they go off. So you can set alarms, but you can still wake up before the alarm. When I was in school and stuff, when I had like constant schedules, I wake up before the alarm, because I set my alarm in case I don't get up, in case I break like I really botched it, like I really dropped the ball. I set alarms in order to be safe about things. I rarely ever wake up to my alarm. I woke up before my alarms, and in the times that I actually literally set alarms are times that I know I will break my sleep schedule. So like if I'm talking to you right now and my father says, oh, hey, by the way, we need to go in 3 hours, I would try to take a nap. And if I do decide to take a nap, I would set an alarm. So those periods aren't as detrimental when you're using alarms sparingly, in my opinion. The reason why I'm saying this is related to the compensation that I was talking about. If you have an alarm and you rely heavily on the alarm, it can also encourage you not to improve your sleep hygiene. That's one of the hallmarks of, like, if you're gonna use AI to answer all your questions, then you don't have to answer any questions. So oftentimes when you're thinking about correlation, right? Correlation of health and stuff, the trigger or the associated task might be coincidentally line up with behavioral selection. So the unhealthiness might be a lot more than simply the alarm. And oftentimes you can use this information. I'm not saying this information is not useful. You can use these as signs of unhealthy lifestyle, a potential lifestyle, like spectrums. So how heavy is your alarm use might be a useful indicator, like a converging evidence of someone who might be struggling with consistent sleep hygiene. So it piles up, right? Like depression is also can explain unhealthy lifestyles that deal with alarm usage, right? Constant poor time management can correlate with poor alarm usage. So that type of thing can really be tough to decouple in data. So oftentimes you can use these things as a barometer for, like, it's important. This type of research and correlation is very important. For now, causality is very difficult to prove unless human experimentation is ethical. You can use it as a way to frame, like, what is the degree of your reliance on alarms? And if they are not creating a benefit, or how they're associated with a lot of things, then it can be signs of unhealthy association with alarm usage. Is your brain rotting done on YouTube Shorts, or have you started brain rotting on other platforms? I'm using the doom scrolling to find to find issues with doom scrolling. So I doom scroll for 15 minutes if I didn't come up with an idea to talk about. So I use whatever I see in the doom scrolling. So I'm doing the opposite of brain rotting. I'm taking the 15 minutes and I'm constructing an idea that helps me remember what I consumed. So usually I do this every day. I don't have to do this every day. I've already stacked up like 30 or 40 short answers. Like, what I mean is short stories. I've been stacking these short stories for a while now. So I can skip a day if I want. But the idea is to do it as a routine to remind myself, like, oh, this is what doom scrolling is like, or this is what brain rot is like. How do I make it more functional? I've been practicing a bunch of routines to see how I could do 15 minutes of YouTube Shorts. And it's YouTube Shorts. I haven't really expanded to other platforms. I don't really think I need to. You hate alarms. They've also been ineffective in getting you up as you wake up naturally after your alarm goes off. I see. But that's excellent. You can set your alarm later and later, and then so they don't go off, or you can form a habit of turning them off while you get up before them and reward yourself mentally, saying like, today's another good day. I got up before my alarm, right? Having no memory of turning off your alarm and going back to sleep. Oh, I didn't read the rest. My bad. So you do turn it off and then you go back to sleep, huh? But your housemates have assured me that's what you do. Interesting. If you think about it from a naturalistic perspective, waking up to a loud noise would be due to some sort of danger, indeed. And then you would begin to form a habit of ignoring it. Enabling. Yeah. You take things for granted once you sensitize yourself to it. It becomes desensitized. So The idea that you can know that you have the ability to turn off the alarm and going back to sleep would suggest that you're creating a habit loop, that the alarm is no longer efficacious. And then when it's no longer efficacious, it's coming back as an upsetting habit, right? So not only is the alarm now enabling you to adapt to taking care of the alarm's nuisance, it is a negative reinforcement. It's a feedback loop for a negative outcome. And that's typically what I mean when I say, if you're trying to help yourself, the consequences of those things, removing those consequences of those things can often lead to enabling the behavior. And that's something to keep in mind. I'm not saying it will, it can enable. So oftentimes, like, I try to improve in that department. And I go without an alarm. And typically I have rituals where, in order for me to turn off the alarm, for example, one of the things that most people would do is they would elaborate on the turning off alarm. You can place your alarm away from your reach, or elaborately place it in a place that is very difficult to access. That's one of those like environmental tricks that people use, where if you're able to turn off your alarm, make it harder. Right? It's kind of like the thing that we talked about. I don't know, you remember when we were talking about the grocery store thing, where if you put a grocery store between you and the place you're going, and then you come back, that grocery store becomes a convenient trigger. So if you're ever wanting to enable yourself, you put the things in your way. If you want to de-incentivize, you can try to put physical barriers between you and the other person. It's a temporary band-aid. The goal of this is to show that you can do it, something you can do, and then you work on it. Not to leave it like that. Like, so if you put your alarm away for somewhere that can't be reached, it will become less efficacious over time. However, it's a door to letting you understand that you can work on it. You can do something that is not dependent on that. It's breaking away from it, right? That's kind of like addiction. Addiction is a very similar way. You take it in steps and then try to stack the deck for you. And then you're actively planning these things. So those are your choices. You have made it difficult for you to deactivate the alarm. So that should be a success for you. Most of the time when I wake up and I turn off my alarm, which I don't set an alarm at the moment because I don't have to be anywhere. But if I had to be somewhere, I would put up the alarm. But if I wake up beforehand and I get the reward of turning off the alarm. That's the thought process behind it. Like, things go well when they go well, and I appreciate it. If things don't go well, I handle it, and that'll be that. And you put in safety nets in order for those things to come up. So if they come up, you've planned for them. If they don't come up, you've also planned for that. It gives you like a feeling of reward to know that each day you get up without like turning off your alarm and going back to bed is a win. That's at least if you're trying to approach it in that way. Like if you're trying to achieve that result. It's been a while since I've turned off an alarm without noticing it. I think most of my life, I either get up before the alarm or I set an alarm knowing that I'm going to miss it. Like, I would be very tired, but I do have to own up to obligations. I take my wins early and take my L's later, and I set an alarm. When I'm not obligated to do something, I don't set an alarm. I don't need that safety net at the moment. Safety nets are great when used as safety nets. They can be enabling and conditioning of complacency when they're used liberally. And the real world example that I've always asked myself, like the potential plausible example that I used earlier was, if lung cancer was curable, would smoking come back? If we learned how to regenerate limbs, would risky behavior go up? These are a lot of the concerns that I've often thought about when it comes to like technology and medical miracles and stuff. Because there's something that doesn't change. Humans don't change that rapidly. Humans don't change that rapidly with technology. So when something makes something less dangerous, less risky, or have less repercussions, historically, it has often enabled humans to do those things. So that's kind of the tough ask. Like, I'm not saying everything, because then you can make the argument for like prohibition and like strict, you know, iron fist martial laws, and that for sure. It's a balancing act. It's something to consider though, especially when you're choosing to do things. You have a physical reaction to a certain alarm noise that you used during secondary school. Interesting. If you hear a sound that's even sounds similar to that alarm, your heart starts racing. Oh. Which your sister told you was PTSD, but PTSD seems like an overreaction. You can't think of a better word to it, huh? Yeah. Okay. Oh, interesting. And you try to avoid that noise, right? Or are you trying to understand the nature of that alarm noise? That's wild. You feel the same in the current day with Americans suing left and right and center due to something that could have been avoided if they had some quote-unquote common sense, right? And common sense is built... common sense is often reinforced and built upon consequences. In my opinion, when things get taken for granted, common sense no longer applies to that. There's no requirements for those safeguards, because you have safeguards. Like, for example, there's no need to ask someone a question if Google has the answer. It would be common sense to ask your friend why they're angry at you. But since Google can since you believe Google can explain why your friend is angry at you and you don't want to ask your friend, then common sense goes out the window. Like, for example, how do you solve a problem if you know the nature of the problem? Common sense would tell you that if you tell me that you understand what your problem is, you would be able to solve it. But that's not common sense anymore. People can know a lot about their problem and still not know how to solve it. Or like address it, or even improve, or even express it. Like, I would say there's a large time spent when someone says, "Oh, I know what my problem is." Okay, explain it to me. Like, well, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, okay, when you mean you know the problem, you know how it feels or something, right? It's like, I just know. I'm like, I don't understand what you mean by you know. Do you understand your problem or do you not? And then, you know, common sense would be like, oh yeah, you know, I understand what makes my problem go. And okay, so what is it? And you'd be like, I don't know. Sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. That means you don't understand it well enough. But yeah, that's the type of conversation that I have, honestly. I do, if any spare time I have, those are the nature of my conversation. And that's kind of tied to the idea that if you don't do those things anymore and you have other things to compensate, what seems like common sense, I'm trying to be fair to like even your situation as well as other people's situation. It's a human condition, right? In my opinion, it's a human condition. When you have safeguards and things that do the things for you, that stuff doesn't become common sense anymore. something else is doing it for you, so you don't need to explain those relationships. Like, what is the fastest way to finding out if you're unapproachable? You ask the people. But common sense now is to spend 8 hours doing a triangulated converging evidence data mine online for the next 3 months of your life, convincing yourself that you're unapproachable without asking the person. This is like sort of hypothetical, but also anecdotal. It's occurred like 10 different people, maybe around 90 to 100 times this year. Have you tried asking the person? Like, no, because if I have this and there's a burden for that, and according to Google, it's like, you know, this is a burden and onerous. I should be like exercising certain things and I should know these things. This is what's expected of me on Google. It's like, where are you getting this idea? You could ask the person. If the person doesn't know, you guys can work it out together. Right? And what even more vicious than that, or even more cynical than that, is that both the person asking the question and person receiving the question is gone. Like, what I mean is, the conversation thing that I was talking about, what if both parties can't do it anymore? What are you going to do now? That's going to suck. What if you say no because you're just scared crap scared poopless? That's what I'm worried about. I am worried about that. That's what I'm also, when I was talking earlier, I was actually prefacing this, the whole alarm thing. I was prefacing, have you tried like other remedies to help with your hangover situation, right? Or your potential nausea situation. And then hopefully that I'm also trying to keep in mind that these things, there are quite a lot of solutions. It may not necessarily address how frequent or how you're going to do it next time. Like, removing consequences is like the whole naturalistic thing, right? Without consequences, especially some way to bridge and associate those consequences, humans are very efficient at going back to habits. So oftentimes trying to make a habit of the thing is great. Yeah, I wake up before my alarm because it's a habit that I decide to maintain. I don't think it's because of the alarm that I wake up before the alarm. That's kind of the reason about the healthy habit thing. The alarm versus like if someone's unhealthy. Oftentimes when someone has a healthy sleep hygiene, they don't tackle the question of using an alarm. So they can be separated. So those two like correlations can be separated, at least for me. Personally, anecdotally. I'm not sure about if I haven't really polled or data mined other people who are healthy and say, hey, do you wake up before your alarm? Do you think an alarm is essential? Can you function without the alarm? I think there's probably going to be a substantial number of people who say they are healthy enough in their hygiene that an alarm is a safety net. It's not something that's necessary. So you can decouple. You can probably make a reasonable argument that healthy people are not necessarily, it might be independent of alarms. So being healthy might not be related to alarms. That does not rule out that alarms may be coupled with unhealthy hygiene. So that's why I was saying that maybe there is a coincidental link between people who are unhealthy with the sign of heavy alarm use when it comes to sleep hygiene. And then sleep hygiene is multifaceted. So it would be really difficult to decouple from eating habits, moods, productivity. Sleep hygiene kind of just impacts a lot of things. So it came down to the word unhealthy. I genuinely do believe that there are many signs, and the more signs you have of unhealthy, quote unquote, habits that are correlated with being unhealthy, those are good telltale signs to use as a way to places to improve. You can choose to reduce the number of your what should we call this? Like unhealthy footprint. like a carbon footprint, right? A carbon footprint. I call this is more like holistic. It's a holistic approach when it comes to preventive care, because we're talking about prevention. We're not talking about treatments. Treatment is very exact. It's very confirming because you're reversing a thing that occurs, and that's good. That's easy. That's easier for science to determine causality. But prevention is very difficult because if the positive effect is not seeing any effect. So typically when it comes to like healthy lifestyle mentality, data is used to create a holistic approach to like minimize footprint. It is how I typically look at it. Like if you can eat slightly healthier and maintain that, that's good. You win. You may never see what it happens, but it's at least a step in a direction that is trending. Healthy hygiene also means that you might wake up without an alarm. That's an indicator. That's one of the strong indicators. If you wake up feeling less tired progressively, that's a healthy indicator. It's not to say that waking up tired, like sleeping a specific amount of hours, will mean that you will be not tired. That's tough. That's very tough. Like the causality of restful sleep and good sleep is rough. There's so many factors that go into it. But if you can sleep like 7 to 8 hours consistently, that usually is correlated with more energy and whatnot. So that's kind of how I interpret the data, right? The safest way to interpret, in my opinion, the most conservative way to interpret data that deals with human health and like behavior, at least from a geneticist, like a former person who do data, that's how correlation can be used and wielded very powerfully. It can be used and to an effective compounded effect. You gather all the data, all the corollaries, and you start compounding them. You can have many areas of improvement, and holistically, there's got to be there would likely be a net positive impact on your life over time, in some way, shape, or form. Spending all your time hyper focused on one thing as though it will make everything else go away, that's where correlation starts bridging the mindset of causation. And that's where I kind of worry about sometimes when people say like, oh yeah, I'll just eat Greek yogurt every single day of my life 2 times a day and I'll never have nausea. My gut biome will be immaculate and I will live forever. That type of thing is really scary. It's one of thousands of things that can correlate with a good microbiome. So go and continue to try more things, right? That's great that you're eating Greek yogurt, for example. What else can you do? There's plenty of correlations out there. And with enough correlations, ideally with good enough, with critical thinking and problem solving skills, you can build up to improving your quality of life progressively by combining corollary data. I think that's the healthiest way I would suggest people use correlation. Correlation usually don't guarantee strong effects or even statistically significant effects. It's the synergistic converging evidence that makes correlational data strong. Like for example, one last example, because I'm like super out of time. We are now officially out of time. Smoking. To this day, I'm still pretty sure there's no literal causal link to prove mechanistically that smoking, like, it's still contentious in a way, that smoking directly leads to lung cancer, because lung cancer is so multifaceted that it's difficult to like quite literally do that. And even then, it would require human experimentation to literally suggest causation. However, overwhelming converging evidence, both correlational and like causal in the steps, would suggest that it is basically accepted as a fact, right? And that's how one should approach holistically corollary data on health. You stack them up, find all the little things that you can use with data to stack it in your favor. Hopefully you have a really wonderful long life to try to stack a lot of these. And that mirrors habit formation. And that could start with alarms. I like to believe that each and every day, we, like people that are around you or people that we know, can encourage each other to slightly do better with more knowledge. And then that knowledge gets put into practice. And placing that into practice is something that doesn't wait for anyone. Like, you can't substitute habit formation for knowledge. You can't substitute knowledge for habit formation. You can know something is really terrible or unhealthy and still habitually do it. Unfortunately and fortunately, I could flip this and make it seem like a positive thing. Like your naturalistic thing, where you still have the capacity to know something is dangerous despite not knowing it's dangerous, for example. Or you have reflexes that are built in, or like you even have things where I know this feels wrong. Maybe I should really consider it again. So the silver lining is the other way is also true, where you have quote unquote habits that are hard to forget, like consequences. So you could view it as a positive thing, like alcohol poisoning, for example. The Garcia effect is what I usually refer to as a food aversion, food poisoning. That type of stuff have defensive measures too. It's really difficult to, you still think like, but people still like get drunk all the time. Like, yeah, but it's still a strong effect. Like, when you get drunk, you get reminded really heavily, and it's hard to forget why do you refer to it as the Garcia effect? The Garcia effect is I'm pretty sure it's the name in psychology. The Garcia effect is when you develop a taste, a conditioned taste aversion develop after specific foods become associated with a negative reaction, like a nausea or vomiting. That's the name. It was in the 1950s when they realized that one of the strongest lingering effects for conditioning is a negative response or taste aversion to food. So alcohol would fall under that. When you like drink a lot of alcohol and you have a negative effect, that is a really strong driver, and it's called the Garcia effect. Or like you ate Taco Bell, right? And then you violently vomit on your first time you've ever eaten Taco Bell. And then when you pull up to a Taco Bell and you look at it, it's like you start to have a nausea effect immediately, even though it's not actually happening. That's the Garcia effect. It's one of the earlier 1950s like conditional observations And alcohol poisoning is supposed to be under that. Despite having such a strong effect, people still get drunk all the time. And now you might be thinking, well, then it's not that powerful. Now we have to ask ourselves, what is overpowering it? So what is it that is triggering your drinking habits that are even stronger than that ridiculous, awful feeling when you're upchucking alcohol? Like, and that is where we start investigating, right? Because you're looking for the source, not your response. And oftentimes it's really unfortunate for a lot of people that I've come across to. It's usually some sort of coping mechanism. Not celebratory. Today was different. Like, I'm not suggesting that you're coping today. Hopefully not. But I usually ask like, can you explain to me what is it that, you know, that triggered or encouraged you to do this action without restraint, or to the point where you know what's going to happen but you still do it. That's kind of a place to greatly explore, right? Like, for example, for sleep hygiene, the alarm thing, you ask the person first, like, why do you lack sleep hygiene, or like don't want to sleep when you know you're gonna wake up feeling awful? That's one of the responses of your body. Like, if you know it, you're always feeling tired, what is it that is causing you to ignore that feedback from your body or from whatever you're doing and continue to embrace it? So you get closer and closer to the source of the trigger, or at least something that's far closer than addressing the symptoms. When you're addressing your symptoms, like throwing back more caffeine, oftentimes the problem, the source, gets bigger. You're treating the symptom, not the trigger or the source. And that's one of the, you know, this is my non-professional interpretation of what happens when you enable yourself by having a solution to the symptom and not the trigger of the habit. And then the solution to the symptom or the consequences then enables you to trigger the habit even more, right? And one of the fun things you can do is incentivize yourself to not do the trigger. And that's that's where I usually focus on. Like, how do I make something more attractive? Like, I'm more of a positive person, so I try to explain. If someone can explain to me what their trigger is, how can we replace it with something even more attractive? Something that is more attractive, and even if the person doesn't know that it leads to a better outcome, the outcome is not that's not the focus at the moment. It's more like getting them to try to incentivize them to do something that is more attractive than whatever is triggering their negative effect. So when it comes to drinking, like excessive drinking, it can be tough, but generally you want to find out what is it that drives you past all the consequences. Like, honestly, nausea sounds awful. And somehow, if you want to really reflect on it, it's like, how did you get to a point where the nausea isn't enough to say, like, I'm never doing this again? In college, I had a roommate. They drank for the first time because they became of age, I think. No, they weren't of age. I don't think they were of age. It was freshman year. He drank and got alcohol poisoning. And I'm not sure if he ever drank ever again. I'm not sure, because it's a really young age. Like, the older you get, the more you can, like, overcome like visceral reactions, like biological reactions, but it was pretty violent. I haven't drank then. Like my first drink was when I was 23. Yeah, I had my first drink when I was 23. And it was for a very special occasion. So. Anyways, some stuff to think about. I think about this for other people's problems. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while for me. So I keep it close. Keep it close. Alright, so beach house. This is where Mario is taking shelter from the rain. That startled me. Heckin' windows. Refuge from the rain in a dilapidated beach house. Unkept. There's a lot of mildew everywhere. And then he runs into a hit woman. They decide to call it a truce because it's very miserable. Alright. And then we have Charlie Brown, who is in the basement of the house. Right, his house. Where a bunch of Slendermen, many Slendermen decide to use his house as a party. Right. But how does this work? Exclude him from it? I don't think it's exclude. Extravagant. They threw an extravagant party while excluding him. At his expense. Alright, I'm slipping. I'm slipping now. Kermit the Frog is in front of the lawn, in front of the English Manor on the immaculate lawn, entertaining the rich kids. He brought a turntable and started, I don't know, making funny frog noises from his mouth to entertain them. I don't understand how that's related to the definition of this. Oh, uttered. He uttered a bunch of frog noises. Alright, so then we have James Bond, who is in the... Sorry, my voice is giving out. We're gonna put the fries in the bag now. Hopefully you feel better. Did you ever watch the Hangover movies pro call? Sorry, somehow I that's the image. Oh, how about At World's End? Did you watch that? Sorry, I picked a British flick, but At World's End is kind of nice. When I think of people who drink, I kind of have an impression of those ideas. Mind you, I've been around a lot of different versions of excessive drinking, and there are fun ones that are once in a lifetime. There are incredibly celebratory ones. There are romantic ones, and then there are really sad ones and depressing ones. So, been around drinking a lot, and I was 2 or 3 times I was the one that took the chance, and unfortunately my constitution is not that great. So I have learned also from my 2 or 3 experiences with alcohol consumption. It wasn't really for the frills or something. I wanted to start a new chapter, and that chapter started a bit messy. All right. James Bond is in the house? Oh, it's not house. Duh. It's the electricity plant. He's in the electricity plant. He has a fear that he's been burnt because there's not a soul in sight, nor an ear. That rhymed, and I like it. Okay. We got 3. Okay. We got 3 words, or 3 characters. Yin. Doesn't help that I remember them now. Obviously. Oh. Yin. Along. And Zhang. Zhang is... oh, self. We, and then Pi. What was Pi? It had to do with hand. It's got to do with fingers again, right? Yeah, it's Pi. It's probably white. Which is Pat. An early one actually, an early problematic. All right, so let's go and do these and then call it a day. A wonderful day it was, filled with digressions and am I crazy or I don't see Ian? Oh, okay. I did write something, I remember. Yoshi inside the pawn shop where he works, he makes sure to clean all along the walls by opening his mouth and using his tongue to spray everything down. Okay, and then following by attaching towels to his... oh, I did make it about his tiny legs. Maybe like rapidly shuffling his tiny dino legs. I don't know. This one was really disappointing that I forgot. We'll come back to it. This one though, oh no, look at how terrifying this is. Oh. Okay, anyways. Let's refine this. Zelda is inside the pawn shop where she is looking for some elvish some like secondhand luxury cosmetics. Oh no, you know what? The other way around. Where she is selling a lot of her luxury cosmetics secondhand, right? Secondhand. Oh no, we is kind of tough though. Her pawn shop advertises that we have wonderful products for maintaining a beautiful, maintaining mouth and nose that are fit for a princess. Okay. We'll try that. Then we have pie. Okay, to Pat. I don't. Yeah, this is really early on. So let's say Patrick Star. Patrick is in front of the high school. And he thought it was a fantastic idea to roll around in white chalk and start tagging everything with his whitened fingers. Which, you know, includes all around the school grounds and other students. Okay. All right, we're heading off. Ooh-wee. All right. It's been swell. 2 very long digression days. Like digression sessions. All right, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this there, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always welcome to stop on by, yap a bit. I do enjoy talking about conversation, right? Discussing with people and doing things. That's I made that analogy about a heart, right? Happy dollars. We're all about spending those happy dollars. What is burning a hole in my pocket? Happy dollars. We take the happy dollars and we go share it. So, as a digression all the way from WaniKani, I think sometimes hubris is double-edged. And then it's very sobering, in my opinion, in the recent days to be accused, at least allegedly accused, to be someone who is entirely opposite of who I am. So I thought maybe it would be a perfect opportunity to demonstrate that not only do I not reciprocate those malicious meanings or like ill intent or doomsaying, let's try to reciprocate with more understanding and then use it as a learning experience for all those who are more receptive, right? Hopefully everyone is doing well. Most of the peeps that I hung out with today should be resting, protocol, and all the others. Until next time, you're more than welcome to come on by, share some things. We can start with one sentence. We can do our first layer loop, into our second layer loop, into our third layer loop. Again, I haven't encountered someone who is so rigorously antisocial, I guess, that they don't find it rewarding when someone genuinely shares, discuss, and participate in mutual attention to each other's ideas and life processes. So you're more than welcome. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.